Hey, what's up, everyone? Normal American Show host robnoerr. Hopefully, I don't sound like a robot. This unit thanks you for tuning in this evening. We will be interviewed on a podcast by several other units. What the hell am I doing? So I get called in to do the extravaganza today. And I don't know what was going on. The platform they use to stream, like the studio they use, the application had just updated, and man, was it a disaster. It was screwing up me, Jake Rattlesnake, and Mystery. It was making us sound like robots, like we were underwater or something. It was a mess. And then it kept kicking Mystery out of the studio. Then it wouldn't allow the audio to come through on the videos that we're showing. It was just a mess. Now I see that once more YouTube's doing this thing. Look at this, where it's doing the @ thing again. Ugh, why does it do that? Well, what can you do? There's only one thing you can do when technology fails you. Keep plowing ahead. That's how we roll on this channel. So hopefully the audio was tolerable. If you listen to the extravaganza, you could at least hear what we were saying. I'm hoping, at least. That's my honest to goodness hope. So, got a good show lined up for you tonight. So, a fan of the show reached out to me a week or so ago and asked if I would be interested in doing a podcast called Brews and Cruise. It's sort of an eclectic podcast that covers a wide range of topics. And I said, sure, I would absolutely be willing to do that. So I'll try to get a link to you. Now, I'm pretty sure it is this. I could be wrong. But I think this is the link. So I will routinely put that link up while I'm doing the podcast here. And I hope that you all will go over and give a sub if you like what you're hearing. But I'm always honored when people reach out to me. It is not about only interacting with people with a big audience. As long as I have free time, I'm more than happy to interact with anyone, whether they agree or disagree with me. Give everyone a shot once, at least. As this is, I don't think it's going to be a debate. I think it'll be more of a, ask me about how I got my start into streaming, or, sort of what my political perspective is. Maybe asking me my thoughts on some issues, but that's fine, even if it would become a debate. But, yeah, always a pleasure to be requested to be interviewed or debate. So should be a full lineup this week. Tomorrow I have a debate in Modern Day Debate at 9 p.m. Eastern time. That'll be me and Alex Stein versus two people on DEI hires. Wednesday, then, I should be on with Indian Jesus for a couple hours. Thursday, I think that I'm going to have a debate with Radical Coder and Dusty, though I'm not quite certain on that. And then we'll see what we can line up Friday. Maybe we'll do some more of that verbal combat stuff. Or what have. Why not, right? Might as well get called fat and yell at people, and yay. Apologies that I missed the call-in show this morning. Now, inevitably, that call-in show is going to be limited to 3 times a week, so I have a couple days where I could actually get some work done production-wise on my channel and do other things that I need to do in real life. Like, I got to go talk to an accountant to make sure that I'm doing my taxes right. I got to get my health insurance figured out. It's a mess. But I appreciate that everyone will still do call-in shows. We're going to try to do one call-in show nightly a week. And in fact, that's what we're going to do tonight after the podcast interview. So I should be with you till about 2 or 3 a.m. We're not going to take a break. We're going to go straight on through. So if the podcast ends at 9 p.m., then we'll just keep on streaming, baby. Now, what I'm going to need from you all is your support. Give me a thumbs up if you like what you're hearing. Send in some super chats if you like. I would much appreciate it. Thank you to our friend Naughty Germ, leading off the super chats as he does about 70 to 80% of the time. $5. Much appreciated, my friend. some of your names I'm going to screw up tonight because it's got this stupid @ thing. See? So instead of your name, it's putting your actual link. We'll get through it. I will give an update on why I missed my show this morning. I did end up, if you followed the show last night, I did end up taking my dog to the vet. She'd been throwing up maybe once every 2 hours or so. Now, I've seen dogs do this before, and Dorothy has done that once before, and it wasn't an issue. By the next day, she was good. But she also wasn't eating, and then wasn't drinking. And she seemed pretty energetic, maybe a little less energy than normal. But we woke up this morning, and she, again, wouldn't eat and wouldn't drink water and seemed a little more lethargic than she had yesterday. And she was still throwing up. So we took her to the vet, and it was, believe it or not, it was a little more difficult because it was Columbus Day. So some vets had very shortened hours and couldn't get us in. So we went to a vet that we normally don't go to. Long story short, they were unable to do anything other than inject her with some fluids, and they did a scan of her stomach, and they found some stuff in her stomach. Now, they think that it might just be grass because she was eating a little grass yesterday, but they're not sure. So she was once more put on a 24-hour fast, and then we go back tomorrow morning at 7:45, and they're going to view her stomach again. If there's still material in her stomach, the plan is then to go in with a scope to make sure there's no obstruction, like garbage or something like that perhaps she got into. If they're confident that the stomach's clear, they did blood work. If they don't think it's a problem with the pancreas or anything systemic like that would cause these issues. So, they're then going to give her some antibiotics. They think that maybe she has some inflammation that's causing the problem. So I apologize for missing the show this morning, and there is a chance that I'll miss it tomorrow. Now, seeing as how her appointment's at 7:45, I'm optimistic that I'll be home by noon. But if she's not feeling good, I might just hang out with her and not do the stream tomorrow morning. If it's just a matter of antibiotics and stuff like that, then no problem. Like I'll do the show, obviously. So, but yeah, it's a bummer. I feel bad for her, man. She's a really good dog. She really is. And it's just a little bit of a bummer to see her not feeling her normal enthusiastic self. It's weird though. If I had brought her up here right now, you couldn't tell from an outside perspective that something's wrong with her. She's still alert. She's still moving around, jumping around and stuff. It's just not quite the same. It's a little off. And it's a bit worrying that she hasn't eaten or drank in like 2 days. Now, like I said, they did make sure her fluids were good through injections. No shock collar. It didn't cross their mind. Isn't that weird? So, and there's Indian Jesus. We're still on for this Wednesday, correct? $10, thanks. Says Puppy Lives Matter. Wishing the best for me and Morty. Your dog, Morty. Thank you. Means a lot, for real. So, yeah. Hopefully everything's all right with her. Chocolate toxicity? I do not think so. When she first threw up, we found a Q-tip in the vomit. So I think that whether it be here or at my in-laws' place, she may have got into like bathroom garbage. So they're wondering if that didn't cause some sort of obstruction, is what their running thought is now. Or it could just be an illness that they'll give some antibiotics for. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Harry. I hope you get better. So, what's up, Jess? How you doing? So, that's why I wasn't here this morning. I do apologize for that. I really do try to meet my commitments, and if I tell people I'm going to stream, I try to take that seriously. So I hope people understand if something like that comes up, it's a little bit out of my control. And tomorrow, I'm just letting people know right now, it's up in the air for the call-in show. The evening show, unless some terrible tragedy happens, I don't think that would be affected. So Yes, I blame HN as well. All right. Anyways. We're going to start this podcast in about 8 minutes. So I'm going to hop backstage and see if they need anything from me. For you all, obviously, it's amateur hour to have that super chat overlay up there while you're doing a podcast or a debate or something like that with someone else. So we're going to take that off. But don't think that leaves you off the hook from donating. In fact, even more, donate. So I know we're early here tonight, but like I said, we'll stick it out through the rest of the evening. I did not do a lot of sort of looking at the news and what have today because I sort of came straight from the veterinarian to picking up my son to finding out that I was doing the extravaganza to wrestling with tech issues for the extravaganza, doing the extravaganza, going down, having dinner, hanging out with my dog for about an hour, and then came right up here. So we will read the news together this evening. Level 4 lobster. No! I saw this. Forcefully uprise. Huh. I guess we'll all reap the whirlwind if we don't, right? All right. Let's see if they're ready for me. Check, check, check. I'm going to put you guys on hold here. Hey, what's up, man? Doing good, doing good.
Okay. Sounds good. Curtis, we good? All right. All right. Here we go. Welcome, everyone, to this week's edition of Brews and Cruise. I am your host, Chris Jacobson, and today we are joined by robnoerr. He is a populist conservative commentator, former congressional candidate, and he's a debater known for his take on both the left and the right in long-form political debates on his YouTube channel called Normal America. Rob's built a reputation as a sharp anti-establishment voice who isn't afraid to challenge mainstream narratives. In this episode, we're going to talk about his journey, where he started and where he is today. Whether you agree with Rob or not, one thing is true: he is never boring. Rob, welcome to the Brews and Cruise podcast. Thank you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here, and thank you for that polite introduction. Most of the time I'm debating lefties, and the introduction's nowhere near as polite, so I appreciate it.
Today I'm going to let you off the hook because I'm not going to debate you. I want to learn about who Rob is personally and where you came up from, where you're at now, and everything in between. So I guess the first thing I got to ask, because this it sounds like a lot of high blood pressure. How did you get into debating?
So I grew up in rural Pennsylvania, and everyone I know was apolitical. My parents never voted, as far as I knew, their whole life. Graduated. I wanted to be a journalist, particularly sports journalist. So I went to a little university. It's about 20 minutes from where I live, called Clarion University, state school in Pennsylvania, pretty much the cheapest school you could go to in PA. I took a debate class my second semester, and you had an option at the end of the class. You could either do a final paper or you could travel to this debate that they had. And the form of debate was called policy debate. And so I elected to go to the debate, and it was in form of policy debate. There's 3 levels, normally novice, JV, and open. This was a rookie tournament. It's one-time only tournament, which are people that hadn't debated ever before, even earlier that year. And I ended up winning that tournament, and I just thought, I'm going to be the greatest debater in the world. And then the next semester, I joined the team, started to get into politics, and I promptly got smacked around in my first 7-8 debate tournaments at a higher level. And it sort of got me hooked because I was very competitive. So long answer is that it went through debate. The short answer is I've always been sort of a competitive a-hole, and politics was a way to win a game for me. Then I started to get interested in debate and politics to try to get better to win this game. Debate was radically left-wing, most people. I ended up being sort of a Ron Paul fan. So I didn't like the war in Iraq way back in 2004, 2003 is when I started debating. So 2003, 2004. So the lefties kind of liked me because I was a weird righty, well, he doesn't like Bush. And that was it. That's where I got my start. I did 4 years of debate, got pretty good at it. And then I was a debate coach and judge for the following 6 years or so. And some years after that, I decided to run for Congress and started a YouTube channel.
Well, that's an awesome rundown. Now, you said the reason why you had to write a paper or had to go to debate. Was that correct?
That's right. Yeah.
Now, that kind of sounds like me. And the reason I say that is not because I like to debate, but because I had to take humanitarian class in college. I went to the University of Northern Iowa, and I looked on ratemyprofessor.com, and there was one that said you had to give presentations in front of the class rather than take tests. And I go, that's my guy.
Sign me up.
I want that one. Yeah. I don't want to debate, but I can give a presentation in front of a class of 300 to 400. But boy, you sit me down and you ramble crap off to me all day long, and I got to take a test after. It's not my guy. So I can kind of understand that. But debating for me in politics in general, that one would stress me out because I feel like, and this is just me in my mind, because I'm not big into politics, but I feel like no matter what side you choose of whatever it is, about 50% of the people are going to hate you or disagree with you.
Yeah, that's certainly true. It definitely is. Now, it depends on what you're doing. One of the things that's funny is I consider myself a right-winger, populist conservative. I'm Christian, so I'm coming at things from the right. I ran for Congress as a Republican, but I'm probably more of a contrarian than anything. I sort of like arguing. So when I debated in college debate, it's super left-wing. Right? And everyone assumes when I debate online, it's super left-wing. Usually I'm debating left-wing people. But when I'm back home, everyone's a right-winger. right? And so I'll be somewhere, I'm out at the bar with friends or something, and they'll be like, oh, Trump's the best. He could do no wrong. And I'm like, no. Here's a bunch of things he does that I don't like. So it's weird because around here, it's like most of the time when I'm arguing politics with my friends, I sound sort of like a centrist or a lefty because I'm like, well, I'm not totally all in. I have a lot of complaints with the Republican Party, with things that, the Trump administration first and second have done. So I am right wing, don't get me wrong. But yes, it's certainly true. It seems increasingly like I'm biased because I am a right winger. I think it's worse on the left, but I think you're absolutely right. It seems like the easiest thing to do is stay in a lane. And so it's almost like, I liken it to sports. Like I'm from the Pittsburgh area, so we're Steelers fans. And I have friends from Cleveland that are Cleveland fans. And that's it. You got to pick one or the other, and then you hate the other, right? That's just the way it goes.
Right,
So
yep.
there's definitely a lot of that.
Well, and I totally understand that because, a lot of people I talk to, most people are almost not right. They're not left. They're kind of right down the middle because I have some friends who they're Republicans, but they, like you just said, there's things that Trump does they absolutely hate. But then there's the left side. And then, there's people out here protesting left and right about certain things. So I just find it so interesting that you would want to get into that type of debate because I was telling Curtis, who's actually the one that got us together tonight, I was like, you debate sports, there's really not that big of hard feelings afterwards, but sometimes you get into politics and there's some hard feelings when you're done debating or arguing, however you look at it.
Yeah, it's, get with Curtis, watch my show. We'll make you a right winger. You'll learn to dislike the left more, but no, not to get too much into it. It's certainly true. And I think that, not to get too in the dumps here, but we just saw the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk basically represented the idea of going onto college campuses and debating. And it seemed like for a while now, and again, I'm biased. I think the problem's worse on the left, but in general, you could just say, not to make it partisan, it does seem like we're moving away from people that just had disagreements to people that think you're evil for disagreements. For me, I happen to have the luxury of having these two worlds that I lived in. This left-wing sort of, when I was debating at the highest levels in college, people were wealthy. They tend to be from the city. You're debating people that probably went to a private school throughout their high school years and then got sort of recruited to like a Harvard or Yale. The style debate I did didn't have divisions. So, I liken it to college football. My university, Clarion University, was like Division III or whatever you call it. They weren't playing Ohio State. They're not playing Alabama, right? They got their own division.
Right, yep.
Debate wasn't like that. You're debating, there's just one division, and you're debating the Naval Academy, the Military Academy, and then the next round you're debating Harvard, and then you might debate Northwestern the next round, and then you're debating some school you've never heard of from Wyoming. It's just the way it went. Those people at the top levels were usually very well-to-do in their upbringing and were from the city. Back home, everyone I know is basically working poor, and I'm from rural America. And so I had to check my biases a lot because when I started to get pretty good at debate, I sort of had this chip on my shoulder. It was like, to heck with these city people, to heck with these wealthy people. They don't know what my way of life's like. And there's a lot of that for sure, but I also made a lot of friends. And those friends might still disagree with me politically, but we don't hate each other. It's not something that we find that we're evil. We're just like, we both want what's best for the country or with our community, and we just have disagreements how to get there. Increasingly, though, it does seem, and again, I have to say it or my audience will flip out. I definitely think this problem's worse with the left. I could get into the details if you want as to why, but it certainly seems that there is increased temperature where it's like, well, if you disagree with us, you're from a very bad political ideology like those guys in Germany in World War II. And it's like, that's just not the case, and it's dangerous to think that way for so many people that think that's what politics is now. But it's weird because my getting into politics, like I said, was more of the game of it. And people ask me what was the first debates I had. Sports debates, baby, all through high school. Like, you'd sit there and argue, what pitcher should start, the first game of the playoffs, and, should we draft a quarterback? That's when I was 15, 16, that's what I was talking about. So many people look at debate as like, or argue it as a bad word. That's what me and my friends did for fun. Right? Like we would argue about sports or we would argue about our favorite bands. And that was fine. That was like a competitive way. It was the same as playing a board game to me. So I just sort of took that. And because of what I got into, politics was part and parcel to the game of debate. And it stuck with me, and I got an interest in it and saw how that could affect my community. But yeah, if it wasn't for the competitive nature of it, and I certainly, in the game of debate, you're not looking at, when you're arguing with your friend who's the best, who should the Heisman winner be, you don't think your friend's evil. You don't think they're terrible. You're just like, you're an idiot. You're wrong. That's how I approach debate, where it's like, I tried to go with it with the mindset that it's not a bad thing. It doesn't mean your opponent's a terrible person necessarily.
Right. And I totally agree with that too, because when you get down to the base of it, a lot of people actually, if you sat down with them and weren't debating about something, you probably have a lot more in common than you think with someone else. So that leads me to my next question is, you decided to run for Congress then in Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
What was that like, and what did you run for specific?
So I was running for District 12, U.S. Federal Congress. So it wasn't the state level, it was the federal level. I'd been involved in politics locally in my little county. I'll try to make it brief. Basically, it's frowned upon to try to primary an incumbent within your own party. So if you work with the Republicans or the Democrats in your district and you say, hey, I'm going to challenge the guy that's currently in office, they'll be like, no, that's bad. You're seen as the enemy then. So that was made clear to me. So a special election opened up where a man by the name of Tom Marino had won his election, and then he got a serious illness. And so after he won, he had to basically drop out. And so they had to redo the election. So in this case, there was no primary. It was what was called a conferee process. And that process was a normal primary. In Pennsylvania, it's a closed primary. So if you're Republican, you get to vote in the primary if you're in the district. This wasn't that. It was only 212 people got to cast a vote. Each county picked conferees, which were the 212, and then whoever got 50% or more of those conferees would eventually become the representative for the Republican. And the district that I was running in, District 12, was like 80% Republican, so whoever won the primary was going to win. It was interesting. On one hand, I learned a lot about the political process, which I'll talk about here in a second. A lot of it very good, and a lot of it very bad. There was a lot of weird corruption stuff going on, such as the frontrunner had to drop out because of allegations of abuse to his former wife that sprung up on the eve of the vote. And there was a lot of like sort of nepotism where people picking favorites and not allowing me to come to events because I was a relative unknown. But there was a lot of good. I met one of my dear friends, Carlos, who was a political consultant, used to do a radio show with him in Pennsylvania. I met him through that process, got to meet a lot of politicians. And I still to this day go to 3 or 4 Republican events, probably a year, where I'm hanging out with, U.S. House representatives, president of the NRA, Senate candidates, governor candidates, etc. So I met all those people through that process of running. I took 10th place out of 24, got to give a speech at the event, and it was a learning process. One thing, if you're wondering about getting involved in politics at any level, here's my advice to you. I thought that I was going to be like impressed. I sort of looked at it like if you were walking into a room of brain surgeons, like if your girlfriend or wife or whatever is like, look, here's the deal. We're going to dinner with my friend and her husband's a brain surgeon. And it's going to be a room full of brain surgeons. You'd be like, I'm going to feel like an idiot. And then you get there and they're like shotgun and beers and it's like fart jokes. And you're like, oh, okay, this isn't that bad, right? That's sort of what it was to me. I thought it would be intimidating that I would get in this room with all of these other candidates that were already politicians at the state level and that they would sort of blow my doors off. And it wasn't that. Most of them knew less than me about like the Constitution, about the role of a federal congressman. Most of you out there that are considering getting involved in politics, it's not that you're incapable of governing. Your weak suit is getting elected. You probably don't know the right people. You probably don't have a ton of money. You probably don't have a ton of donors. That's your weak suit. But never mistake that for meaning that you wouldn't be a good congressman or you wouldn't be good on the school board or you wouldn't be a good alderman. You probably would be. The fact that you care enough to want to get involved is already 80% of the game. So my advice is if you feel like running, do it. You should try. It's getting elected is the hard part. Caring about your constituents, I think that that's something that we need more of, and particularly in national level politics. So I think that most of you would be qualified if you legitimately care.
Well, I think that's so much true what you just said, because I'm a wrestling fan and Kane is the mayor of Knoxville, Tennessee. And nobody probably would have thought a guy that's in, professional wrestling, he's a political figure. But like you said, to care is a big part of it already. And then getting elected is the hardest part, honestly, because most people probably, if you're running for it, you probably already care about what you're going to run for anyways.
And
so
it just goes
that's
to,
very interesting.
it goes to show with Kane. I mean, you could burn your family alive in their funeral home and still go on to be mayor someday. I myself was a big Attitude Era wrestling fan. So yes, Glenn Jacobs is his name. He's mayor of Knoxville. Yep.
Glenn Jacobs. Yeah. Yep. Well, I'm going to ask you a question before the end of this. We'll have a small debate between you and me on our Mount Rushmore of wrestling.
Okay.
But let's get into back to where we're at then. So then now at the beginning I introduced you and I said that you're a populist conservative and an anti-establishment. What does that mean for everyone else? Like what do those terms mean?
So for me, I consider myself three things primarily, though they're in fluctuation. One would be that I consider myself a populist. Second would be that I consider myself libertarian adjacent. And third would be that I consider myself a Christian conservative. I think that third is replacing number two. When I say Christian conservative, I am now a Catholic, but I've only been so for about a month. I was always sort of non-denominationally Christian, which obviously influences your culture. And I think because of that, if you're serious about your religion, whatever your religious beliefs are, and even if you're not religious, if you have philosophical beliefs, probably that affects everything you do in life. That would be true of your politics. So that certainly has an influence. Libertarian adjacent, what I mean by that is I prioritize liberty and small government. Those two positions are many times antithetical, right? For example, a Christian conservative might say things like, you know what, I don't want people using hypodermic needles on the street. A libertarian adjacent person might say, well, we should decriminalize and have small government. And if people want to make bad choices with what to do with their own body, they should have the freedom to do it. So those two positions are clashing. But the position that I have the most is being anti-corruption populist. When I say populist, there's a lot of ways to define it. What I mean is this. I feel that there are institutions that run our country, and in fact, the world. Those would be political institutions, and this could be as simple as the president and the executive branches, so like the FBI, IRS, etc. It could be also things like Congress. It could be the courts, but it's also other cultural institutions, such as our mainstream media, academia, the entertainment industry, etc. I believe there are all these powerful institutions, and they don't really care about me or you. They don't care what the average person, be they left or right, really thinks. When they say democracy, they don't mean our voices, they mean their voices. There's all these different groups and they have different opinions. And so how do they maintain power and get the opinions that they collectively had pushed forth? And I think until that corruption ends, then disagreements that me and an average person may have on political things, such as should we have Medicare for all? Should we have stronger borders? Should we revamp the education system? All of that's sort of irrelevant if our voice doesn't matter. So for me, ending that institutional corruption is a precursor to sort of these political discussions that we would have in a more base level. That allows me to sort of reach across the aisle on many issues and say that, look, there might be someone out there that's antithetical to me in the sense that they're a socialist. I despise socialism. However, if that socialist says we're trying to weed out institutional corruption, that would be someone I could work with in the short term in order to try to crack into that corruption. Then we could have our discussions about, once we have a voice, why socialism's stupid and we should all be capitalists. But yeah, that's sort of what I mean by populist, fighting corruption that I see that's endemic within our institutions.
Is there one specific corruption that you think? Is there one that really hits you harder than others that you think is corruption?
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue that I focus on the most is corruption surrounding the attacks on Donald Trump. Now, it's not that it's unique per se, it's that it's how evident it is. For me, the reason I supported Donald Trump in 2016 was I thought he could potentially accomplish two things. One was out the corruption, and second was do something about it. I don't think he did anything about it. I think he failed on that end. But he did out the corruption, and I don't think it's because he played 4D chess. I think it's because the institutions couldn't help but see someone that was a potential outsider. And if you think about it, regardless of what you think about Trump, it was sort of how it had to be if you're going to have a potential outsider. It has to be someone that's independently powerful and wealthy. Because in order to work your way through in the system to get sort of the amount of money and sort of attention that you would need to win the presidency, you're going to have to work within those systems which they're not going to be willing to work with you if you're going to be a serious challenge to them. Trump, because the fact he was a billionaire, like him or hate him, is able to exist sort of tangential to that or outside of that system. And so I think what happened was, even if Trump could be someone who you think is corrupt, who you think is someone that's like of poor, low moral character, he's not controlled, or at least it doesn't seem as if he's controlled by these institutions that already existed. And it's evident when you hear about things like his first impeachment for this call on Ukraine, where you hear the State Department officials. State Department's supposed to work under the president. He is the elected president. He sets the foreign policy. And then the officials underneath him are supposed to carry out his vision. Instead, they kept saying, Trump went against our foreign policy. And that's a big cue that they exist outside. We don't get to vote for them. You didn't vote for anyone at the State Department. You didn't vote for anyone at the IRS. But they're the ones that really run things. And they don't like you voting for someone that's going to potentially challenge them. Chuck Schumer, for example, said before Trump was sworn in, Trump shouldn't criticize the FBI because they'd find 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at him, which in my opinion they did. So that level of corruption that actually, it sounds benign, but it's unelected bureaucrats in these executive agencies and many other cultural institutions that really run the show. And we don't have a voice on them. And Trump's election just put that to the forefront. And in many ways, again, not to get too political here, but the presidency of Joe Biden did as well, because it was evident to me and anyone who was really paying attention to politics that at least for a couple years, if not longer, that Joe Biden wasn't cognitively there. So who was running the show? And the truth is, it's unelected people. That's who's running the show. And when they decide that you're going to do something, even if it's unpopular, then you'll do it. And so we could see a litany of policies, such as the border policy, that's basically an 80-20 issue, issues with biological males in female spaces. Those are 80-20 issues, regardless of what you think about them, but it didn't matter. It's not like there was a Democratic vote where we got to say, like, yeah, actually 80% of people are against that stuff, so let's do it. And this goes back through, I guess if the question is, like, what was the first sort of issue that I really saw is like a conspiracy or corrupt. For me, the big one's Waco, believe it or not. What happened to the Branch Davidians. I remember I watched this documentary on it, and the thing that blew my mind, I never heard anyone else except me talk about. For those who don't know, Waco was the case we're talking about. David Koresh was the leader of this cult called the Branch Davidians. I'm not going to get in much to what they believe, but they basically believed that it was prophesized they would have this standoff against like worldly powers. Well, the prophecy came true because there was a standoff with the ATF, which they won. Then the FBI came in and laid siege to the place for some 40 days. It resulted in a fire that burned alive many people in this compound with few survivors. The autopsy revealed, and this is, if there's any kids watching, take a moment to leave. I'm not going to swear anything, but it's tough. The autopsy revealed that there were children that were hiding in the pantry, and they didn't die from smoke inhalation or the fire. They died because the amount of tear gas that were placed into the home was enough to basically act as strychnine, and it convulsed their muscles to break all of these bones. And what they said was probably one of the most painful ways that a human being could die. And these are children as young as 7, 8 years old that died in this way. And so when the FBI was asked about it, their spokesman said, we thought that if we caused their children pain, that they would leave they would come out. And that to me radicalized me, because the entire argument was that these Branch Davidians were these insane apocalyptic cult. So why would you think by torturing their children that they would come to their senses? And to see that occur and nothing was done, I started to look into more things like Ruby Ridge. And then I started to ask questions about other events that we were told, Gulf of Tonkin getting us in to Vietnam. And for me, it seemed like one big string of corruptions. And then it wasn't long after that, we had the 2008 financial crisis. Where, Obama was elected to be this guy that was going to come in and he was going to like sort of speak for the people and go after these corrupt banks. And it was evident that these banks were corrupt. And he gave this famous speech when he got elected where he told the banks, I'm the last thing standing between you and the pitchforks. And no one was seriously held to criminal account for the abuses that occurred in 2008. So for me, those sort of events sort of perpetually snowballed into me going like, oh, okay, this whole system's corrupt. It's all a big club and I ain't in it, in the words of George Carlin. And that was it. That's sort of where I got my start into being like, I think this is a corrupt mess. And I listen to people like Ron Paul, which was my first politician that I really supported. And he too talked about the massive size of corruption in our government, interventionism that ends up in a disaster, things like the Iraq war, Afghanistan, I would put in that category, Libya, Syria. So yeah, that's it. That's
that is something I've never heard anybody actually say. They talk about Waco. Yeah, I've never heard that one before. That one must, go under the rug. Nobody really thinks about that because
the part that people know about Waco is the tear gas is flammable. So who started the fire? The official narrative is the Branch Davidians did, but there's a lot of evidence from infrared cameras, etc., that flew overhead that it looks like after the tear gas was deployed that the FBI deployed firearms, which could light the flammable gas. So no one quite knows, but it's shady, man. If you look into it, it's depressing because regardless of what you think, children died. Even if you're like, well, David Koresh, he's a psychopath, and the people that are following him, they're psychopaths. Who cares? I still don't cheer for anyone to die. But with that children, that really, for me, resonated with me. I was like, how could this be in our country? And it turns out there's a lot of crazy incidents like that. But yeah.
So I got a question for you. Is there anyone on the left that the people or policies that you agree with? I'm assuming there's probably some. Is there one that stands out in particular that you agree with on the left side?
Well, sure. So when it comes to politicians, there's an awful lot that left the Democratic Party. So you'd have people like Tulsi Gabbard that left the Democratic Party. I was always a big fan of Dennis Kucinich back in the day, even though there's a lot of economic policies I disagreed with. He was quirky and funny. He's like a polite Alex Jones. Like his big issue was aliens. Dennis Kucinich, which I thought was kind of funny. I respected a lot of what made Bernie Sanders popular. I did not like Bernie Sanders, but the idea of left-wing populism I respected because I feel that the left, particularly a lot of people that are progressives, and again, I can't stress this enough, I massively disagree with the policies that they want to implement, but they continue to vote for a party that's just basically a corporatist sort of centrist party. And so if you're someone that wants policies like Medicare for all, et cetera, you ain't going to get that with the Democrats, right? They're going to be centrist corporatists. They're going to be very similar to the centrist corporatist sort of Republican Party that's outside of Trump. So I respected anyone that went sort of outside of that. And now I think Bernie's since become very poor. However, there are people that consider themselves Democrat that I respect a lot. Jimmy Dore was a person that despised Donald Trump, but came out thinking that a lot of stuff that happened during the pandemic was tyrannical. Glenn Greenwald was another person that I respect a lot. Matt Taibbi, Michael Schellenberger. These were all people that were lifelong lefties. Another person that I really likes, Jonathan Haidt. He started an academy called Heterodux Academy, seeking to understand why universities are becoming more radically left-wing. He himself is a left-winger. So there's certainly a lot of people that I respect in the media or sort of influencer landscape that are on the left. As far as the people that I interact with that are debaters, there are people that I like more than others, but a lot of the big name debaters that I interact with, I really, really don't care for as people for a lot of reasons. But I don't know how much of that is just because they're left-wingers. Another thing that you'll see when you get into, forget about politics, when you get into the streaming space, and you know this, as a streamer, it's like, what makes you a successful streamer? Is it that you have to be a scumbag and those characteristics make you likely to be successful? Or is it once you achieve the success, you become a scumbag? Because there's an awful lot of big streamers with some skeletons in their closet. And I've interacted with some left-wingers in that space, and to an extent, some right-wingers that are bigger. But yeah. So yeah, in a nutshell, those are the people I respect. Now, there are individual things, policies that I could respect from the left. One issue I think that separates me from a lot of right-wingers is, although I think that we have both an over-incarceration and under-incarceration problem in this country. I think that on one hand, people that are violent criminals should be given lengthier jail sentences and kept out of society. And I could back that up if you'd like. But I also think that some of the conditions of our jails are deplorable. I'm all for jokes. Like some of my favorite comedians are some of the most vile comedians you'll ever heard of, like Doug Stanhope, Bill Hicks. These are people that tell very offensive jokes. So I'm not criticizing the joke, but it is absurd that we live in a society, a first world society, where people being assaulted in the most grotesque way sexually in prison is so common that we joke about it. Like, that probably shouldn't be the case, even for horrible, heinous criminals. So that's an issue on the left that I think that I've shared with them. And there's other things, like there's certainly criticisms uniquely of people like Donald Trump on a litany of issues that I will share from the left. Like, I don't think Trump handled the Epstein stuff good at all. I have serious criticisms of that. So in general, there are people and ideas on the left that I could get behind. However, I think increasingly, maybe this is my bias, that the left is becoming more and more rabidly anti-Trump, which clouds the principles that they used to have. And so for me, it was a very sad moment when you see Charlie Kirk assassinated and you see so many people cheer it on social media, or you saw, like this candidate for attorney general in Virginia, this Democrat who had said things in 2022 about wanting his opponent's children to die so that they would feel pain and vote the way he wanted. And no Democrat has revoked their endorsement of him. That sort of stuff makes it hard to say, yeah, I coexist with these people. We just have disagreements. Once it gets to the level of mocking people for their death or wishing it upon others, that's a non-starter for me. And that's, sure, going back to making it a little lighter here, for me, debate, there's certain precursors that are necessary for a debate. Like, for example, we have to speak a language that we could both understand. If I'm in here speaking German and you're speaking French, this interview would be pretty boring because we'd both be like, huh, what? So there has to be an agreement. And with debate, you need other things. Like, you need to politely let the other person speak. You can't just filibuster and over talk them the whole time. But one of the most, fundamental things that I think is necessary for a debate that people don't think about is you can't want to use physical violence with me if you disagree. At that point, words aren't possible. Like, I'm not going to sit in a room and say, I think you're wrong, and that person to be cracking their knuckles like, okay, then. Like, that's no longer a debate. Like, that's violence. And for me, it makes it incredibly difficult because once people justify, like, well, I think that you're, you're like those World War II Germans. How do you have a conversation with that? Because in the back of their head, it doesn't matter if they lie to you. It doesn't matter if they threaten you because you're amongst the most evil person that's ever lived. And it's like, hey, man, I just want less taxes and a secure border. I don't think that puts me in line with World War II Germany. So. Yeah, it's difficult. Certainly there are ideas that I respect and I can see where they come from. And I always try to put myself in other people's shoes, where they're coming from. There's certainly people I respect, but it becomes more and more difficult when events like that occur. So,
sure. Well, I totally understand that. Now, I'm from Minnesota, so I got to ask you about this political figure, Jesse Ventura. What are your thoughts on Jesse Ventura?
The body, man.
Yeah, he was cool. I mean, he was in the late 90s for me, and I'm 38 years old. So I was into politics and I didn't really know. I just thought it was really cool. Professional wrestler, politics. And I hear some of his, he's got a lot of conspiracy theories out there too, which I want to get into next. But I also wanted to ask you if you have any thoughts on Jesse Ventura.
Well, he has a little Trump derangement syndrome, but that's okay. I think he hates Vince McMahon, or at least at one point did, who was friends with Donald Trump. So I wonder how much of that colors it. First thing to say is these figures of the past, Donald Trump is one of these as well, a TV star that then became president. Yep. I'm always amazed by the crossover success that some of these people have. Jesse Ventura, I put in a category with like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like, if I'm not mistaken, Jesse was a Navy SEAL, right? Who then goes on to become a professional wrestler, who then goes on to become, not a household name actor, but certainly a competent actor in some big features, right? Who then goes on to become governor. I mean, very similar to Arnold Schwarzenegger, where it's like, man, talk about a diverse set of skills, physically imposing skills to be able to build your body like that. And, in Ventura's case, literally to be in the military the way he was, plus then the toll that professional wrestling takes on you and how physically fit you have to be for that. And then also having the charisma, which I guess is a wrestling skill, to then go on and, that campaign that he won. I mean, it's right up there with Trump winning in 2016 as one of the most unlikely political victories of all time. He ran as an independent. When's the last time that an independent's won a large seat like governor like that?
I don't know ever.
Yeah, I mean, it's happened, but it's very rare.
Yeah.
And, I dug a lot of his libertarian leaning ideas. Some of his conspiracy theories I agree with. Most I don't. Most I think are a bit crazy. So, but yeah, he's a very interesting figure. I think that he has suffered lately of some Trump derangement stuff, particularly when it comes to sort of January 6th and things like that, where he, I think, went way overboard with what that meant. But all in all, I think that he had a lot of policies that I found interesting, or a lot of positions I found interesting. And hopefully continues to live a long, successful life. But when he's gone, his legacy will be one of the most interesting people ever involved in politics. And I think that we're better off for having him there. So
I like it too. Now, there's one more question I have before we get out of the politics portion. Has anyone ever changed your mind after a debate? Maybe it's happened multiple times.
Mhm.
Is there one, and if so, is there one that actually stuck out in your mind? Like, oh, okay, I can see how they came up with that. And you know what? I think I might agree with that.
Yeah, so I could think, so certainly in the game of policy debate, there were people that changed my mind, though oftentimes those issues were very nuanced. So for example, you might get topics like, should we update our Aegis missile defense on our nuclear carriers? And I might go in with a strong opinion and walk and be like, oh yeah, actually they make a good point. But as far as practical stuff that you could see like in real life, I think that a lot of people, particularly this guy who, full disclosure, I work for, his name's Andrew Wilson, who runs a channel called The Crucible. I think Andrew has convinced me on a lot of sort of more Christian ideals when it comes to sort of being more against all forms of abortion and a lot of policies that you would have surrounding LGBT issues. I think that I used to be less harsh on those. I still have, when it comes to a legal sense, primarily a live and let live thing, but I do think that culturally, I think he has convinced me of the need to push back on more of that stuff. From the position on the left, I think that there are meta things that have occurred quite frequently that I'm willing to be like, oh yeah, on issues that I thought were very important. A couple examples, when it came to the George Floyd trial, Derek Chauvin, I did a big debate on it, and I approached this from the perspective of a juror. And one of the things that I found to be particularly troubling with the prosecution's case was it appeared as if there was an admission that Derek Chauvin had been trained to use the hold that he used against George Floyd. If so, as a jurist, I'd be like, I don't know that I could find him guilty of like second-degree murder if he was using a move that he was trained in. However, in the course of the debate, the person I was debating showed me that according to the law and the judge's instructions, they were told specifically that him being trained would not be exculpatory. And so I was like, oh, well, I guess as a jurist, if I'm trying to be a good jurist, that would change my perspective on that. There was also perspectives that I've had changed on sort of what I thought should be the case when it comes to policing, like, some things on policing that I was maybe formally stricter that I later became, less strict on when it came to policing and things of that nature. The left originally convinced me to be looser on drugs than I am now when it comes to a legal framework. So yeah, there's certainly things like that have occurred. But a lot of times in the meta discussion, there's things that people I debate. One of the reasons it's important to debate is because it helps you get to the truth, at least as you see it more. And sometimes that means you're wrong, but it also helps sharpen what your opinions are. And I think one of my strong suits is I got good at debate because I was living in these two simultaneous worlds. So any opinion I ever had was pushed back upon. If I make some lefty opinion and I'm with my redneck friends, they're going to be like, what? But if I make right-wing opinions and I'm with sort of these very intelligent people in the debate circuit, they're going to push back on each and every one of them. So many people in life have been in a bubble and they've never had anyone seriously challenge whether it be their political or cultural beliefs. And then what happens is when they finally get outside that bubble, maybe it's through work, that all of a sudden they're in a conference and there's people there from a different walk of life. Or maybe it's like these celebrities. You'll see all of a sudden someone shoves a microphone in their face and they sound like complete dolts. And that's because their whole life they've just had yes men around them saying, you're the best, you're really smart, your ideas are great. And then you hear them and they're like, oh, what are you talking about? And this isn't just politics, by the way. You can see it with sports. Like, did you ever hear a celebrity weigh in? Like, College Football Weekly or something will have a celebrity on and they'll start giving their opinion on who's going to win a game. And you're just like, what is this guy even saying? Like, it's because no no one's been there to challenge their sort of beliefs. So you should seek out people that you like and that you trust, that maybe don't exactly have the same perspective as you, because even if you don't want to change your perspective, it will help you sharpen your own. Because
Sure.
steel sharpens steel, and if you're just in a bubble, as soon as you debate someone competent with different ideas, they're going to make you look foolish. So
That's yeah, I like that. Steel sharpens steel. I always love to hear other people's perspectives, because everyone comes from different backgrounds. You come from a different background than I come from, and I come from a different one than my friends come from. So I like to listen to where they also come from, and that brings me to the next thing, which is conspiracies, because I think that you're kind of into conspiracies too. Some of my favorite ones that there's one, the 9/11, that's a big one.
Mm-hmm.
And Tucker Carlson was just coming out with some stuff lately, and I started watching him with my 4-month-old daughter. So she's going to be into this kind of documentary stuff because she likes to watch football documentaries with me and stuff. But also another one that always intrigues me is aliens. And I think a lot of people actually intrigues. Do you, what's a conspiracy theory that you really like or you get behind?
Well, 9/11 is an interesting one, right?
It really is.
There's two parts of the conspiracy on 9/11 that I think are worth discussing. The first is Tower 7.
Okay.
And for those that don't know, the two towers fell, but there was a third tower, 47-story building. Any other day of the year, it would have been the biggest story in the world at 47. And it wasn't hit by a plane. We're told that debris knocked it down. But the question surrounding it took years and years for the NIST NIST to release this study. And I'm no engineer, so it's difficult for me to parse through it. But basically, it was sort of this unique way that no other building had to do with the vibration of the impact, which caused like a near free fall collapse. It seems dubious, but I'll get to that. So there's that, and then there's the funding part, and I think that's certainly a conspiracy theory, but I think it's all but proven. Even the 9/11 Commission report, they started, we all know famously that we went into Afghanistan to get bin Laden because he was the ringleader, but who financed him? And it seemed that the money was coming from Saudi Arabia. Now, that's a problem because they're supposedly the United States allies. So what's going on here? And basically, the 9/11 Commission report's like, we're not too worried about it. That's unforgivable. How can that be? And it's almost like, well, we kind of know where the answer will be, so we don't want to look into it because once we know and the people know. And so the problem I always had with 9/11 was this. If you asked questions about it, they just wanted to bite your head off. And so for me, it's not a conspiracy. I just thought, I was a senior in high school when 9/11 happened. And I remember like a couple years afterwards asking this question to people and just getting my head bit off, which was, I watched these old movies like Red Dawn, like during the Cold War, where the idea was that and you hear stories, my parents would tell me stories. When we were in school, we had like special nuclear bomb drills where you'd have to get under the desk. And, there was a fear that like our parents' generation would have had like in the 70s and 80s that at any moment Russia, the Soviet Union could invade, and it was a big deal. And so how in the world did we have two towers get hit and then still a plane, then we had a third plane land in Shanksville, Pennsylvania here, and then the most secure building in the world, at least top 3, ought to be the Pentagon. How did they get to it? How did we not get planes in the air? Because if this would have been the Cold War and instead of a passenger plane, that would have been a Soviet military vehicle with like a nuclear bomb, we're done. Is our government that incompetent that if a hostile foreign superpower attacked us, we would just be shit out of luck? And people were like, shut up. Don't you ask questions. You're un-American. And I'm like, no, wait a minute. I'm not even alleging a conspiracy. But what have we done to change this? Because next time it might not be dudes in a cave. Next time it might be a competent military. And then what are we going to do? And like, I always say with these conspiracies, it's the reaction that's the tell. Right? The COVID was one of those. With COVID, it was like, I don't know, are you sure lockdowns are a good idea? Shut up, do you want grandma to die? And you're like, wait, what? I was just saying,
I remember that.
Where's your evidence that the lockdown's the way to go? And here in
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, it got real crazy. I was, I had a radio show at the time, and I was bringing on coroners in the first 2 months of the pandemic that were like, look, Governor Tom Wolf here in Pennsylvania says that there's now 193 Pennsylvania deaths of COVID. They said 13 of them were from my county, but I'm the coroner. I signed every death certificate. I haven't signed one with COVID. And so after we talked to a bunch of these coroners, they wrote an official letter to Governor Wolf, and they had to like reduce 43% or something like that of the COVID deaths that they had. Oops, our bad, just a mistake. But everything around the pandemic was, if you had legitimate questions, you were told, oh, you piece of shit, you want grandma to die. And it's like, that's always a red flag to me. It's like, wait a minute. Like, you're clearly uninteresting. If it's an outlandish conspiracy, then just address it. And of course, there's some people that'll be unwilling to listen. That's fine. But what you don't do is just like, shut up, how dare you? Because as soon as you do that, then people can't, the hair on your neck stands up. You're like, wait, what? Like, what's that about? So those are like some of the ones that I look at. You know what? I guess I already talked about Waco. I guess that's a conspiracy theory that I believe that the government tried to cover up what they did there. So
COVID was one that I couldn't get behind. I scientifically, and I'm not a scientist by any means. People were like, well, you got to get this shot, and it just came out. And I'm like, gosh, I don't know about that. And luckily I never had to take it because I wasn't forced to, and nor was my wife. So that was amazing. And to be honest with you, both of us got COVID. She was a little bit sicker than I. It was like a normal, she felt like a normal cold flu. And I had COVID. Funny thing, I go home and I'm sitting there petting my dog. I'm like, hey, he doesn't stink today. What the hell's going on? I'm like, he doesn't smell like dog.
Couldn't taste
and
it.
I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, let me go spray some cologne. Spray some cologne in the air, couldn't smell. I go, crap, I probably got COVID. So I went and got tested. They said, yep, you got COVID. I never got sick. In fact, I went and ran our lake around here 3.5 miles every single day, came home, lifted weights at my house, and I felt better than I had ever felt, which is really odd because everyone had different reactions. But that's the same thing that everyone has is some people can get the flu and they're not as sick as other people. Some people get strep throat. It is what it is. But that was one thing that's a big conspiracy for me, was the whole COVID thing, because I never truly believed it was as deadly as it was. Now, some people are going to get pissed off because they go, oh, well, my so-and-so died from COVID. However, they may have had another underlying condition underneath. But I always said, people, you got to eat healthy, drink your water, and a little bit of exercise really helps out your immune system. And everyone's like, oh, no, just go get a shot. And I'm like, nah, I'm good. I didn't have to. So that was one thing that COVID was one that, and people that know me close know I was like, nope, we're not doing that kind of stuff. Well, I will risk it. I'll let my immune system take care of itself.
And then, like, you're absolutely right. The reaction never made sense anyways. The people that were telling us that this was the most deadly serious disease and we all had to stay indoors, over and over were getting caught not being indoors. Now, say that like some crazy disease like leprosy is running amok, and the doctor's like, oh my goodness, stay indoors or you're going to get leprosy and your skin's going to fall off. I'll guarantee that doctor ain't going to the nightclub. That doctor's saying, no way, man. This disease scares the shit out of me. So the fact that the people that were telling us to take it the most seriously weren't, that was a big red flag. And then a lot of the proclamations that they were making were antithetical. For example, in many states, like in Nevada, they locked down churches, but casinos were left open. Liquor stores were left open. Schools got shut down, even though all evidence told us that kids were remarkably, and that's the truth of it. Like when people say, well, I knew someone that passed away, they're probably old. The average death from COVID in the United States was right around or slightly higher the age than the average life expectancy. That means that the average person that died of COVID was like 77, right? And so from the perspective of you're a 25-year-old that's going to work and sending your kid to school so you can go to work, and they're like, nope, your kid can't go to school. Nope, you can't go to work. And then you're like, how am I going to pay my mortgage? How am I going to pay my electric bill? And they're like, well, because if you go, grandma might run into you and die. And then you're like, okay. Meanwhile, in my state of Pennsylvania, you know what they did to grandma? They put COVID patients in the nursing home with grandma. So you, the healthy 25-year-old, couldn't go out because you could theoretically, after work, bump into your grandma and then she could get COVID and die. So instead, you were locked down while they put a COVID patient in with your grandma and she got the disease and died. So the disease certainly was deadly and dangerous, but only for a unique set of population of people that had significant comorbidities or people that were very old. And you can't shut down an economy for those reasons. I could talk about this all night. I'll just suffice it to say this. You're willing to have any conversation when someone's infringing upon your rights that much. Is there a hypothetical case for when the government should lock people down because of a disease? Of course. If some dirty bomb gets launched and all of a sudden there's some horrible disease like Resident Evil style zombies running around, should they lock up Manhattan? Sure, to stop that from spreading. But that's not what the pandemic was. And when you tried to ask legitimate questions like, well, wait a minute, lockdown, how long? Why? What's the evidence this will work? What are some other measures that we could do? What will the pains of a lockdown be? How will that affect people's health? How will that affect our economy? Right? They were just like, shut up. You want grandma to die? Shut your mouth. And now they all want to pretend they never said it. They're like, what are you talking about? And I'll tell you, and again, I'm not trying to make this too political. Another issue that we see like that's like the trans issue, right? And you have a lot of people pretending that they were never like, I have no problem. What do you mean there's a competitive advantage for biological men in women's sports? Now, you might come to the conclusion that you think it's worth allowing those people there. I would disagree, but that's fine, right? But the idea that there was never evidence for a biological advantage is absurd. And now you see all these people like, no one ever said that. We didn't say that. No one ever justified this. Yes, you did. Just stand by it. And it's okay to be like, listen, I made a mistake. Or I stand by it. But what frustrates me is the people, to this day, I'll debate person after person. What lockdowns? I don't remember lockdowns. What vaccine mandate? I don't remember that. And you're just like, yeah, I lived through it. And of course, and then the last thing I'll say from a conspiracy theory angle, when you see that, I mean, that was 2020, end of 2020, 2021, 2022. We're in 2025. We're only 3 years removed from that, right? And to see people rewrite history from 3 years ago, it makes you wonder, do I really know what happened in 1840? Do I really know what happened in the medieval ages? How do I know? I wasn't there. Someone wrote that history too. And if they could rewrite history in 3 years in the current day and age when we have access to so much information, what could you do when, 80% of the population couldn't read or write? So,
right, exactly.
It's definitely, if you're conspiratorial minded, it's ripe for questioning a lot of world events that we think we know.
And my favorite part is when we had to sit behind plexiglass at a grocery store, but then they could load my groceries into my bag. And it was all good. It was all good. So that was always my favorite part. It made no sense. Well, anyways, as we're starting to wind down here, because I want to respect your time, we're at 50 minutes. I want to talk just about you as a person one more time here. And I want to talk about what, for you, what is something you think people get wrong about you? Because obviously you're very well spoken. You're obviously very strong in what you believe. What do you think is something that people misunderstand about Rob, the person?
I guess I'll go with two things. The first is, it's kind of humorous. I think people think I'm smarter than I am. And I think it's because I understand sort of argument structure and I am a pretty good speaker. But I'm actually really dumb at a lot of things, like practical application things. So I have friends that barely graduated high school that could tear apart your engine and put it back together in a day. And I have trouble putting air in a tire. Like, I'm that dumb when it comes to a lot of sort of everyday common sense things. People assume that I'm very well read. I'm really not. It's criminal how little I read anymore. I used to read a lot. But I need to get better. Now that I'm a dad, I don't read near as I used to brag. It was like, yeah, I read like 90 books last year. Of course, they're all 4 pages in cardboard, but still, no one's counting pages. You're counting books, So
I'm doing that right now too.
So that's one of the things. The other thing that I think people get wrong about me is I get very animated, and I'll get pretty upset and like PO'd when I'm screaming about this, that, and the other on my show. But I'm actually one of the most easygoing, nice people that you'll ever meet. For me, this is almost my therapy. When I come on here on a nightly basis and I'm doing my regular show, this is sort of my therapy. It's me talking through things that are in my head that I'm frustrated about politics and culture that I see in the world. And then I sort of shut it off. I get downstairs and I hang out with my wife who I love, and I hang out with my son who I love. And that's it. And I try my best never to bring this sort of stuff into my family life to the best of my ability. For years before I did this, even while I was streaming, for 14 years, I worked home healthcare with adults with disabilities, primarily with one gentleman. So he had autism. And it was, easy for me to not talk about politics in that environment because, people like that, they don't really pay attention to politics or have the understanding of it. And what I learned is that I actually don't want to be involved in politics at all. I don't want to run for Congress again. I'm much happier when I'm not talking about it, but it's always in the back of my head. And so, although it might seem like I'm this maniac person that just focuses on politics 24/7, what you see is what you get, and that's it. If you met me outside of this, you would be like, oh, Rob's pissed off because the Pittsburgh Pirates suck again, right? Like, of course, like as always. And yeah, so I think those are things that people get wrong. It's not that I'm some heartless person. Like I said, I worked for years and years in a field that pays very little because I absolutely loved working with people with disabilities. And, I think I'm pretty sympathetic and empathetic when it comes to ways like that. And I hope that I'm a good husband and a good father. But that's who I am at my core. The politics stuff is something that I do is almost a hobby and it's an interest. Now, don't take it wrong. I sincerely believe everything I say. But that's what it is to me at the end of the day. I want to leave this world in a better place for my family when I'm gone. And politics and culture is one way that I could do that. But it's not the only way. And it may be the least important way as opposed to being a good husband and a good father. So.
Well, it just sounds like, from what I understand, it just sounds like you're passionate. And you actually answer the next question was, are you planning on running for Congress again at all? And you said no.
Not until possibly once my son's grown up. But I live paycheck to paycheck my entire life. I'm doing a little better now that I'm a full-time streamer. But I made the bold decision that I was not going to accept any money in my first congressional run. So I maxed out about $8,000 worth of credit cards, which I finally paid off last year, some like 5 years after I ran. And it took a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort. And now being a father, I just don't have that time or energy. I keep pretty busy. I got a lot of projects going on with streaming. So, and the other thing is just between me and you, I don't really like the city all that much, and I certainly don't like DC. And so I feel like if I got there, I would despise it. But I think that that's the exact type of person that I want elected. From rural Pennsylvania, I want someone that's like, I can't wait to get home to all my friends that work on farms and are welders and stuff. Yeah. I'm uncomfortable around all these limousine riding, suit wearing people. But I think too often what we get is people we send to DC, they get comfortable with that lifestyle as opposed to what they were dealing with back home. So, yeah, I'm not gung-ho to run. I'll say that. I would much rather. Here's another thing about me. I don't need to be the big man. Like, if you think of it as a feudal system, I don't need to be the king or the duke. I'm happy being the guy that the duke or the king could rely on. I don't have to be the biggest streamer in the world. I don't have to be the actual congressman. I'm happy to help the congressman or the big streamers from behind the scenes. Now, if I end up in one of those positions, so be it. But I don't think it's something that I'm like destined for necessarily.
Well, I got two more questions. And remember, one of them is your Mount Rushmore of wrestling. But my next one, before we get to that one, is in 10 years-ish from now, what impact do you want your work to have on people, what you're doing right now? What impact do you want to have on other people outside?
I hope that it illustrates sort of the problem with blind trust in institutions. And I hope that people realize that they as individuals have intelligence and have things to add, as opposed to just assuming that some official in some institution will take care of things. And I hope that the other thing is that people, the most important message I have for people is never get too doom and gloom, right? There are always things worth living for, no matter how bad some of these political situations seem. The things that matter the most in life are at the local level. It's your family. Be a good son, be a good husband, be a good father, be a good neighbor. And I think if you do those things, you're making a change in the world probably better than 99% of people that try to get involved in national politics. I think when I'm on my deathbed, that's what I'll remember. I'll have to answer to myself, my God, and my family. And the questions I'll be asking won't be things like, did I influence people on my stream to do good things politically? The question I'll be answering was I a good husband? Was I a good father? Was I good to my parents? Was I a good neighbor? Was I good in my community? So I hope that that's what people take the most from what I say.
That's awesome. That's one thing I got to say is I taught school for 10 years and I always taught all my students, I said, it costs $0 to be a good human. Mm-hmm. It doesn't cost you anything to do that. So I love that you said that. And my last question, like I said, What's your Mount Rushmore of professional wrestlers? If you want me to go first, I certainly can.
Go ahead. You go first. I think I have an idea, though, but go ahead.
Okay. Mine would be Hulk Hogan, Stone Cold, The Rock, John Cena. And there's some other honorable mentions that I really love, like Shawn Michaels and Chris Jericho. But if I had to think of Hulk got it off the ground to what it is, then Stone Cold and The Rock really took it to another level. And you and me, we loved the Attitude Era.
Yep.
And then John Cena was able to carry it for the next 20 plus years. And he's on his last run, which is kind of sad, but he's on his last run and he really carried off that PG era. And I think hopefully Cody can keep it going with Roman Reigns or whoever. But I want to hear yours.
All right,
this is the biggest debate we're going to have.
Mine is very similar. So I do agree, Cena, even though I was sort of done watching, I probably stopped watching wrestling seriously in like 2004. So Cena's just at the beginning, but I do understand what he's represented. I would definitely put Stone Cold there. I would definitely put Hulk Hogan. Now, I will not put The Rock, even though I preferred The Rock in real time over Stone Cold, but I have trouble putting two people from the exact same era. And I think that The Rock and Stone Cold overlap so much. So instead, I would go for my first love in wrestling, which was Ric Flair, I was always more of a fan of the heels. So I would put Hogan, Flair, Stone Cold, Cena would be my top four. Now, those aren't necessarily my favorite four, but as far as influence from different eras, that's what I would put. And then, of course, I'm cheating and not going back. You know, if Jim Cornette was here, he'd be pissed because we're not going back prior to like the mid 80s and before then. But that's just my lifetime, the ones that I saw that were a big influence on me. So.
Oh, that's awesome. This is so much fun to have that kind of debate for me because I don't know much about politics other than what I hear and stuff. But it is really awesome to hear a perspective from every different person. You're very strong on what you believe in as well. And I appreciate that too. And I think a lot of people can actually appreciate that. But before we end this interview, since we've been going an hour, I would love for you to plug where people can find you, because I know Normal America is a big thing in your life on YouTube. If you wouldn't mind plugging where people can find you and listen to you.
Sure. So the easiest way to find me is Normal America with robnoerr, spelled as you see right there, my last name, Noerr. That's on YouTube, but I'm also at Normal America on places like Rumble, Twitch, and Kick and X. So you can find me on it's robnoerr, I guess, on X. You can find me anywhere there, but YouTube would be the easiest place to find me. I'm usually streaming every weekday around noon Eastern time, and I do a call-in show for about 2.5 hours, and then 10 p.m. Eastern time, 5 days a week as well. I do a nighttime show. So that's the easiest places to find me. Other than that, you could also tune in to The Crucible on their Rumble channel. They have a show called The Extravaganza. It's in the Rumble Top 10. That's at 5 p.m. Eastern time, and I'm oftentimes the co-host there. Probably 1 out of every 4 episodes I'm the co-host there as well. So it's been an absolute pleasure. I can't wait to see your channel grow. I think it's going to do great, and if you ever want to have me back on, I would love to do it.
Well, and the one thing I want to say is I'll plug this in the show notes, but I hope someone that listens to us understands that there is middle ground, that you can have a debate with someone and you don't have to be an enemy with someone. You can come off and be friends, because you said, I have friends that we are disagreements, but we are still friends at the end of the day. And I hope other people agree with that too, because you know what, that's what makes America great, is because we can have different opinions, we can have different decisions, whatever it might be, but at the end of the day, we can still be kind people to each other. And I really appreciate you coming on, Rob, tonight for an hour with me. And it's been a real pleasure to have you. You did a fantastic job. I don't know, you just nailed everything. I had so many more questions already lined up, but I'm like, Rob just took care of it, and you actually answered some as we went along. So it was awesome.
Listen, once you're a year from now, when you're Joe Rogan big, I'll come back and we could do the second half of the questions. It'd be great.
The biggest thing I can say is I have in common with Joe Rogan is that David Landau, the comedian, was on my podcast before he was on Joe Rogan's podcast. So that's really cool.
That's right. Right. So you got to call up Joe and be like, hey, man, come on. You're taking my guest. You got to have me on the show.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Well, Rob, one more time, I want to thank you for taking time out of your day. And this has been another episode of Brews and Cruise. For those who are listening, you can find me on YouTube or any streaming platform for a podcast. Please like, share, subscribe, and 5-star if you don't mind. This has been another episode of Brews and Cruise. Cheers to Rob.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate that. That was fun. Good job. That was you're a natural, obviously, but it was like I had so many questions. I only got through half the questions.
I talk a lot. I know.
That's okay. This is my buddy Curtis that actually contacted
What's up,
you.
Curtis? How you doing?
How's it going, man?
Good.
Hey, next interview, can we get a chair interview?
Yeah. It's, in fact, you can start it right now if you like. It's doing great. You know that bastard Mr. E over on the Crucible told me today, he's like, your chair's too squeaky. I'm like, oh, them's fighting words. Like, you can insult me, but not the chair. Come on, you know.
Well, yeah. Thank you again one more time. We appreciate it, and this will come out on Monday of next week. So again,
Awesome.
I appreciate you doing this out of your day.
Anytime, man. Just reach out anytime. Curtis got my information. So if there's anything I could help you with, I can't make promises. I don't have a lot of connections of bigger people, but if you ever want other people involved in like interesting topics or things like that, I might know some people of varying topics. So
that's awesome. I appreciate it. That's awesome. Thank you, Rob.
All right. You take it easy, man. It's been a pleasure.
Have a good night.
You too. Nice guy. Here is the link to his show. So please go check it out. He seemed like a very nice guy. It's always fun on something like that because it's obvious that he's not someone that's super interested in politics. So I'm trying to stay true to myself and be like, yeah, I think these damn dirty lefties are the problem. But I'm also trying to like be honest and like, okay, you're right. Like, you know, that there could be problems on the other side, etc. But I had a lot of fun. I thought he was a great interviewer. Someone that's doing a good job being an interviewer should probably limit themselves to talking about 25% of the time. A lot of times when you go on and do an interview with someone, they talk like 80% of the time. And it's like, you know, that's not normally the format you would think from an interview. So I thought he did a fantastic job. So look at this wimpy super chat goal. Womp, womp, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, there's our man Curtis. He's a sound guy over there at Brews and Cruise. I do talk too much. What can I say? This is what I'm good at. If talking too much was an Olympic sport, I'd be right there. So, give me a minute to get settled in here, and then we'll start a call-in show here this evening since I missed it this morning. Oh, my goodness. Sorry, I was just reading something funny there. All right, let's read some super chats real quick. Our good friend Jess Gerald. Sorry that the names are all screwed up again. I don't know, YouTube. Says, Rob Noer's the best Noer. Can we get Chair to weigh in on this? When did Chair come into the normal America sphere? No, I've had this chair maybe near 2 years now, would be my guess. I remember buying it. Kokomo, $10 says, what is Chair's origin story? That's what the people want to know. Okay. I have a bit of an origin story. I don't remember exactly where I got it from, but I know where I first saw Chair's brother, and that was my wife's mother. She had this exact same chair in her office. So she used to do dispatch work for oversized loads, truckers doing oversized loads. Now she works at a company that builds modular homes. So she's doing a lot of payroll, like sort of, you know, Excel spreadsheets, etc., stuff like that. So she has an office at her home, and she got this chair, the same model. And she's like, oh, you try this chair out. It's very comfy. And I was like, I need a new chair. My chair sucks. And she's like, well, this chair's on sale. Whatever website or whatever. And that's it. That's how I wound up with this chair. So our good friend Zach, $10 says, lol, he met in person. I got it. Yes, the chair is grandmothered in. Yeah, that's totally true. A lot of fun, though. Chris was a good interview, and I hope his channel does well. I will certainly be tuning in. But no, it was fun. It's weird, though. You don't know how deep to get into something like that. It seems like a fun sort of podcast. So, like, maybe talking about burning babies, you know, at Waco. And it's just like, well, normally we're talking about, like, you know, playoff baseball. But today, this psychopath's going to come on and talk about the FBI burning children alive at Waco. Ooh. Well, what can I say? Oh, look at this. Our good friend Blasterbot, $5 says, $50. I'm sorry. My goodness, what a legend. Says, Brachiosaurus was believed throughout the 19th and early 20th century that it and other sauropods were too massive to support their own weight and dry land, and instead lived partly submerged in water. This was disproven by foot shape. Well, how about that? How about it? Of course, that means we'll owe a Whip Wheel song. As you know, any $20 donation gets you a regular whip song. Where am I looking at? Bookmarks. Oh boy, let's bring on the whip song. That's what I should, So what is it you do? You're a podcaster. I play whip songs? Excuse me? Yeah, I just play this one whip song over and over again. That's how I make my money? Oh. All right, don't be a long one. Oh, rap. Okay. A simple one, huh? All right. Enjoy this rap whip song somewhere.
There's a whip. There's a whip. Where there's a whip? There's a whip. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the land says, nay, 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 nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, left.
Me and my homies wrote this.
A crack on the back said, gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a whip, where there's a whip, there's a way. Crack on the back says, wanna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Oh, yeah. I've heard all these so many times now. It's so frustrating. Oh. There we go. That one's done. Now listen, I promise, we're going to we are going to do call-ins, but this is too much. Let's look at this.
Does that make all of us guests? Because we could all, for one reason or another. So I don't really know that particular argument holds up. In
How
terms
many reviewers can
saying
we get
that-
on screen?
People of different ethnicities
Andrew
and religions are
reviewing,
guests.
Jake
I hope
reviewing,
that answers your question. Thanks for
Jake
the big 50, by
reviewing,
the way,
Andrew
Josh.
reviewing, Jake reviewing.
Thank you for the donation. I
Huh?
really appreciate that. Red
Pretty
Fox
nice.
comes in and says, did you ever find out
Get
what
him,
magnet
Jake.
hands means? I actually didn't. There was a hashtag magnet hands in there, but I've got no
Good
idea.
point, Jake.
Someone could let me know.
Doing good.
That'd be great.
Get him.
conundrum. It doesn't have to be
Yes.
that. I mean, it is the perspective that I take on. I think it's better to just not.
All
mess
right,
with it.
all right. We've had our fun. I just happened to scroll by and I saw the image there. I was like, what's Jake doing? Jake's reviewing someone reviewing him, reviewing someone else. Oh, Jake. Oh, my goodness. Good stuff. Oh, man. I wonder, is there a delay tonight? Yeah, it's Reviewception. Now, what we need someone like Abe Dinkus to jump on and review me, reviewing Jake, reviewing Andrew, reviewing Jake, reviewing Rachel. And then I could review Abe, reviewing me. You see? Brilliant. Now, in fairness, I wouldn't have got a Neon Genesis Evangelon reference either. So perhaps I, too, am not a man of culture. All right. I'm going to go to the restroom. I'm going to give everyone a chair shot. Not like wrestling. The Hassan Cam, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Wow. You guys get a nice shot of the chair. Get your donos in for the chair. You're always doing good work, chair. drop some enlightenment on them. I'll be right back. I got to get my energy drink for the night, so... Oh, let's do the yellow flavor. Whee! Get him, Chair. What are you up to today, Chair? What do you think of this peace deal, huh? Pretty crazy, huh? Peace deal. We shall see, huh? I didn't see a lot of the commentary, if I'm honest. I know Trump gave a speech. I haven't watched it. I know he thanked Miriam Adelson. People were pissed off about that. What can you do? Poor Trump, man. Nothing he could do. Gets historic Middle East peace deal. He's a piece of shit. Yeah. Cures cancer. He should have did it sooner. You know? The chair was being racist? Good chair. Finally, something me and the chair can agree on. The chair stopped 8 wars? Oh, that was Trump. You never know. I mean, it's a good chair. I don't know that it could stop 8 wars, but, you know, wouldn't put it best. All right, super chats. Blasterpot, $5 says, what an interesting fact about Brontosaurus, Chair. Always knowledgeable and articulate. Clearly the superior host. Our good friend Jay Thorpe, $5 says, hope your dog feels better, Chair. Yeah, Dorothy has certainly sat on this chair, so. Yeah, naughty germ. Headline, Trump walks on water, lefties. It's because he can't swim. Yeah. Chair Kushner, yeah. I shocked the chair again. What can I say? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time. Since I missed the call-in show this morning, we'll take call-ins this evening. Now listen, I do have to be up early to take my dog to the animal hospital, so it's about a 10 to 15 minute drive for me. The appointment's at 7:45. I'd like to be there at least 10 minutes early. That means that I'll probably have to leave here around 7:15, which means I have to get up at probably 6:45. That means if I'm staying up until 4 a.m., as you can see. So, don't force my hand, audience. Get super chats in early. Then I won't feel like I have to stay up late to try to compensate, you know? So here's the deal. Possible subjects that we could talk about today. You do have this peace deal with Trump. You have his sort of speech afterwards, which I'm fully admitting I haven't watched yet. We talked last night heavily about all of the left-wing attacks in places like Portland against ICE, in places like Chicago, other places. We could talk about that, the media's reaction to it. You had Chuck Schumer saying that we need to react forcibly, to rise up forcibly against Trump. You got the indictment of Letitia James that we could talk about, or anything else. So, should be a good call-in show. The link is pinned to the top. Now we're still 40 minutes early for my normal show. Oh yeah, the No Kings protest coming up this week. Week. That's right. No kings. Just dementia-addled presidents, right, Democrats? I saw Biden's administration's trying to take credit for the peace deal. So, brief programming note. Tomorrow, I will try to do the call-in show at noon. I make no promises because, unfortunately, if my dog's vet appointment doesn't go as planned, I might not be around for it. But we're going to try to do that show at noon. And then 9 p.m. Eastern time, I will be debating with Alex Stein against two people. Neither of them I know very well. Corbin, and I forget the other person's name, on our DEI hires real. Now, I need to do a little research. Not really, but I would like to get some like specific, yes, here's the actual policy from these 5 companies. So that'll be on the agenda tomorrow. Do a little research. You saw the segment on Primetime 99? Pimp on a Blimp, Alex Stein? It should be fun. So I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I think it'll be fun. Always like interacting with Alex. He's a hoot. So how's the dog? We're not sure. Fine. I didn't see that, Spiro. You said you sent me it, but I didn't see them. Let me check real quick. Oh, you did. I do see that. Nice. I will go through those tomorrow. Good stuff. Look at that. Anyone else who wants to send me any proof of DEI hiring on Discord, feel free. Send it, DM me on Discord or X. Alex Stein is that a pig? Is that a clown? I need to get glasses. I look tired. Am I going to make it to 4? No, I bet I'm not up until 4. But I'll make it. Yeah, my prediction for the debate will be that they tried to define DEI in a very hyper-specific way and say, well, just because companies wanted to hire people of different diversities, they didn't specifically have quotas, and so therefore it's not DEI. Or they'll say, yeah, okay, maybe you're right, it happened, but it was a good thing. Oh, Lavin says Alex is a clown. I like Alex, but teach their own. You know. All right. If you'd like to call in, the link's pinned to the top. I'll routinely stop the show to yell at people to send in more money. Because that's what I'm supposed to do. Let me see, I forget. It's been a while since I've consulted my user manual. Only donate if you guys have money, okay? Thanks for the $2. Oh, wait, no. That's wrong. Give me money, fuckers. Woman, bring me a drink. There, am I doing that right? I think I got it. Mic down to discuss foreign policy strategy. Sure. Whatever you want to call in. I'll only say it once. We do not advocate for violence here. It's against TOS. It is not strategic, and it's immoral. We also follow TOS in other ways. No slurs, homophobic, racial, other things of that nature. We will have a zero tolerance policy. Even if I like you and you're a regular on the show, I hope you'll understand that I have to look out for the well-being of the entire community in my show. So if you slip up, that's on you. Why can't you call in? All you got to do is click the link. Should allow you to call in. If not, it must be a problem on your, with your computer that I wouldn't even begin to know how to fix. So, all right. Having said that, we're going to go in order. First up, our good friend MegaMax. Max, how you doing this fine evening?
I'm doing all right. How are you, Rob?
I can't complain.
That's good. Well, first things first, Ayo chat, money.
Yeah.
Give me some money. I want to see some money in this chat. And
Yeah.
that's a reference to an even smaller streamer that does Star Sector content. So it was a joke where it's like, how crazy it would be like you do a collab with someone and then they just like out of nowhere, they're just like, Ayo chat, money.
Money. Send it in.
It's like, where's that money, chat? But another thing is to help. This is to answer the question of whatever, like, and because I know you got frustrated because I saw the clip of it. It's what happens when some shitlib tries to hit you with the bring up January 6th and try to get you to redebate it. And what you do is you just give them a pithy response that makes them feel stupid for bringing it up. You just go, oh yeah, by the AP's own definition, it was a fiery but mostly peaceful protest. Because at the time of 2020, they had changed the definition of a riot to something else, the Associated Press. And so you can just do that for to protect the BLM riots.
Yeah,
like, oh no, it's not a riot, guys. It's just a fiery but mostly peaceful.
Yeah,
protest.
I mean, there's
we changed what we classify as a riot in order to protect these protests we like. So it's that sort of stuff. Oh yeah,
I don't disagree. The problem is from the clip you saw, it's when right wingers.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
That's the issue. With because that person was like, you know what you should say to them. Well, actually, most of the people were nonviolent, like grandmas.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, and they'll be like, oh, really?
Dude,
wow.
This is it's one of those things. If right wingers just got to accept this is just a drum they're going to beat forever and ever and ever. You can tell a left winger and explain to them via the history and the genealogy of fascism and stuff like that, and show them definitive proof that fascism is not a right wing doctrine, that it is a left-wing doctrine that is the bastard child of socialism and syndicalism. And it came out as a direct rise of the failures of global communism and socialism to bring about the workers' global revolt, basically, where they would all rise up.
Well, I mean, Antifa, Antifascista Action, right? They got their start attacking sort of liberal Democrats in Germany to help Hitler's party. like that was the
not only
start.
that, but it's like when the fascists defeated the communists, they didn't just kill all the communists. For the most part, a bunch of commies just dropped their flags and joined the Nazi party.
Yeah,
they joined the winning side.
So
it's like that whole thing of just accept it. It's a drum they're going to hit you with, and you just need to make them feel stupid. Don't even entertain them with the idea of oh, I'm going to drag you into this long debate where you're going to have to, where I have the whip hand to put you into a position of oh, justify this. Well, don't you know that most of the people there were peaceful? Yeah, but, and then, they, as you did, list off all the various things, and you're just stuck there,
Well, the thing about it to me
dog.
is, the thing about it to me is there are things to still talk about on January 6th, but it's from the perspective of pipe bomb.
Yep.
What's happening with that? Or what exactly was the FBI doing there? Other than that, I don't know anyone who's debated January 6th more than me.
Oh,
and
no,
against the supposedly the best the left has to offer. Over and over and over, I've debated it. So
and every time you've destroyed them, especially when you literally got Destiny to rage quit after like just 5 minutes of asking him questions.
Yeah. So my feeling on it is I do think that it's worth sort of oh, sorry, I'm doing something here. I do think it's worth trying to reflect on things that your opponents want to talk about. That's certainly fair, right? But the problem is at some point when the strategy just becomes, we're going to keep relitigating this one thing over and 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 over again. Now, I'm happy to talk about it if more information comes out, right? Even if it's information that paints Trump in a worse light. That's fair, right? Like, but at this point, what we're just going to keep saying, but January 6th, over and over again, and it's just like, yep, the issue's done. The voters have spoken. The pardons have been issued. That's it.
And it's one of those things of like, whenever they go, oh, a threat to democracy was like an overthrow. Yeah, the guy. Yeah, and guess what? The people voted for that guy that tried to overthrow democracy. So I guess the American people don't really give that much of a crap about democracy when it comes down to it.
Right. Yeah. They don't. We know the Democrats don't. I mean,
yeah, we know they don't. It's one of those things of like, with Connor trying to big man it of like, I care about the Constitution. It's like, bro, you care about a fucking dead document that no one on the other side gives a shit about. And by the other side, I'm talking about the left. They only bring it up as like a corpse to beat you with. The only people, because like a Constitution is a useless thing. It's literally just what constitutes the people. Orrin McIntyre did a good stream that was like about an hour long of what is a constitution, and it is basically just the codification of what people say or like what the people believe at that time and frame.
Right.
Like when the founding fathers wrote the Constitution, they weren't inventing any new shit. This wasn't like some big brain out of left field, like, whoa, guys, check this shit out. This is some revolutionary shit. No, this was just standard Anglo tradition.
Yep.
Thought processes and ideas.
Yeah, it's listen, I still I think that the Constitution is still probably the best foundational document, but it is annoying when people sort of appeal to sort of your book while at the same time refusing to appeal to their state. I use that word book because that's the exact word Saul Alinsky used. If you give me a moment here, thank you so much to the incomparable robot-sounding Jake Rattlesnake, who's apparently calling me Timo Dammy DeVito now. Now, in fairness, we can't all be this handsome, So I was doing a little inception earlier. I was watching Jake. I put on my screen Jake in real time reviewing Andrew, reviewing Rachel, debating someone with Jake moderating. So it was quite the debateception that we had going on there for a brief couple of seconds. But welcome over, Raiders. We're taking call-ins tonight. So at the top of the YouTube channel, if you want to call in and ask me anything, feel free. Promise right after this call, we'll get to all super chats that have came in. But referencing sort of like the idea of January 6th and sort of, just the idea that in general, the strategy that you'll see so many times in the left for where they'll post hoc justify everything that happened, pointing to sort of that one day. And so it doesn't matter. There could be 1,000 riots from the left. It could result in thousands of police officers dying. And their argument's always going to be January 6th. January 6th.
One of those things of like, you could just make the argument that like January 6th is how you're actually supposed to protest, retard. That's where you actually go. You have a problem with the government, you go to where the government's at. Like everyone's like, oh, it's like the real way to protest is to burn down your local CVS, guys. That's how we really showed up, man. But it's like when it came down to brass tacks, which side of the aisle with their protests got like politicians on the ground fearing for their lives? It wasn't, the BLM on my knees with a single fist in the air guy. Is that side.
Well, the irony of the whole thing is like when you talk to someone like Destiny and the debate I had with him all those years ago, like 3 or 4 days into the Floyd riots, his argument was, look, you shouldn't attack private property, but if you have a problem with government, then sure, riot against them. That's the other side of the coin to voting. And there were a lot of people on the left that made that sort of point That's exactly at best what January 6th was.
That's literally
was
what
a
it
riot.
was.
And there was no private property damage, no private institutions damaged, no private homes damaged or looted or anything like that. It was actually, it wasn't even as bad as we're making it seem here. It was a riot that got out of control, largely because law enforcement decided that they were going to escalate it, and largely because there wasn't enough law enforcement there. Nonetheless, even if we take it at face value, at least that didn't result in any personal, private property being destroyed or being attacked. And yet, this is sort of what the left has hung their hat on. They should think that January 6th was more acceptable given their stance that it's okay to go against the government.
Well,
the other thing
is okay if it's going against right-wing government.
Right.
The moment you bring that shit to their doorstep, suddenly now it's actually a problem.
Well,
now this is suddenly not okay.
The whole argument, and you have to view the timeline of this, right? We had the 2020 Summer of Love, Chaz Zone, BLM riots, etc., with countless law enforcement officers that were attacked and injured, right? The left shrugs their shoulders, right? Then you have January 6th. They say that all these people deserve these harshest possible punishments because, oh my gosh, they went after law enforcement. Now here we are again today, within the first year of Trump being elected. They're once more attacking federal law enforcement officers. And what's their argument? Much like it was with BLM. The problem's not the people attacking law enforcement. The problem is law enforcement defending themselves. That's the problem. Law
enforcement doing their duty. They're like literally outlined duty. They have the right to do these things.
Yeah.
I've gotten to the point with this whole thing of just like what needs to happen is just we just need to like crush this stuff. We just need to show Blue America that they are subjugated now, that we're in charge and we're not going to let this shit fly. Like
I wouldn't use that language. I wouldn't say that it's a matter of subjugation. I think they'll
they must be broken.
The people that are violent rioters, that are insurrectionists, not my standard, this is the standard that the left employed, those people need to not only be charged and arrested, but aggressively prosecuted.
Well,
once you start to get swaths of them looking at 20 years in prison, right, then you'll start to see that all of a sudden the street thugs will start to dissipate.
Not only that,
and then you need to start going after what communications did they had? Where were they getting their money? Investigate those groups and investigate the groups that those groups were talking to. Well, once we start subpoenaing Democrat congressmen's phone records, emails, etc., and putting them under oath to answer questions about why they have connections to organizations funding these violent terrorists, then maybe you'll start to get somewhere. Until that happens, this is going to happen in perpetuity.
Well, not only that, but now that Antifa is a foreign domestic terror organization, now we can have some real fun with this. And this is what I would do, because a part of the thing with the lefties is that they think they're in a hero moment. They're like, oh, I'm going to be the brave hero standing up against, the enemy and like in favor of democracy. But that dream dies when you force the screws on these people. Like with Letitia James. She thought she was like, oh, I'm going to fight the man. And the moment the man's now applying some pressure on her, she's starting to crack. And so now that they're a foreign terrorist organization, one of the things I would do just for the hell of it is bait one of the Krasenstein brothers into declaring themselves Antifa again and just, flip a coin, whichever one does it, give him a one-way trip to Gitmo. No, I think or anything like that. Just get.
I don't know that. I don't think that's a good idea. I think that would be blatantly too much, and I think that would go so far that Trump would instantly lose the midterms. Instantly.
Oh yeah, I think
that would be instant. That would be an instant loss.
I think that would be.
It's a bad idea
right there. It's
a very bad idea.
Well,
the laws should aggressively. The people that are engaged in violence or funding violence should aggressively be prosecuted. Throwing someone in Gitmo without any due process whatsoever because they said the words "I am Antifa" is way too far. It's way too far.
No, you just declared yourself as a foreign terrorist, as a supporter, aider, and abettor of foreign terrorism.
It doesn't matter.
It's not cool anymore now.
It doesn't matter. What you're doing is suggesting a PR victory of epic proportions to ensure Democrats clean up in the midterms. That's all it would do. And what would the benefit be? We got that fucking Krasenstein.
We'll do it after the midterms then. Once we
lose the next election, it doesn't matter.
We need to. Well, I'd do the same. Well, I'd more once a Democrat, let's say one of the mayors, pull a thing of we're gonna, not allow ICE to do their due duty. Well, that's aiding and abetting criminal aliens. Arrest them, throw them into jail.
I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with the people obstructing law enforcement being charged for obstructing law enforcement. I do have a problem with throwing people in Gitmo for saying I'm Antifa. That's a bit much.
I don't know. I think
that'd be the equivalent of, well, then Democrats learn if someone says I'm a white nationalist, throw them in Gitmo. I mean,
which white nationalist organization? If it's a foreign white nationalist organization, well, that would be a foreign terrorist organization.
It's bad. It's bad. It's just very bad. I don't think it's
fair
a good
enough.
idea.
I guess maybe that's just me wanting to see some suffer. I want to make the left suffer, not suffer. No, not that kind of. I want you to suffer. I want to see Destiny arrested for his CP charges.
All right. Anything else?
One of the best things about video game music is that you can listen to it all day. That's one of the things that I learned. You could just pop in that Terraria cave soundtrack and listen to it all day. It's great.
Well, thank you so much for calling in, MegaMax. I appreciate it.
No problem.
And hopefully we'll talk soon. I always appreciate it, though. Thanks so much.
Yeah, no problem. And fair enough on it's a fair argument. That's true. But I'm just tired of of us having to play this bullshit game every time we talk about Antifa, where it's like, oh, it's just an idea, like the Taliban. They were just an idea, and somehow that idea brought down 2 towers. Well, 3 actually. Blew a big hole into the Pentagon and killed over 3,000 Americans.
No, I don't disagree. But I certainly think that there's limits as what you could do. You can't just be like, I'm tired of the left, so throw people in Gitmo forever because they say things on Twitter.
Not forever, just 6 months to really spook.
But you have to understand. You have to understand that will be clipped to shit. Look at what Rob's audience thinks. You get it? So I'm obligated to say that I think you're flat out wrong about this. You're just absolutely wrong.
It's like Sargon when he's like, I'm obligated due to where I live in the country of Britain.
But that's not what I'm saying. I legitimately don't want this done. I'm not saying like Sargon is. I think that's blatantly too far. But all right, man, I appreciate it.
All right, see you around.
You take it easy, man. All right, super chats. Gorilla Biscuit, thanks so much for the gifted membership. Bloody Clarence, $10. Thank you. Says, if it isn't Timo, Danny DeVito. What's up, Rob? I'm a little taller than Danny DeVito, but I'll take it. That's why I'm Timo, right? Gorilla Biscuit's another gifted membership. Thank you so much. First person, $3 super sticker. Thank you. And AJC says, oh, man, I thought we rated into Danny DeVito. We just got the short Blues Brother now. I'll take that. I'll take Belushi. Man. Hello, D. Jacobs. Says, hi, Rob. Hi, all. Hello. Why does Dean's name show up regular? This damn @ business. I don't know what's going on with it. All right. The link to the call-ins are up top on the YouTube channel, so you can click on the link, call in. Crucible Crusader, member for 3 months, says, too many grays, need a few more greens. Good to see you, Rob. Thank you. Agreed. All right. Miggy, you're up next. Ready, man? What's up, Miggy? How you doing today?
Well, pretty good. Well, I had one... I got a story for you. So I was coming back from Kansas City the other day, and all of a sudden a deer came out and smacked my truck.
Oh, man. That sucks.
I was going 90 miles per hour, and the deer just came out of nowhere. It was like, hello, bop, just like that. My truck is mostly fine, but the deer is pretty much destroyed in a million pieces.
We get a lot of that.
Oh. And the thing is, my truck is mostly metal, so it just basically just took like it was nothing. Then again, it survived 2 hailstorms that was softball size, so.
Miggy, we gotta get you some headphones. It's so hard to talk to you because it echoes. I think what's happening is your speaker's close enough to your mic that every time I talk, the speaker's coming back through the mic and feeding back. We're going to send you some headphones. But yeah, we have a lot of deer around here, particularly this time of year, a lot getting hit. So I've been pretty lucky in the past 5 years or so. I haven't hit a deer in quite some time.
Well, besides that, I think when it comes to the diplomacy that Trump has put into place, the reason why he's so effective because he has done business in the Middle East before, and yeah, I think he has a few business partners who do live in the Middle East, who has understanding that type of culture. I mean, I hate to say it, like Cenk Uygur is definitely wrong when it comes to how Muslim culture works. They're not a peaceful culture. They only respond to people who have bigger guns and so. So obviously, diplomacy in the case of peace is going to have to be enforced through the bigger barrel of a gun. Well, in this case, having the Middle Eastern partners to also enforce that as well. That's why he wants to have them to govern the Gaza Strip to make sure that that another Hamas doesn't ever come back again.
I think that could be part of it. I think part of it is also reining in Netanyahu in Israel. He needs to bring them to the table. I mentioned this on the extravaganza. You remember the clip where Trump, he's getting into Air Force One or whatever, and like he always does, he's taking impromptu questions. And someone asked him about like Netanyahu had just attacked or something like that. Israel just attacked. And he said, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. I think that Trump legitimately is frustrated at that point. And I think that he probably did put some pressure on Netanyahu. And people were saying that, and I did hear that Trump said this, that the tariffs helped. I think they did. I think what happened was Trump's diplomacy at this point is trying to be like, look, here's the deal. We're not even going to threaten you with military intervention. We're going to threaten you with cutting off aid, and we're going to threaten you with cutting off business relationships and do things like tariffs. And so we're going to be negotiating. That's it. He gave this speech in Riyadh where he's basically like, look, we're done trying to be the world police. Now we're interested in sort of economic relationships with as many countries as possible. He even said this in a post on Truth here the other day when talking about China. He said, look, China's back on track now. Over the weekend, they rescinded some of the things they were saying. And he's like, people think that I want China to fail, but I don't. I want them to do well. And I think that's the message that Trump's trying to send out there. I'm sure it's the message he's saying about Palestine as well. He's saying, we want you to succeed. We want you to thrive. We want you to work with the United States in some way. And so, yeah, I'm sure being familiar to some degree with the Middle East and business situations there, as far as peace coming through the barrel of a gun, maybe, but I don't think it's just that simple because what would the incentive be for Israel to come to the negotiating table then? They certainly had the bigger guns when it comes to vis-a-vis Hamas and Palestine. So I think there was a little more tact than just we have bigger weapons than you and we're going to threaten to deploy them. I think that more likely what's going on is there is some truth to that, but it's also the unpredictable nature of Trump. And that both ally and enemy alike are like, look, Trump might go out like half-cocked and be like, fuck you, we're not trading with you anymore. We're just going to put crazy tariffs up and we're not going to send you aid anymore. And now what? And from the perspective of Israel, the idea that if the United States all of a sudden was like, look, we tried our best, you refuse to cooperate with what we want in a peaceful resolution, so go fuck yourself, you're on your own. That's not a very pleasant prospect from the space of Israel. But Israel's going to be like, and I don't blame them for this, it's a non-starter to think that we're going to try to have some sort of negotiation if they still have our hostages. We're not going to do that. The United States wouldn't. Why should we be asked to do it? And they're sort of right. And regardless of what you think, if Israel went too far or this, that, and the other, like, not if it was my sister, not if it was my uncle that was still a hostage to them, I'd say, fuck that, not far enough. Make them feel pain until they beg to release those people, So I think that the idea of sort of working on both sides of that equation and bringing in international partners that both sides would think that there's some ability to trust, I think is probably one of the reasons that we got the deal that we have now. Now we'll see where this goes going forward. Israel could attack tomorrow. Hamas could attack tomorrow. Anything's possible. But those hostages coming home are something to celebrate. And there's more optimism for the region now than there's been since before Biden was in office, as far as I'm concerned.
And honestly, I don't think Biden wouldn't be able to bring that type of deal because, well, like you have mentioned before, like Trump is utilizing every other leverage. Like you said, he wants to have a big beefy military, but never really use it unless it's absolutely necessary. That's why he is using the economic leverage or other different leverages to basically push forward. But it's basically the Nixon Doctrine. He's basically taking some playbook from Richard Nixon, because Nixon wanted to withdraw a lot of the troops and have the countries to fight their own wars and utilizing economic leverages instead. And even taking the bit of playbook from Theodore's walking walking with a big stick, speak softly or so. And like he is definitely understands the art of the deal, understands like the playbooks of the past. That's why he's so effective. And of course his unpredictability also makes him effective. And someone who has never been in politics, he has never been in politics either until recently. So he doesn't have the long skills. Many of these old politicians that like the Biden and Kamala Harris of the camp, they only just been lawyers or whatever, or senators. They never really been outside besides, being in Europe. Like, what's the most exotic place that Kamala has been to? No, not much really. Trump has been outside. Like before he became into politics, Trump has been around the world outside of like the Western world. So that's why he has more experience with non-Western cultures.
Yeah, I mean, Kamala did have a bunch of coconut trees that she didn't fall out of, but no, I mean, I think that you're right. I think that his business experience helps him with negotiations. The other thing is, from the perspective of business, a lot, I've said this, Trump's governing style is sort of the same way that it would be in business, where he delegates a lot of authority to people, and then he's the guy sitting in the chair in the center of the room, and he listens to one smart guy over here that says some things, and then a smart guy over here that disagrees with that smart guy, and they hash it out, and Trump says, okay, here's what we're going to do. And he has some sort of compromise, or he takes some sort of tact with that. And I think that helps with a lot of these negotiations. It's also different, right? Excuse me. I think that when it comes to a lot of these world leaders, they all act very predictably. So you kind of know what the president, what Bush is going to do, what Obama's going to do, what Biden's going to do, what Netanyahu's going to do, and go down the line, and all these leaders in Europe, etc. And Trump's sort of seen as someone that's not as predictable. And so, I think there's a lot of like, this was one of the lines going back to the intel that we had about Russia in the 2016 election, that there was intel that suggested that actually Russia may prefer Hillary Clinton because of the predictable nature of Hillary. It's not even that they wanted someone that was more favorable to Russia or not. They wanted someone that was predictable. So they knew right up to the line that they could walk and what the consequences would be. With Trump, you don't get that. With Trump, it's like, this guy may declare war on us. This guy may, let us do whatever the hell we want. This guy may sanction us. This guy, who knows? And so I think that maybe that's the way he approached things as a businessman as well. You know what? I'll just end this deal right now. I don't give a shit. I don't need it. So you're going to listen, So I'll give you the last word here, and then we'll get to the next caller. But it's always a pleasure, Miggy.
Well, honestly, that kind of plays into what the hostage said when it comes to Hamas. Hamas wanted Kamala to win because they know they will have more leverage over Kamala since she was more predictable. They was afraid of Trump because they knew that Trump would basically destroy them immediately. And so that's why they capitulated eventually, because they know that Trump is unpredictable. He's definitely someone who will put the hurt in them if he needs to be. But that's one of the things that makes Trump such an effective leader. It's a gamble. Someone that that could end in complete catastrophe or can end in pretty much better deals for everybody. And honestly, that's why we voted for him, because we're just tired of the same status quo, the same predictability that just gotten us nowhere for the past 80 freaking years or so. It has basically caused our decline in our country. We literally got stepped over by everybody, and we're done with that. So that's pretty much my final word. Keep the grip going. Give Rob that money.
Thank you, Miggy. I appreciate it, man. We'll talk soon.
Problem. You have a good night.
Yep. We got to get a headphones sent to Miggy. I would talk to him longer, but it's so stilted because it's like you have to just sit there and wait. You can't really have a discussion back and forth because of the Miggy. Next time, go back and watch this video. You'll see what I mean, how pronounced it is. But no, thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it. Crusader, 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, man. And AJC also with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I'll remind you, you can donate in multiple platforms. I'm looking over there in Rumble. You can feel free to donate there. Also, you could use platforms such as PayPal at robnoerr on PayPal if you don't want to give through YouTube or Rumble. Or there's buymeacoffee.com/robnoerr. And lastly, Cash App at $RobNorr. People are asking why I'm doing the call-in show this evening as opposed to earlier today. My dog had to go to the vet, and she has to fast for 24 hours and then go to the vet tomorrow. She may have an obstruction in her stomach. They're hoping not, but we have to take her in tomorrow morning. So that's what was going on there. But I think she'll be all right. I'm really hoping so. But you know what? The vet, one thing about the vet, money, the vet. It's like, but it's such a cute dog. You're not just going to treat her for free. They're like, we want the money. Give us the monies. It's like, oh, geez. We need more monies. Ugh. These vets, they really got you, man. And like, I'm the type of guy, if I take my car into the shop, the mechanic could tell me whatever, right? They'd be like, oh, yeah, it's your Johnson rod here that's the problem. And you're just like, right? But there's a point with a car where you're like, oh, fuck it. Then I'll get a new car. Don't fix it. But I don't think I'll ever get to that point with my dog, So it's like, they could tell me whatever. Oh, you know what? Your dog needs this experimental pill. It's $5,000. I'd be like, okay. I guess I'll raise the money for that. So, they'll owe me like 100 whip songs, or I'll owe them. Yeah, that's what it's going to be. So, anyways, send in those dollars. So, Dorothy will be fine, in all honesty. I think. But I do appreciate the kind words and prayers for my puppo, Dorothy. She's pretty good. All right, not one step back. Did you leave? I saw you were at your chair. You're up next. He's not at the chair. He's taking a piss break. That's okay. We'll wait. He's next to come on. Why is it doing this thing again with YouTube where it's doing the @ thing? I don't get it. I just... See, not all the names are like that. See, John drives car. Oh, that's because he's on Twitch. That would make sense. One of the names I saw wasn't like that. Where was it? I'm not going to keep scrolling up. Anyways, I hate that. I've been having weird tech issues today, man. It's been crappy. Over in the extravaganza, man, we were sounding like robots the entire time. I don't know. No, EOD, your name's showing up as @EOD. YouTube, those morons. All right, not one step back. You ready? Your back's to me. Maybe one back step. Not a good joke. I don't know. Maybe we'll just move on to the next caller and we'll come back to not one step back. Oh, you ready, man? What do you think? Oh, he's got the headphones on now. All right. There we are, sir. What's happening? Can you hear me? Not one step back.
Let me get my audio. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I hear you fine. Yeah. Can you hear me?
All right, so let's see.
Can you hear me?
I was trying to figure out how to get the audio right because I was like doing a little bit of studying, but it's hard to like lower it on StreamYard. So I think now that I'm in StreamYards and I think we're good now, right?
Okay, I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, I can't hear you now though. What happened? Wait, now?
I can still hear you. Yes. All right. Listen, I'm going to bring Zachary on. I'll bring you back.
Okay. That's fair. I can hear you now, but it's fair.
No, if you can hear me, it's fine. We can go forward.
All right, cool.
All right, yeah, no problem. So what's happening today?
Well, so
now I'm being accused of hosting a boomer stream. Just so you know, that's all.
No, it's all my fault. And I'm in tech too. I should know better. So
nah, it's fine. No big deal.
What's actually kind of funny is I kind of wanted to go through since you're doing that DEI debate, like other DEI hires. I kind of had some interesting stories that kind of led me to my current position.
Okay.
So I'll go through the first one quick. Is the reason I kind of like switched from restaurants to this field was that I was kind of already like on my road to going there with it. And but I was working at the restaurant, and I hadn't really kind of taken the plunge yet. And then I would kind of like talk to people about whatever, because restaurants, you talk about degenerate stuff, like pretty much whatever you want to bring up is fair game, because you hear the most ridiculous things. And so one of my coworkers was talking about immigration, and I was just like, let's talk about immigration. And so we have this debate about immigration, and I'm talking about like, the points I don't like that like hurt the other countries, and like things I don't like that hurt our country, and like this kind of like really nuanced discussion. I guess her dad was an illegal immigrant who's this now, and she's like, well, do you think my dad should have been deported? And I was like, I think people who commit crimes should be deported when they're illegals, whatever. At the end of it, shook hands, right? We shook hands. I was like, hey, like, good discussion. Don't hate you for it. Like, appreciate the spirit back and forth. She went downstairs, told management. The owner of my restaurant comes up to me and basically says like, hey, we gotta put you on leave while we investigate this. And so like, he brings me in one day. He's just like, well, so I think that pretty much basically saying, I think you're a racist. And I was just like, oh, okay. So he's like, if you want to like write something out about like explaining your side, you can do that. And so I wrote like this like 2-page paper, like talking about like, I don't like the brain drain where we don't have enough room for everyone to save the world. Like, I don't like that these other countries were taking all their best so they can't get developed. All these like different nuanced weavings of the position. And he was like, all right, that's reasonable. You can have your job back. And I went, go fuck yourself. I'm not doing this anymore. So I ended up going into tech. I got my first contract, and I worked really hard at my first contract. They had an opening at one of my positions. I had certifications. I was there the longest out of like the people who I was working with for the contract, and I got kind of like put into positions where like, hey, you're doing really well here. We want you to go out to this other hospital. I want you to spend time with these guys over here. They gave me a recommendation that you should hire this kid. And so what they did was, and then they had DEI initiatives that they would like post about in their emails. So they did what like you would expect. They picked the person who was there at least long, had no certifications, had no recommendations, and didn't get offered to do anything. And so I was just like clear cut, like, pretty much should have had it based on like all these factors, like, every single metric you could have hit, like, well, we showed up early. I always had high praises about everything. They picked the girl who was there, and I was there for like probably like 5 or 6 months. She was there for probably like 3 months and no credentials. And they just picked me over that. And I was like, it just like was just so blatantly obvious when it came down to it, just so, you know what I mean? So
it's the same thing everywhere. Now, the way this debate will work, it doesn't matter. They'll be like, anecdotal.
Yeah,
show me the studies. We asked Google if they do this, and Google said no. Even though we could see that they had DI hiring platform, like sort of policies, even though we could see that this massively increased the amount of women, people of color, LGBT, none of that matters, right? Anecdotal. But you're right. Everyone, Scott Adams talks about this a lot. He talks about when he was at a bank back in like the 80s, he saw even then, or early 90s, I can't remember when it was, that he was skipped over for jobs for being a white man, and he lost career opportunities for being a white man. We all know this is true. And despite the fact that we're told the exact opposite, there is a reason that on Indigenous People Day, we remember the great Native American Elizabeth Warren. Now, why did she pretend to be Native American? If white privilege is this thing that, being white helps your opportunities, why do we see people that are from India or people that are on other Asian descendants or others, they're all pretending to be sort of ethnicities that aren't white, right? We don't see people trying to pass as white. You won't see an Asian American trying to pass as white. It's always the opposite. It's always people from these races trying to pass as these other races that we're told are more aggrieved. And it's because it's self-evident that when it comes to these major companies, they are hiring people based on these preferential practices. And I know personally in my healthcare field, I'll tell you a little story about this. I could tell a million stories, but here is one. So the people that followed me know that the nature of the job I had was 24/7 care, home health care with adults with disabilities, particularly intellectual disabilities, autism, and things like that. So I worked primarily at one home, and that home had round-the-clock coverage. Now, I wasn't paid 24/7, but I had to be there 24/7, which meant if an emergency propped up in the middle of the night, I had to get up, punch in, and then deal with the emergency. Nonetheless, if you followed me like a year ago, or I guess at this point it's been about 6 months, I've been a full-time streamer. So anytime more than 6 months ago, you would know that my schedule was insane. I was routinely going into work around 2:00 on Saturdays, and I wasn't getting back until Wednesdays at 2:00. And then the reason for that was each house is supposed to have 3 employees. Our house, or 3 blocks. Sometimes that's multiple people per block. Mine was 1 person per block, 3 blocks, 3 employees. For over 2 years, we only had 2. It was me and 1 other guy. Now, why? What was the problem? Well, there's a lot that goes into it, but part of the problem was we are an outlier geographically from where our company's base was, which was near Pittsburgh area. We're further away. So we were like the only house that was really in our direction. And it's an hour and a half, 2 hours away from the corporate office. They couldn't find people that would work in our house. I understand that. That's perfectly reasonable, right? You want to know what their solution was? We would ask them like, hey, we're getting burned out. We have lives. And they were like, well, we have a new initiative where we're trying to make sure that we hire more people of color, more LGBT. So we found some like LGBT newspapers and magazine in the Pittsburgh area that we've been advertising the job. And we're like, yeah, we don't give a shit, man. Get someone in the fucking house. Now you're telling us that one of the reasons that we've been busting our ass and can't have a day off is because you're prioritizing hiring a black lesbian? And I'm sorry, the town where we're at is like 97% white. Why can't you just advertise in this town? We don't give a shit the person's skin color. And listen, I would say I don't give a shit about the person's biological sex, except, as you may know, when you're talking about people with disabilities, if they tend to get violent, well, if you have a big, strong man that's your client, you probably don't want a petite 90-pound woman. You probably want a bigger guy like me that could take a punch, because it happens, right? And so it's like, but that doesn't fit the DEI goal. So the 2 white men that work in the house, tough shit, guys. You're going to work 100-hour weeks. That's the way it's got to be, because we need to prioritize hiring a black person or a woman of color, you know, or you know, an LGBT person, whatever, you know. And of course, once I left, it was down to just 1 staff, and the staffing ratios were changing. And so now they felt themselves holding the bag, where it's like, holy shit, we need 6 employees like this week. And I kept telling them, I'm leaving. And when push came to shove, they're like, well, what are we going to do? Because even though there were white men that they could have hired in the town, that doesn't fit with the corporate sort of agenda. Oh, we don't want to just hire 5 new white men. That's no good. We've set internal memos that's like, well, you know, so many of our hires have to be this, this, and this. So, I mean, it really does. Just in my little world that I saw, that's not even to get into the fucking absurd HR trainings that I had to take on a daily fucking basis about, you know, the evils of being a white man and, you know, all the, yeah, that's on its own right. But I could see it in my line of work. And this is a job, dude, that's starting you off at like $15 an hour. This wasn't a job where you're making, you know, fucking Fortune, you know, 500 CEO or some shit. So you can imagine how it gets even worse the higher you go. You think that Google doesn't want to hire a minority for their board of directors, for their CFO, of course they do. All of them want to tout how diverse they are. And so, you know, it's just so frustrating. It's another one of these things that the left will yell, source, please. Let's see your source that there's DEI. Let's see, just like you remember for years it was, DEI is not the word, critical race theory in school. Source, let's see the source. And it didn't matter how many times you could show it, source. But yeah, I know your story, it's horrible. And I've heard stories like that from almost everyone I know has a story like that when it came to their particular line of work. I have people everywhere from construction, all the way up to like working for defense contractors and with security clearances and everything in between. I've had people tell me stories just like yours where it's like getting promoted over by a woman or a person of color. And often, sometimes the stories, they were capable. It just so happened to be a woman. All right, no, the shit happens, right? But a lot of times it's, this person didn't know shit. I've been with the company 14 years. This person's been there 3 months. They promote them over me because, well, we want a woman in position of leadership. Well, we want a black person in position of leadership, you know, and shit like that.
Like, you know, like even if it's not the case, right? Like maybe they are the more qualified person. Like, you know, it also creates a blind spot in you and being like, you know, you have to think to yourself, like, Charlie Kirk, is this pilot qualified? Or you were just like, does my family have a worse life because of, you know what I mean? You start, and it increases that division, that kind of like strikes in between these things, because even if it's not real, you can perceive it to be so. And this is why, like, you know, like the perceived evilness of whiteness is such a toxic thing to our, because like I don't really fault them for thinking that, because of how they've been like just like fed this thing. And it's a lot easier to be like, you know, it's someone else's fault, you know. It doesn't get you anywhere, it makes you more miserable, but like it does. I mean, it's like how doing drugs is easier, or drinking's easier. It's like numbs things, you know. I forget about it for a little bit, but it doesn't really propel you forward. And it's just one of those ways where it just like creates more of that division. And then like, you know, then they see these people complain about it, go, see, I was right all along. They are those bad people they told me about in the news.
I mean, and think about it this way, like one of the things you need to do is understand that if things become acceptable in some sort of cultural sense, how it would make sense that it permeates in other things. For example, the Democrats and many people, even people that are apolitical, that just are the cultural zeitgeist of the day, saying the things that are just out there and accepted culturally, we celebrate the fact that this country will not be majoritarily white. We celebrate that, right? That's what the country does. You think that boardrooms aren't doing that? You think that universities aren't doing that? Right? Like, of course they are. It is something to celebrate. When diversity is our strength, then the less white people you have, the better. That's better. You would tout this shit. Even the university I went to, Clarion University, like, I've talked about this before. This is difficult. I'll leave you stick around for this if you want, though. You might get called a racist just for being on screen when I talk about this. I'm not going to bring up my little handy chart here, but I went to a university called Clarion University. I was talking about in the interview I did earlier. It's a small state school in Pennsylvania. Now, here's how things work. These schools, particular state schools, but all universities, they want to tout how much diversity they have, right? So you don't want a student body that's 99% white. That's no good. That's not something that you could put on brochures to send out to talk about how great you are. So the way that it occurs with DEI when it comes to admissions is, we can see this with the Ivy Leagues, right? They lower the criteria for people of color. So depending on the different race, the criteria is lowered. And Black Americans, African Americans happen to be the group at the top that they're trying to get the most. So for example, I forget the exact metrics, but it might be like you need to be in the top 1% of SATs when it comes to of total SAT scores of everyone if you're white to get into Harvard. But you may only need to be in the top 4% if you're Black. Right? That's something like that. So maybe instead of having a 1600, you can get in with a 1450. By the way, still smarter than me. Don't get me wrong. I'm not claiming my SAT was like a 1220. Nonetheless, the point is, so now what you're doing is Harvard may have only took the like tippity top of Black students, right? But now they're not. Now they're taking a chunk, like, right? Then what happens is that next chunk of people that elsewise would have went to like a shitty state school like mine, they're going to more impressive, like sort of like the sports schools, like Alabama or Penn State, or you know what I mean? The tier of schools below the Ivy League. That's where they're going, right? Now, when you get down to the bottom tier school, like where I was at, they still want Black people. So who are they pulling from? Well, it's people that elsewise wouldn't have went to college. So you get a bunch of people that struggled mightily in high school, educationally, and you get people with legal problems, and all of a sudden you're shoehorning them into this little rural college town. So what happens? You see a lot of classrooms that are heavily disrupted, that you have to teach down to the regression of the mean. And I was in classes with people, you wouldn't fucking believe it. There's people that had trouble reading. There's people, I remember the first class I took, right, where, I'll show you this, like, I took this computer class, and the professor holds up a keyboard, right? And he's like, forget about all these buttons. Just look at the alphabet there. And what he's going to do is explain like binary, right? And he's like, each switch is a 1 or a 0, right? They're all set to 0 right now. I hit Q, 1, right? And you could write everything in binary. So he says, how many letters of the alphabet are there? He points to the girl in the front row. She says 18. He's like, no. Points to the guy behind him. How many letters of the alphabet? He's like, I don't know, like 40? No. And then he points to me, and I'm like, 26. And he's just like, yeah. And it's just like, you can see that this poor guy's like, what the fuck is this? Right? And that's what you got. And like, I know people involved in law enforcement in a lot of these universities and a lot of these small towns, disproportionately, what they're seeing is these students of color that's getting into shit. And then think of the back end of that, what that means. Now, the impression that people in my town, that's a very white town, see of black people are people that shouldn't be in college, basically. And they're there and they're partying. So now they get an even more negative impression because you're not getting to see the black guy at Harvard who's more impressive than me, right? But maybe that guy shouldn't be in Harvard. He should be at Temple instead of Harvard, but he got put into Harvard. Then the person that should be in my school that's black got put into Temple. And now we're getting people that have no business being in college that are at my school. And they happen to be there because they're black and because my school wants to say, look, we have a bunch of black people too. Isn't that great? Look at how diverse we are. And now it's a lose for everyone. Now it's a disservice to these people that aren't going to get anything out of college because they're not really fitting in there like with an educational standard. And so what do? They're just there to party and shit like that. It's a disservice to the other people that are there trying to get an education that now have to be taught down to fill the lowest people in the class. And it's a disservice to people on the outside that are looking in that are getting a false impression of what being black's about and what like an average black student's about. All down the list, just like you said, with the unintended consequences of you're like, well, this pilot's black. Maybe they're completely capable, but maybe not. And your mind goes there and it can't help but go there if you're honest because we've had this push for DEI. That's the fucking horrible. And I understand that people want to be like, oh, you're a fucking racist. You're saying black people are inferior. I'm saying no such thing. I debated black people that were fucking way smarter than me that blow my doors off, right? I'm not saying, oh, as a white person, I'm smarter. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, though, when you artificially take people above their station because of diversity, because of DEI, what you do is you skew the entire thing. So the smartest people, be the Asian, white, black, whatever, are now dealing with people that are black that were lifted into that station that don't really have the intelligence to be there or don't really have the ability to be there. So they all kind of roll their eyes and it filters down to each station. And so it's a difficult concept to say. And I know that the easiest thing to say is like, fuck you, racist. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that like you've set up this system because of DEI. Any time that you have hiring preferences, it doesn't have to be based on race. It could be nepotism. Once you start to have things other than ability in order for your preferences for admissions, for hiring, etc., you open a can of worms that leads to all sorts of bad shit occurring. It doesn't matter if it's based on race, if it's based on gender, if it's based on religion, if it's based on sexual orientation, any of those categories and more. Once you prioritize those over ability, you're going to cause so many problems that you never anticipated.
I think like a good way to, I think what might be a good rhetorical strategy with that, where it's just like, well, I worked in the restaurant industry a lot of years, and I always really top notch bartender, always had really good sections, and every once in a while, someone who really didn't work hard would end up getting in my sections or taking my shifts and things like that. And I noticed a couple things like, big rack, flirty with the manager. And, you kind of speculate, and then all of a sudden you find out, like, a couple months down the road, oh, she was fucking blowing him. And it's like, she had no business being there. She was fucking blowing him. He really liked that. He gave her these shifts. She was making my money. I think that might be a good approach rhetorically. If not that I could really give you any advice on that, but I just thought that it might be a good example.
No,
especially the race part.
Yeah, I mean, because, and again, the argument I always use is nepotism because people are willing to buy into that, right? For example, people are like, what the fuck's Jared Kushner doing working in Trump's administration? I agree. It seems shitty. I totally agree, right? But that's how we feel when it comes to DEI. When a company's like, well, we're going to promote black people, and then you see a black person, you're like, well, are they there because of their skill? Or are they there because the company wanted to say, look, a black person, we did it, and you can see it now, like probably the most prominent DEI hire of all time is Ketanji Brown Jackson, right? Our Supreme Court justice, who was literally, Biden administration said, we're going to put a black woman there. Now, do I believe there were black women that would have been better than her? Sure. But nonetheless, when you don't prioritize ability and intelligence, and instead you prioritize some superficial characteristic like gender and race, this is what you get. It's the same with
go ahead.
Say what you will about Jen Psaki. I think she was a liar, but she was talented at sort of that media position, the White House press secretary. She's replaced with Karen Jean-Pierre. Terrible. Not a black woman. She's a black woman.
She was so funny.
Yeah. And so that's...
The Supreme Court justices too, like in their dissertations, do what was in literature, what rolling your eyes is in some of her dissents, and that also, like, you can't even, like, you can't even point them down and be like, oh, look at how bad they are. Because, like, I mean, I think most Republicans would agree. Our favorite Supreme Court justice is Clarence Thomas.
Yep. Scalia and Thomas were the best of my life. Thomas, a black man. And it really is. It's now listen, there is a broader discussion to have about sort of racial differences, cultural differences, all that shit. Difficult to have those conversations, but I don't think you're a terrible piece of shit for having those. But that's outside the scope of DEI. And Scott Adams talks about this. It does not matter. Anytime that you're talking about a broad range of hiring practices or admission practices, and you artificially limit the pool of people that you're pulling from, it doesn't even matter. Like, let's say that you wanted to be like, Asians have higher IQs than white people. And so because of that, we're hiring an engineer, and it has to be an Asian, because we think that Asians are smarter. You're still going to fuck yourself by limiting the pool of people, right? You may end up with some smart Asians, but you may end up, because you've limited yourself to Asians, to have to filling in those last few positions for people that happen to be Asian but would be less intelligent than a Hispanic person or a black person or a white person, right? So you're doing something foolish if you limit yourself based on superficial characteristics to filling in these job slots. So it doesn't even have to get into a conversation of like, race realism or IQ or culture. You don't even have to get into that. When you say we're going to prioritize some superficial category, even if it would be that category tends to be the best for the job. And like, again, like take a group, like if I had to choose one ethnicity of people to build like an offensive line around, and for whatever reason, the NFL was like, all of your offensive linemen have to be the same ethnicity, I'd probably pick Samoan. Like, they're all fucking, like, they seem like huge fucking super muscular. That's not necessarily a negative stereotype, right? But it would still be a disadvantage to have to limit yourself to just Samoans. You tell me there's not a big white guy, a big Hispanic guy, a big black guy that couldn't do that job? Even if you're like, of the 20 best people, 18 of them are Samoans, you're still fucking yourself on those last two. And so but everybody just wants to scream like racism when you bring these facts up. And again, like, I have no problem going into a deeper discussion on sort of the actual differences between races as I see it, but it's not even necessary for these conversations at DEI. The truth is that DEI is racist. When you prioritize anyone, it would be the same if you prioritize white people. That's still racist. If you're like, we feel that, the NBA is too black, so now we insist that, 60% of the NBA has to be white. That's fucking racist too. Even though it happens to benefit the group of people that look like me, it's still racist, right? It's outrageous. We all know it deep down. And the truth is, the reason that it's allowed to fly is because of hatred of white people. Because white people are seen as the oppressor, so fuck them. And now you're starting to see other races get affected by it as well, such as Harvard admissions with the lawsuits from Asian Americans. Because Asians tend to, through whether it be just through culture or also biological traits, they end up performing very disproportionately well academically. Mm-hmm. And so when it came to being the top tier students, they're a disproportion of it. So what the universities do? Well, we don't like that. We have to limit the amount of Asians here. Fuck that. That's outrageous. That's not fair to these people that should be picked purely on ability. So I'll give you the final word, and then we'll get to our next caller. But
the final word is that that leftist stop Asian hate thing didn't last that long.
Yeah, right. It turned out it wasn't traditional Trump supporters that were doing the Asian hate. So fuck them Asians was the response. Yeah, totally agree. So hey, thank you so much. Not one step back. Always appreciate it, man.
Always a pleasure, my friend. Have a good night.
Have a good one. Good call. You know what's not good though? Not one super chat during that amazing call. You rotten bastards. My goodness. What is going on? Goodness gracious. Maybe I'll just sit here quietly, pouting, till we get at least one super chat. How's that? I'm not even going to let you guys see the chair. I'm just going to be an asshole. All right. I can't do that. It physically harms me. It physically harms me to not talk. I really think that. Like, silence creeps me out. Do you ever have like a really quiet friend? It can be very unnerving for me. I'd be like, what's up, man? I said, what's up? But I just get a head nod. I had an uncle, well, through marriage. He was married to my aunt. And he looked like Chong from Cheech and Chong. He was a car mechanic. And I remember when I was young, my dad was like, watch your Uncle Jim. When he laughs, he doesn't make a sound. Instead, he makes a movement. So imagine this big, full-ass beard. So you can't even see like any skin from his nose down. Just complete bushy beard and mustache, right? And like you'd say something funny to him, and instead of laughing, he'd be like this. He would just bob his head up and down and smile. That was his laugh. It was totally silent. And he'd really be laughing sometime, like, but never a sound. It's very strange. He's a cool guy though, man. No longer with us. Uncle Jim, I miss you, man. You're a cool dude. I could say this now because Jim's passed away. Jim was the dude you went to when you needed an inspection sticker slapped on your car, but it wasn't really going to pass inspection. He'd hook you up. He'd slap a damn sticker on it. Didn't matter if your exhaust was dragging behind you. There's a sticker. Get him, Jim. Ah. All right. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. And then we got Zach. It's up next. I see you there, Zach. You'll be first up. I expect when I come back that the Super Chat goal will be more than $118. Oh, look at that already. Keep it up, though. Let's do it. I'll be right back. Me being so United States centric, and for that matter, Pennsylvania centric, I always forget when it comes to little quirky things like that. Like countries around the world probably don't have the same having to have your car inspected every year. And I don't even think each state's like that. But in Pennsylvania, you have to get your car inspected every year, and it has to pass inspection by a licensed inspector. Then they put a little sticker on it, and it's good for a year. It's not as bad as places like California, where you have to get smog tested on other things. But even here, I found out, depending on the county you're in Pennsylvania, there's different levels of like smog tests that you have to have. Where I'm at, no smog test. But if you're in like Philly or Pittsburgh, you have to have one. Not one step back. Thank you for the call and the $10. Says, does the chat not like me? Is it because I'm in YouTube? Oh, it's because I'm white. Yeah. Where are the super chats? It's a mystery tonight. Day shift wasn't here today, so night shift's taking it easy. Taking it easy. All right. Next up, we got Zach. What's up, Zachary? How you doing this fine evening?
Oh, just burning the midnight oil.
Now,
dealing
listen,
with, some
already I got a complaint.
Database issues.
People already.
Before we get started, Rob, I know for a fact this is going to be an extremely long conversation we're going to have. And out of respect for the other people that are waiting, due to how long it's probably going to be our conversation, do you think it'd be best to just skip me for now? I could do that. I can skip you. I don't mind giving you time. I was going to complain about one thing. People already say we look alike. So the fact that you're wearing a white shirt, it just makes the problem even worse. Yeah, I'll bring on the other calls. I'll try to limit them to 10 minutes a person. I know Ulix is going to do a little Mongolian throat singing for us. That was his goal coming in. But yeah, if you don't mind hanging around, I promise. I'm here all night. But yeah,
okay.
I know due to what happened today and a few things that it's probably going to be a longer convo. So
I could do that. As long as you don't mind, I don't mind. That's perfectly reasonable.
I wholeheartedly don't mind.
Okay, then we'll put. I'll make sure to get you in by 11 though. So, all right, we'll talk to you soon, Zach. All right, he looked too much like me. Get him out. Get him out. No, I'm just kidding. So, I know Zachary's heavily invested in sort of potential peace deal and what's going on in the situation with Israel-Palestine there. So I'm sure he'll have a lot to say. I don't know if that means we'll be yelling at each other or just like discussing what's going on. Who knows? Yinzer, you're up next. He knows all about the having to get your car inspected in Pittsburgh area, I'm sure. All right. Let's keep getting those super chats in, and we're going to bring Yinzer up. Yinzer, how are you doing today, my friend?
Not too bad. And so I actually still have my quote-unquote home address in a place not in the downtown area, so I don't have to worry about that smog issue.
Yeah, see, I never knew about it until the old job I had got company vehicles for where we would... Normally, it would just be that I could claim mileage and I could drive my client wherever, but then they ended up getting company vehicles, and it was my job as sort of the head of the house to get this vehicle inspected. So I go to give it inspected at my local place, and they're like, yeah, we can't do this. And I'm like, why? They're like, it's registered out of Allegheny County, which means that you have to get it inspected, and there's basically 3 tiers of inspection in Pennsylvania. I never knew this. And Allegheny County and like Philadelphia County and Bucks and all those in basically Pittsburgh and Philly, you have to have the highest tier of like smog inspection. But if your car's registered in a county like where I live, then it's the lowest tier. I did not know that existed until last year. I was just thought Pennsylvania was different than like California, where you have to have your car smog tested. So yeah, I learned that this year. So
I know, and I lived out of state for a few years, and when I moved back, first person that I talked to getting my car inspected, they're like, you haven't had a car inspected in 4 years. I'm like, okay, I lived out of state and I just never took the sticker off. Like, it was inspected, it had maintenance on it, so don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, it's so weird though. Like I always assume that the world, like I'm such a what's the word I'm looking for? Right? Everything I assume is central to me. So like when I'm talking to someone, I'm like 8 o'clock, I always assume Eastern time. And like little things like that you don't think about. Like I assume everyone that has a vehicle is going through the exact same inspection process that I have my whole life. But not even in my state. Even in my state, it's different. And I have friends that live in Ohio. I believe in Ohio, it's not even required to get inspected.
So I know people buy a car from Ohio just for that purpose.
Yeah.
Just so like they have their car registered in Ohio and everything. Like
it's great.
No, but one thing I wanted to tell you was, before coming on to this, I was listening to Jake earlier today, and I'm telling you, one thing you need to bring up to him next time you go on the extravaganza.
Yeah.
Ask him why he's the kind of guy outside of a slow Tuesday, he still will pound the 3. Like he gives off the vibes that he'll hit a slow 3 on a good Saturday too.
You think that's Jake's game? Well, he's a single man. He's playing the single man game. It's not the same. I don't know what those heathens get up to, but Jake does seem like the kind of guy that's, he's an equal opportunity hooker upper. Maybe a 2 or a 1 would be a bit too far for him, but yeah. I think you're absolutely right.
He has to share the love. He does have to share the love.
Yes. Hey, listen. That's the world we live in now, right? Like Jake, I don't know. I'll leave people judge for themselves. Yeah, there he is, pretty handsome guy, right? And he could make some ladies' dreams come true for one beautiful night. So good for him. Good for Jake. It's funny, we were talking on the extravaganza. If anyone could hear us today, because the tech was screwing up. It was sort of the program that they use, the studio. It's not StreamYards, it's a different program, and it was really screwing up today. But one of the things we were talking about, if people could hear, I was talking about like problems I had with girls in college, like that wanted to debate me and shit. They would come from, my roommate was in a frat, and so these sorority girls would come, and it's a super weird thing when people find out you're a debater and people are drinking, they're like, I want to debate you. I had a friend that he ran a Brazilian jiu-jitsu gym, and it was the same shit with him with fighting. You're Brazilian jiu-jitsu, let's roll around. And he'd be like, nah, man, like, what the fuck are you talking about? So it's very weird how people were. And then Jake basically made the point, was like, well, I was doing other things with women when I was in like college age. I was like, oh, yes, I suppose you were. Jake, you rotten bastard. But yeah, that's Jake for you.
Yeah, one question I do have for you for tomorrow's debate. I don't know whether it was you debating someone from like during one of your chats, or if it was just another debate that I've seen recently. But like people said, I forget what it was. It went along the lines of, well, they were already in the process of getting their like pilot's license. So obviously they were conditioned. Like they automatically jump to, oh, they're in the school, so they have to. They're already somewhat qualified, and like
that was the bus arm guy. That was the bus arm guy, because the problem is, oftentimes what you want to do in a debate is, if there's something that you can't really relate to or you don't know much about, think of yourself, are there similar things that you can relate to? So I don't know much about the pilot licensing process, but I know a hell of a lot about commercial driver's license. That I do know. I have a lot of friends that are truck drivers, and I see how burdensome it is for them to not only get a CDL, but maintain it. And I happen to be aware that there was a lot of bust from a lot of these CDL places in places like California, New York, and other places that were fraudulently giving out these commercial driver's license. And so when he makes this point where he's like, well, clearly any pilot that has a pilot license must be legitimate because they were already in the school, learning how to become a pilot. And so even before these programs were initiated, it's sort of an appeal to authority that's nonsensical. And you could prove it by other commercial license, such as, maybe not a commercial flight license, but a commercial driver's license. And you can see how that's bullshit. You can't just assume because someone has a license and went through the process to get it, that they must be qualified for what they're doing. And if it's true that companies are incentivized getting pilots that are people of color, then why wouldn't the very companies that are training people to be pilots be incentivized to push those people through? It's the exact same incentive structure. So, like, for example, we could, I don't know about you. Again, here's me, Rob-centered worldview. In Pennsylvania here, you had to be 16, and then you had to take a permit to get your driver's license, right? And I think if you're only 16 I'm 41. So when I was 16, I think you had to have your permit for 6 months. And the permit you had to have like an adult with a driver's license, et cetera, et cetera. There were certain restrictions. Your permit was not an actual driver's license. So you got the permit, and then you could drive around with someone with a driver's license, and you got that by taking a written test. But to get your full driver's license, you then had to later go back and take an actual driving exam. Now, in the town I'm from, at the local DMV, there were 2 dudes that did the driving exam. And the one guy was notoriously hard. If you got that guy, it was like, I'm fucked. This guy's going to fail me. And the other guy was like a pushover. You didn't come to a complete stop at that stop sign. No big deal, right? So even from that process, you could see, right, that there's differences depending on who's administering the test, and things like that. So just saying they have a license, therefore they're skilled enough, is bullshit. And when it comes to pilots, I'm not sure. I would have to listen to people, but my assumption is, I don't know if it's a separate tier of license. I would assume it is. But just because you are qualified to drive certain types of aircraft would not mean that you're qualified to drive like jumbo jets or to pilot jumbo jets, right? I would assume that requires a higher degree of education's licensing. And even if you got that top tier license, probably they want the best of the best with passenger planes. And maybe people that aren't the best of the best would be doing things like cargo planes and things like that may be of a similar size, because that's a super important job. If you fuck up, you're not just risking your life, you're also risking the lives of potentially hundreds of people. Not to mention where you could land on the ground, into a city or something like that could be a disaster. But yeah, it's an outrageous appeal to authority that doesn't address the actual problem. By the way, you could do this. Would you not assume in order to get your license to practice medically that, everyone who passed the medical exams must be qualified? Well, maybe. And yet you could see that there are different talent levels of doctors, surgeons, etc. And in fact, if you talk to people in the inverse, they'll tell you this. How many studies did they cite that turned out to be fraudulent that would say shit like this? Well, it turns out people of color, when they're pregnant, they have better outcomes if their doctor's a person of color. Oh, so you mean to tell me there's different levels to doctors? I thought they were all equal once they achieved their medical license. So the entire premise of the point is just bullshit. And he knew it, and I know it, and I hope everyone else knew it as well.
Well, one thing I'll end on this is one thing I've so enjoyed listening to you and Andrew's like Weasley. Yeah, sure. And they're like, no, say you're stupid. Either you were stupid or you were wrong. Say which one you were. And
right.
It's like forcing them to admit like you don't just Weasley Wasley to get your way out of it. And that's one thing I've actually utilized.
Yeah, it's And it's like, listen, and I've been wrong. Here's a time I was wrong. I remember debating, who was it? Casimir? One time, I think, called in on a show, and I think Andrew was moderating, or maybe it was an actual debate I was having with some ANCAPs. And I was like, we don't want things to be like violent like the Wild West. And Casimir was like, have you ever looked into that? Turns out it wasn't as violent as you think. And I had looked in, and I had to admit, like, yeah, you're right. I didn't look into it. I was wrong. You know, I should have looked into it before I said, it's okay to admit you're wrong. Here's a little secret for those of you out there, right? I talk about this a lot, like when I'm doing debate coaching stuff. In the game of policy debate, this applies, but it even applies more in just like conversations in real life, or like debates you'd see me do on stream. If you can admit that you're wrong and still win the debate, that actually increases your credibility. People like when they watch someone and they'll be like, you know what, I was wrong about that. They actually like that. Now, they don't want someone that has to say every statement, yep, again, I'm wrong. That's maybe not the best thing, but it makes you look more genuine if you're willing to admit, you know what, I was wrong about that. And it's like politicians and like debaters and shit like that, you know, streamers, they're hesitant to ever say they are wrong because they think that it's like some sort of, you know, blotch on them. Well, I'm here to tell you, I don't give a shit who you are. If you debate enough, or if you argue enough, or if you talk enough online, you're going to be wrong. Many times. It happens. It's okay. It's more ridiculous to pretend it's never the case. And so in some instances, you just have to admit, like, yeah, okay, that was a dumb fucking point. You're right. That was stupid. Anyways, now can we move on from that? You're right. I fucked up. That was a dumb point. That's it. If that guy would have said that, instead he like dies on this hill of, well, who cares if the foreign truck driver can't read English and can't read the sign on the side of the road that says slow down now, wreck ahead, because buses have arms that stretch out.
Yeah,
I mean, you're just like, can you explain this? And he wants to move on from it. And I'm like, no. You're going to either explain, and it could be tedious for an audience, because as an audience, you're like, look, man, at the end of the day, is this the biggest point in the world? No, it's not, but it's my show. And I'm going to get this dude to admit that he's a fucking idiot, or that he was being bad faith, one or the other. And if he doesn't want to, then the conversation ends here. It's up to you. And that's the sort of, it just frustrates me. It would have been, you know, if the guy would have just said, yeah, it was a fucking stupid point. I don't know what I was thinking. Or, you know, I was kind of misinterpreting what you said, but yeah, I see now. This is stupid. That has nothing to do with it. That would be fine. But instead, it's just like, no. So, yeah, I'm glad you picked up on that. I was steadfast that I was going to make him bite one of those two bullets there. So,
no, I appreciate it. Well, I hope you have a good rest of your night. I hope your dog is okay.
Thank you, Yinzer. I really appreciate that. Thanks so much, man. We'll talk soon. So, all right. Ulix, who's going to be our next caller, gives $5, says, I'm poor, but please take my $5. My sick baby doesn't need that. Now, do you see this? Ulix contributed to the show, no doubt through a like, through a $5 donation so his baby won't get to eat, and calling in. Now, there's a supporter of the show. So what are you doing out there that hasn't donated yet or called in or anything like that? I appreciate it, Ulix. I really do. Hello, great to hear from you, man. $20. See, that one doesn't say at. I don't know why. Says, I want to see another American Renaissance, another wave of art coming from the rising right wing of America. I feel the mainstream left is out of ideas. We need more people to contribute to the wave Sam Hyde is on. What gives? I agree. I want to see more people. Maybe I know some people that are doing projects behind the scenes that are similarly minded. But I absolutely agree. One of the things I say all the time is, how do you convince people? I'll tell you a quick story. But first, thank you so much for the $20 donation. Really appreciate it. It's very...
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're
thank you so much for the $20. The story I was going to tell. Geez, now I forget the whip song. So when I used to be an atheist, it wasn't someone that out-argued me that made me become Christian. It was watching people, particularly a couple people, that were living lives that I thought were awesome lives and asking, why is it that they're happy? Why is it that they're successful? And it was because of their faith. Actions were more important than words. And that's often the case in many areas of life. So people ask me all the time, how do I get involved politically? You don't have to be a debater. You don't even have to be a streamer. You don't even have to comment on things politically. Maybe you're a carpenter. Well, be an awesome carpenter, but just make sure that people see how you're living your life and the values that you have so that it's enviable, that people say, wow, that's the way I want to live my life. That's the way to do it. If you're an artist, if you're, a writer, if you're a painter, if you're working on video games, it's okay to be proud about your religious views, your cultural views, your political views. So often what we've seen is people that are on the right don't want to insert those things or go out of their way to not insert those things into sort of the art that they're creating. And it also happens that I think because of the nature of what art is and sort of, that style of brain, it tends to be people that lean more left-leaning. But certainly I think that you're right, that it's time for right-wingers, Christians, people that are religious, that have conservative values, etc. It's time for them to actually take a step forward and start putting those values into projects that we see that are entertainment, art, etc. Balsania, thanks so much for the $5. Says, any comments on Pam Bondi requesting a members list from gun right orgs? First time hearing of it. Pam Bondi's absolute dog shit in a litany of ways, so I'm not surprised by this, but I will say I'd need to see the specific context to know what's going on. But Pam Bondi should have been fired months ago. So, I mean, what dog shit? Jets Gerald, $10 says, your pores disappoint me. Gerald demands new whip variations, maybe later tonight. Thank you so much, Jess Gerald. Always a pleasure. All right. This is going to be a rough one. Maybe. Ulix, you ready? All right, here we go. All right, Ulix. Now, I know you got a treat for us. What is it that you're going to entertain us with?
I want to start by saying, robnoerr, I hope your dog is okay.
Thank you so much. I very much appreciate it. I think that she will be okay. But that's great. You had a specific name for this. What is it?
So this originates in the Turkish Mongolian region, and it's called Kargira.
Okay, Kargira.
So it's it's like normal singing, but you learn to control your false vocal cords or your false vocal folds. And so you kind of don't activate them normally. And then you can sort of turn it on and off in one breath.
That's crazy. Are you Turkish? Did you live in the area? How did you come to this skill?
I used to work for a retail kiosk provider, so I would drive to different retailers around the city, and I spent a lot of time in the car. So I had a lot of time to kill, so I just looked up a bunch of tutorials.
I can only fake it.
So I mean, if you
I can't do it. Yeah.
If you listen to me turn it off, it sounds like a normal note, like
that's amazing.
It's a lot higher than you might think, and women can learn it, anyone can learn it.
Have you considered joining a metal band or something as a frontman?
I have too much anxiety. I have stage fright. That's funny because I was a musician in an orchestra.
One of my favorite musicians famously had stage fright. Oh shit! Why can't I think of his name right now? So much for one of my favorites. Is it weird how you draw a blank on super obvious shit like this sometimes? He sang Caravan, Brown Eyed Girl. Why can't I think of his name right now? But he famously had stage fright. And it took him forever to get over it. Not Tiny Tim. Tiny Tim? No. It'll come to me here in a second, but yeah, it's weird. I know people that did debate that were like that, that they would be afraid to get in front of people, except if they were doing a debate. But if they were just to give a speech, it would be Van Morrison. That was his name. He would be almost paralyzed. My one friend, but once he was in a debate, it was fine. And there's been singers like that that have crazy stage fright, in addition to Van Morrison, that felt like when they were singing that it alleviated it.
Yeah, I see some requests for the whip song, and unfortunately, I think if I try to sing it, it's gonna sound too breathy on the mic on the headset.
We got to get you the appropriate equipment.
We can attempt it if they're okay having their ears demolished.
I mean, hey man, I think we should grift it. $50, right, for the attempt, for the real life attempt in a Mongolian throat version of the whip song. Now, we can't make any promises, as you've heard Ulix say there, but yeah, $50, you know. Kenny Loggins. No, it was Van Morrison. Kenny Loggins. Did Kenny Loggins have stage right? Yeah, I did hear that about Hendrix as well. But I learned that you got to grift off everything. You know, it's like, oh, I don't know. Rob, your picture's crooked behind you there. $50, I'll straighten the picture out, you know. What do you think of the news of the day? What did you think? Peace talks? Is that something excites you? Or?
Yeah, I just hope everyone had fun, right?
That's the friends we made along the way of the October 7th hostage taking and the retaliations.
There's just been so much camaraderie and, you know, coming together. It's like a second September 11th.
It's crazy. Like, if you go back to that October 7th business, like how that played out, like them literally coming in on like parachutes and shit, or those crazy little vehicles that they had that they were flying in on and just going after concert goers. And it's very amazing. Now, listen, I'm not here to carry water for Israel, and people know my thoughts on it. I think they have too much influence in the United States, but let's be honest, right? Like, just like we see how propaganda could mean that the ICE agents that are being attacked right now, and when they actually then like throw someone to the ground and arrest them, everyone's like, look what these monsters are doing. I mean, what they did on October 7th there to innocent concert goers, and then to act like it didn't happen. Well, it was preemptive self-defense or some bullshit, is horseshit. And I talked about this early and often. Could you, from an outside perspective, say objectively that Israel's going too far? Maybe you could. But that would hardly matter if subjectively it was my family that was taken. I'd be like, fuck you. You attacked me and my family? Go fuck yourself. Now, is that the way that we should operate the world outside of that scope? Maybe not. But again, it's different if it's you. I don't know. If I would have lost a family member on 9/11, I'd probably be like, you're fucking right, we're going into Afghanistan. Of course, right? From me, outside the perspective, I'm like, wow, we're there way too long. What the fuck are we doing here? You know, but if it was, you know, I don't know. It's a weird thing.
That exact flip happened in this. At the beginning, at October 7th, there was a poll done on like the 11th, and it was overwhelming support for Israel going in and invading. It was like in the 90s. And it was,
people think they went too far, and maybe they did. I don't know. Right. But the point
I think it took too long. They spent their political capital.
That's right. And the problem is, right, the constant barrage of propaganda on the other side. Now, again, I'm not, listen, it's a weak spot of mine. I'm weak on foreign policy because I, have my interest. I think that we have no business sort of being involved in that situation whatsoever, other than to try to be a neutral peace broker. But the people that think that it went on too long or it was too forceful of a retaliation by Israel, I mean, all I'd say is, what would you do? If it was your family that was taken, what would you recommend? Should Israel just throw up their hands and say, shucks? Is that what, I mean, again, the problem is Israel was negotiating from the stronger position. And so it's like, you attack us, go fuck yourself. We'll wipe you out. That's what we're going to do. Right? And we might, outside the scope of that, and say, but that's not right. Have some restraint. That's easy to say when it's not us. If it happened to us, I mean, I can only imagine Like particularly like circa like 2003, 2004. Imagine like during the Bush years, if an equivalent thing would have happened, if like Mexican terrorists would have came in and kidnapped, Texas people at a Texas, music fest and kidnapped them, and we saw this terrible footage and shit. What do you think, the calls in the United States would have been? I mean, it would have been brutal. It would have been swift and brutal what people would have demanded the United States do to Mexico. But it was different with Israel. It was, so, for me, it may absolutely be. I sympathize with the Dave Smiths of the world in the sense that they're saying, like, but look at Palestinian children being harmed. Now, there's a lot of propaganda that's coming out of Palestine, but there's a lot of propaganda that's coming out of Israel as well. So for me, I choose to accept this day as a day that at least those hostages came back. I hope that this leads to a long-lasting peace. I do. I'm not certain that it will, but at least today we're better off than we were a week ago today, and I think that's something to celebrate.
One unintended consequence that may happen. So Israel's kind of being forced into the position of taking the peace agreement when Hamas was, obviously losing the fight. But this does also mean that Hamas gets more political legitimacy as leaders. They will be seen more, or they'll be taken more seriously as the leadership of that nation. And so I think they can arrest a lot of power from this situation where they couldn't have before. So I think if Trump has any part in negotiations, that's where he needs to focus.
Yeah. Well, Ulix, it looks like no one's going to force you to sing that song for $50, which is probably good for you. But it's been a pleasure. Thanks for teaching us. What was the name of it again?
Kargira.
Maybe if I got time in the car, I'll try to learn it. But no, it's a pleasure. Go ahead.
Yeah, honey and water. So honey will coat your throat, and I had a lot of sore throats practicing this.
Suffering for your craft. I like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ulix, thanks so much, man. Really appreciate it. Take it easy, man. All right. We're going to get people all over on the Israel-Palestine thing. That's okay. We talk about it a lot in the show. So if you want to call in and say Israel went too far, willing to hear that as well. Next up, we got D-Bar Brock, then I Stand America, then King Jaffe Joe, and then we're going to get to Zach, even if more people call in. So keep getting the super chats in. We're at 3 hours, 11 minutes, and we're only at 47%. What the hell is wrong with you people? What the hell's wrong with me? That's the better question. D-Bar, what's happening today, my friend? Great to hear from you again.
Yeah, what's up, man?
I'm
doing good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. What's happening?
Yeah, so I just kind of wanted to touch on the whole DEI conversation, and I just wanted to add my 2 cents that I can say as a Black man, yeah, I was affected by it because I worked out of a metropolis, of course, and I worked out of a studio. I'm not going to name it.
Sure.
But I just would notice I had a supervisor position, and I wasn't somebody who the company, of course, wouldn't come to me and say, hey, how should we prioritize hiring? No, my say so didn't matter. But to get to the crux of what I'm saying, I would see the new hires that would come in, and the new hires, they would not be up to par, and they would not be up to par even in other facilities. And my job position basically required that you know what to do with your hands. Basically, my job description was I basically had to be another hands on deck kind of a guy. I had to make sure that all any equipment that ran wrong, I was the first to diagnose it. If it was exercise equipment, if it was a dumbbell, no matter if it was a running sink, people were telling me about it. So that's the kind of position that I had. And then I also had a crew of people with me. But yeah, I started to notice, and I've been back and forth with friends on it, going back and forth about, is DEI a net positive? If it's a negative. And honestly, I had to talk with my friend, and I said, hey, look, man, I don't know if we could say if it's a net positive off the board, not even arguing that it's a negative overall. And I let them know, like, hey, look, like, even at my job, where they're pretty flexible and they're pretty stern about certain things. They're stern about you, especially if you're going to be hands-on with machines and stuff. They have to be stern about that because that could lead to injuries. And basically what I told them was, I said, hey, look, the main people I seen being brought into the facility, they wasn't even people of color. They were liberal white women. And, you know, it was no coincidence to me that they fell on the sexual spectrum somewhere. I was like, you can't tell me that's just coincidence here.
No,
and I wasn't even seeing.
They say, right, like when it comes to a lot of affirmative action, that white women have been some of the biggest beneficiaries. I totally believe that. And yeah, I mean, here's the deal. Even from the perspective of someone that's black, there were probably people that looked at you, and I'm assuming, I'll take your story at face value, that you were a competent supervisor. And yet, one of the negative side effects of DEI is people would look at you and question your competency, probably, because they're like, well, if they hired all these white people, white women, that are basically incapable of doing the job because of, you know, diversity quotas, how do we know that this supervisor, who's a black man, wasn't put in that position for the same reason? And for your case, it could be like, yeah, but that's total bullshit. That's not why I'm here. I'm actually competent. I know what I'm doing. And yet that thought's going to creep into people's mind. And it's not fair.
Yeah.
It's not fair to you. It's not fair to, let's say, you know, I'll give you another story real quick. I know someone who is in a job that is a coder, and he works for a company that does coding. And he said that very few people at this particular place are women. But those that were there were actually very good, amongst some of the best people he had worked with. However, the company decided that they were going to basically increase hiring quotas to have more women. And the problem was the type of woman that would go out of their way without those quotas in order to like really learn their craft and they get hired at this company were very skilled and were very competent. But once you opened it up to saying, no, we're going to limit the pool of people to women, guess what happened? They couldn't find enough women with those interests. And so they ended up hiring women that were incapable of doing the job. So that does two things. One, it means that you're not hiring competent people that could have helped your company that weren't women. And second, it means that you're basically just filling these positions with a placeholder. And so that causes contempt in everyone else, even the women that currently work there and are good, that now have to make up for the lack of ability for the people that they just hired to do the job. So now you're doing twice the work to cover up for the fact that the employee that's working next to you can't do the job. And now there's contempt to that woman. So everyone loses. It becomes less productive. The woman that got hired just because she's a woman, people look at her with contempt. The other people, not only are they looking at them with contempt, but now their workload has just increased. That's the problem when you stop hiring people based on ability and you start hiring based on superficial factors.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's kind of my 2 cents on it. I just wanted to share that and kind of let it be known, at least to you and your viewers, that it to add on to what you said, it does affect even black people. I'm speaking as a black guy, you know what I mean? But other than that, I just wanted to ask you on a lighter note. I wanted to ask you this last time, but we only had so much time.
Sure.
What's your funniest debate crash outs?
Oh man, so there's I'll give you two from when I did debate in policy debate in college. Let's see. How about we had a situation where I'll just give you one. I'll give you one for that because I've talked about these a lot. So here's a good one. We're in a national tournament. And we had two teams at the varsity level, the highest level. There was me and my partner. We were our top team. And then my old roommate was the next team with us. So the way the tournaments would work would be they would be 6 or 8 round tournaments. So you would have 4 rounds one day and then 2 rounds the next, or usually 2 rounds, then 4 rounds. Or if it's an 8 round tournament, 4 rounds, then 4 rounds. So this was an 8 round tournament. And so round 4, my old roommate, also from Clarion University, his team debated this team whose strategy was, I can't even remember what the topic was, but their strategy was that the judge should decide the round in the following way. go outside and meditate and ask them who Buddha would want them to vote for. That was their framework for the round. So, the round ends and then it's round 4. So it's late in the evening. It's probably 8:00. You go out for dinner. And so my friend from Clarion wins the round. And we're like, well, what happened? And he's like, I told them that I was Buddha because they started to talk about how Buddha reincarnates. And he's like, so I was just like, yeah, I'm Buddha. And they were like, well, you wouldn't be because Buddha said X, Y, and Z. And he's like, yeah, I changed my mind. And Judge, I think you should vote for me. And the other team didn't have a response because they weren't prepared to be like, you're a liar. So they were just like, well, if you're really Buddha, what do you think about this? And he's like, nah, I don't know. I don't really think about it. And they're like, well, but you wrote previously. He's like, yeah, I've changed my mind. And they're just like, oh. And so the judge is like, okay, since you concede that he's Buddha and your framework for the debate is who would Buddha vote for? Buddha tells me to vote for him. I vote for him. So he wins the debate. Very funny, right? So then it gets even better though, because then the next day they announce who you're debating, and me and my partner happen to be hitting the exact same team. The exact same team that my roommate hit the night before in the first thing in the morning. So they stand up, same argument. Vote for who Buddha would vote for. I stand up and say, I'm Buddha. They say, no, you can't be. The guy last night from your team said he was. I was like, he's a liar. I am Buddha. And they still didn't have an argument. So I won the round. Judge was like, okay, you're Buddha. I vote for you. So they lost to this argument twice in a row. They lost like on a Friday night and on a Saturday morning to the same fucking argument. The same argument. So that was a good one. Another real quick one I'll give you is there was this argument that was prolific in the debate community. Everything's negotiable in policy debate. The rules are negotiable, right? So there are bare minimum rules that you're supposed to meet. For example, there's rules for how you're eligible for the debate in the first place. You have to be enrolled at a university. You have to, depending on the division you're in, there's eligibility requirements, etc. There's time frames. One of the rules of debate is that a judge has to sign a ballot for a winner, and he has to give speaker points to each of the 4 participants. But that part about signing the ballot's very important. That means that no matter what, no matter if the judge thinks 100% this was a complete and total tie, does not matter. The rules say the judge has to fill out a ballot and declare a winner. That's the way it is, right? So in challenging this, there were teams this one particular year that started running this argument that was called steal the ballot. And their argument was something to the effect of challenge authority, fuck authority figures. We're not going to let the judge vote. We will steal the judge's ballot and then sign his name for him. And that's us fighting the man. Right? Now, this is a bullshit argument for various reasons. And yet, this was an argument that people were running. So a team of ours that was the JV team, a good friend of mine from Clarion University as well, he walks into a room and this team's running the steal the ballot argument. So as they're making their argument, they're up there, blah, 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 making their, you talk as fast as humanly possible. They're talking about the need to steal the ballot and we got to be able to do this and fight position of authority, blah, blah, blah. Now they have 9 minutes for their speech. And my buddy just walks up and grabs the judge's ballot while they're making this argument. And he fills it out and declares himself the winner. And the other team's like, we were the ones that were going to steal the ballot. He's like, no, I'm persuaded. You're right. We should steal the ballot. We just did. And that was it. Both sides have agreed stealing the ballot's a good thing. My friend's team stole it first, and he took it into the room and was like, here you go. And the judge just threw up his hands and was like, okay, sounds good to me. So my buddy won because he stole the ballot first. But yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of crazy shit that can occur in policy debates. So I have a billion stories that I was either directly involved with or that other people, rounds that I'm familiar with. Everything from people stripping nude. I had a person throw a chair at me one time for an argument called threat construction. They shut the lights out and threw a chair at me. There was a lot of teams that were smashing people in the face with pies. All kinds of crazy shit. It gets into what's called performative debate, right? And so it's less about the arguments you're making and more about the performance you're giving. So you would be amazed at some of the crazy shit. But I'll save those stories for another night. D-Bar, I appreciate the call, man. I really do.
Appreciate you too. Thanks for having me on.
All right, no problem. Yep. All right. I have to fill up my water jug again, and then we're going to go to I Stand America, King Jaffe Joe, then Zach. So keep getting those donos, and we're almost to 50%. Almost. You have to admit, though, this is a wimpy performance for Night Crew. Just saying. It's a little wimpy tonight. It's okay. I'm still preaching him. Get him, chair. Give him the business chair. One thing I'll mention real quick about debate that maybe people don't realize. Now, it's a judge's preference to do whatever they want in policy debate. You know, you're supposed to follow a criteria, but if the judge sort of is like, fuck you, I'd vote for this team because I like them and I don't like you, there's not really much that could be done in the moment. One of the things that most judges would agree with, and this was certainly my philosophy, if both sides agree to something, no matter how ridiculous or untruthful it is, you're sort of beholden to agree with it. So, for example, if a team stands up and says, nuclear bomb detonating wouldn't harm anyone, and the other team says, we agree, it doesn't matter what I think I know about nuclear weapons. Wouldn't matter. You're just like, okay. And I've had that situation play out. I judged a debate once where they were talking about the nation of Vietnam, and a team made an argument about shipping lanes around Vietnam. And the other team stood up and said, no, there are no shipping lanes. Vietnam's landlocked. And the team said, oh, okay, you're right. Now, I know that's wrong, but how am I supposed to evaluate that as a judge? So it's a weird thing. All right, I Stand America. You ready to go, sir? Oh, super chats real quick. Ulix, $5. Thank you. Says, tell the Chrysco if they'd like a mediocre songwriter and throat singer for anything that you know a guy. Thank you. And Jess Gerald, $10 says chair. 51% of our goal. So we like that. All right. I Stand America. What's happening today, my friend?
Hey, Rob. How's it going?
Doing very good. How's it going?
Okay. Can you hear me okay over the AC? I got the AC on right now.
It's popping a little, but I don't think it's the AC. I think you're fine.
Okay. Yeah, it's still a little hot in my Allegheny County. I'm in PA. So.
Oh, there you go. All right. Yeah, I got my AC on. I got it set to 68, but it's a little warm up here. I just turned the furnace on, so the heat rises, so it gets a little warm up here. So.
That's what I got to do because it's starting to get a little colder since it's October. But yeah, so I had mainly two topics I wanted to ask you about.
Sure.
There were clips of Joe Rogan making the rounds for a few days now. I don't know if you saw it. Basically, he was talking about the ICE thing, like how they treat illegal immigrants. Some of them, mainly the ones that have been here like 20 plus years. His argument was that they were treating them like cruelly and unjustly and stuff like that. I kind of just wanted to get your thoughts on what you think his thought process was there. And
well, I mean, Joe's a lefty, right? So he fled California because of the policies that he advocated for. And then he goes to a place like Austin or wherever he's at in Texas there, and then wants to bring some of his same shitty ideology. It's really amazing because Joe could see how the media misrepresents things. So let's take it step by step. One of the things he talks about there is how women getting thrown to the ground and handcuffed, but so many of those stories are bullshit. For example, the one we saw with the woman who worked for WGN, it turned out what she did was she threw a beverage at law enforcement's vehicle as they were speeding by, and she was arrested for that. Much like I would be, or my wife would be, or hell, even a child would be arrested, because it's very dangerous to throw things at vehicles that are going, trying to impede them or causing them to swerve, which could cause a serious accident. That would be a crime to do it to a regular car, let alone law enforcement. And yet Joe will take the bait, hook, line, and sinker and be like, oh my goodness, it's disgusting. They're handcuffing this woman. As far as the idea of people that have been here 20 years, what did he expect? He voted for the person that promised to deport these people. His own rationale shows exactly why deporting people like this are necessary, where he says that, you know, both in this clip and other clips about, yeah, the open borders were bad. Right. There was a specific agenda to push the open borders. And the problem is that agenda will never change by those people unless there are significant changes that occur. Now, we could see in the 1980s with Reagan that the deal that Democrats gave was, listen, if you just give amnesty to the illegals that are already here, then we'll secure the border and make sure more don't come. How'd that work out? 30 million, 40 million illegals? We don't even know at this point how many came. So the problem is, what you do is you start making it so these people are incentivized to leave on their own. Then, once they leave, if they were really beneficial to the country and they want to institute the proper channels to come back in, so be it. But the law must be upheld. Our empathy went out the window when it was exploited to the tune of 10 million or so that came in under Joe Biden. We could no longer do this, because the problem is, as soon as you say, okay, Abuela could stay, she's worked here hard for 20 years, they'll say, and what about her husband? And what about her children? And what about her cousins? And what about her aunt? And what about her uncle? And what about this person? What about this person? What about, and now you're in the exact same position that you were in. And so, unfortunately, our empathy well has ran dry because they've taken advantage of this over and over again. And Rogan should know this, that things are being misrepresented, because it happened to him specifically when it came to them claiming that he was taking horse dewormer paste and all of this shit.
Yeah, well, the problem is when you, like you said before, you're saying earlier, that it's like an incentive structure. If you say, hey, this person could stay, then why can't their like spouse stay, or their children stay, or their friends stay, their close friends that may come over too? People getting trafficked over, why can't they stay if they?
Well, and that's just the point. Like, okay, so if you're someone thinking of making the trip from Venezuela, and you look and you say, okay, they're going to allow the people that were there to stay, right? But they're shutting the border now. You're going to say, I'm still going to try to get in, because if I get in and keep my head down for 2 years, guess what? 2 years from now, when they try to deport me, there'll be some dude like Joe Rogan going, have a heart. This person's a hard worker. How could we deport them now? So you need to make it clear to the rest of the world. Like, a lot of the study, like, it's so hard to look at the studies, the numbers, and all of this shit, but something that appears to be credible is huge swaths of people are victimized that are trying to cross into the border by cartels. You see Amnesty International, for example, said 1 in 3 women trying to cross the border are victims of SA. You see people that are being trafficked in various ways. How do you stop that from occurring? Well, one, you could try to fight the cartels, but the other thing you do is stop providing an incentive for people to come in the first place. Then they never are at option to be victimized by these terrible organizations. And one of the ways you stop the incentive is to make it known, even if a Democrat administration comes in and opens the border in the next 4 years, we're going to kick your ass out when we get back in there. We're not going to listen to you say, oh, but I'm one of the good ones. I'm a hard worker. But no, there is a proper way to do it. And if the Democrats decide every time we get in power, we're going to open the border and allow them to flood in, that's on them. We'll try our best to argue that it's illegal. We'll fight it in court, etc., etc. But just know, if we get back into power, we are going to go through a legal mechanism to kick your asses all right back out. And that doesn't mean you're a terrible person. Right? I understand that maybe you had your reasons for coming and you are a good person, but you shouldn't look at me. You should look at the Democrats, that they didn't give a shit about you, and they imported millions upon millions of people that were illegal and smiled all while doing it and gaslighting us, saying the border was secured. And it got even worse to record levels under Joe Biden. And with the snap of a finger, almost seemingly, Trump was able to secure the border within a month or two when he came into office. This was intentional. Joe Rogan knows it was intentional. So you'd think he would be more sympathetic to understanding, look, these ICE agents aren't terrible people. They're doing what is necessary because of the impossible situation that they were put in by Democrats.
Yeah, well, and also too that there's like second and third order effects to this too. Like if you basically let whoever the hell you want to come over. There's going to be, like, for example, the hundreds of thousands of kids being trafficked, and legal immigrants stealing people's jobs to some degree, and then they're not subject to labor laws, so they themselves can be overworked and underpaid, which leads to lower quality life not only for us but for them as well. So
I totally agree. And then there's other, not one step back earlier was talking about the concept of brain drain, right? So what happens is, like, let's say you're a talented person in, Venezuela, right? And instead of staying there and using your talents to benefit your country, you're like, fuck it, I'll just come into the United States, right? And if I can't get in through a legal mechanism, I'll just go in illegally. And by the time they catch me, I'll say, look at how beneficial I am. Well, you've taken that person from this country. Now, I have no problem in the concept of doing that in a legal mechanism to a degree. If we could say in limited numbers that importing people would massively increase the livelihood of the rest of us in the United States because they're exceptional people, so be it. As long as they're willing to fit in with our culture and not bring their own cultures that don't jive with ones we have here. That's fine. I could be talked into that. The problem is when you allow mass amounts of illegals through loopholes where you just say, well, we won't enforce the law, or we'll make it so that anyone could be coached to say, I'm here for amnesty, and therefore to use our legal system would mean that they have to stay here for years and years. The problem is that it means that inevitably we will be flooded. We can see right now what's happening with the UK, and that's what will happen in the United States. I debated this lawyer Chrysco one time about it, right? And I asked him, I said, if we gave every illegal the due process that you're recommending that we give them, how long do you think it would take to deport the 10 million illegals or whatever that came under Joe Biden? And he said something effective like 22 years. 22 years. And that's the plan. The plan is, again, it's the Saul Alinsky tactic of force them to live up to their own rule book because it's not possible. So if their rule is every inquiry needs to be responded with a letter, then make 1 million inquiries. Make them write 1 million letters. And that's the idea. We'll allow these people to come in, and then we'll act like it's not occurring. And then once we see that they came in, we'll say, well, now it would be impossible to kick them out. So you have to just let them stay. And that's what they'll do next time. And that's what they'll do the time after that. And the argument they'll make is like, no, we promised we'll secure the border. We tried that under Reagan. We tried it. You lied. You lied because there's an incentive to sort of open the borders because you want to displace the population that's already here. You want reliable voters that will be people that rely on the government. And you want sort of an erosion of national boundaries around the world so that we could get to sort of a more monolithic one world government that you seek to have. That's what your corporate donors want. That's what you want. And we can't play with that lie anymore. At some point, it becomes too late, like it probably is in the UK right now. And that's the future we're looking at. If we go with the Joe Rogan, well, just let these people stay. And then, ironically, without batting an eye, Joe Rogan, I saw a clip from him today. I'll be like, it's so obvious what they're doing in the UK, weaponizing the immigration system to change that country. It's so obvious. But not here, right, Joe? Here, it's different. If Joe was in the UK, he'd be saying, hey, we can't kick these people out. Have a heart. Have some compassion. It's bullshit.
Yeah, there's, I guess, cognitive dissonance on his end about that. But anyway, the second thing I wanted to touch on, this is a little inconsequential compared to what I said before, but I don't know if you saw the Batman drawing with the, he was putting like an ice guy in a sleeper hold. Yeah, it was some DC writer, I think, that did that. I can't remember the name of it. As somebody that's like a huge fan of Batman, I played all the Arkham games. I've watched a few of the animated movies and some of the TV shows. I just find it very weird that these people like taking like fictional characters, superheroes, and like twisting their mindsets into something that fits their narrative for something that's like politically expedient. I find that very like.
They would have their Batman. I can't take credit for this. I saw someone said this, that their version of Batman would break out Bruce Wayne's father's killer, right? He would go into jail. He wouldn't become the vigilante Batman. Bruce Wayne would have advocated for releasing the killer. It's a joke. These people, one thing that they're very good at is using the entertainment industry to shoehorn in their culture and their politics, right? And so they're very good at being able to do that sort of stuff. And the irony is, though, when they go too far and they'll make characters that they think exhibit the evilness or the terribleness of conservatives, they end up making things that are just objectively cool, like Helldivers, right? Or, I forget the name of the director that took basically a book in Starship Troopers that was about sort of, saying that you had to serve the country to be a citizen and et cetera, and was like sort of glorifying that. And Vanderhoven, I think it was Paul Vanderhoven, and it was like, we'll make it the opposite. And it looks cool as shit. Like you're like, fucking A, man, the Starship Troopers look cool as shit. So it does sometimes work against them where they try to go over the top with it. And it's like, yeah, you just made us look cool. It's like, they do this all the time. They're so bad at memes. They make like the fat JD Vance meme, and it's like, haha, and we're all like, yeah, it's based. Great. That looks awesome. And they're like, oh, you can't do that. So, yeah, I mean, the idea, I'm not going to get into the lore of Batman or anything of that nature, but yeah, I mean, it's clearly designed for people to rewrite characters to shoehorn in their modern political philosophy and cultural philosophy. And what is their modern political and cultural philosophy? They lied when they told you that there was no border crisis. They lied when you told you that it wasn't about replacing people and that they would never have the right to vote. And now they're coming out with the truth. It's inhumane to deport these people. They must be allowed to stay and have a pathway to citizenship, which was always the intent. And they called you a racist liar for noticing. And now they're coming right out with it. And they're going to say, oh, that's what Batman would do. Superman was an immigrant. That's what he would do. Then I don't give a shit. I don't care to argue with you about your fictional characters. And it's fitting that now I'm not saying that there's not power in using fictional characters for this sort of thing, because there is. But it's fitting because most of these people view themselves as fictional characters themselves. They're LARPing their way through life. They truly feel that they're Batman and we're the Joker or we're Two-Face. And so therefore anything's justified, except they wouldn't be Batman because one of Batman's only rules is to not kill people. And that's a bridge too far for them. They have to have that one on the table. So I guess they'd be more like the Punisher is how they would look at it as opposed to Batman. But
yeah, just and this is the last thing because I know you got other callers. The irony of it is these are the people that just a few years ago were calling a Batman a cop-loving fascist who beats up on, poor defenseless homeless people. And so, I guess it just depends on where the political climate is of where their opinion stands on these kind of heroes.
Yep. Same with Captain America. They did the same shit with Captain America, right? Like yeah, it certainly is. And look, ask yourself this. How are people enjoying the new way that these comic book characters are portrayed? They liking it or not, the more woke shit gets put in. Turns out they're not liking it, And so, I mean, I think people are speaking up and they're tired of being patronized. They're tired of being told no, this is the way it is and you're evil and it's black and white and it's not. It's absolutely not. So, hey, I appreciate it. I Stand America. It's nice to have a fellow Pennsylvanian in Yinzer. All of a sudden, I like your shirt, the Cena shirt.
Yeah, it's John Cena fan.
Yeah, that's awesome. I don't know if you saw my interview earlier with Brews and Cruise, but we were talking about our Wrestling Hall of Fame. And I definitely have Cena as one of my top 4 on there. So,
yeah, he's beyond just my favorite wrestler and one of my role models.
Yeah? Have you ever met him?
No, I really would have liked to meet him, though, if I could. But, since this is last year in professional wrestling, I don't think I'll ever be able to. But
well, yeah, but you don't know. I'm sure he'll still be at wrestling events and stuff, so you still might get a chance.
I really hope so. But thanks, Rob, for having me on.
Anytime, man. Thank you. I really appreciate it. All right. So I see we got more callers coming in. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to King Jaffe Joe. Then we're going to go back to Zach. Zach and me are going to have probably a quite lengthy conversation. I think Zach said probably around 15, 20 hours is about the length of our conversation. No, I'm just kidding. It probably won't be 15 hours. But just to let people know, that's where we're going, because I did tell him I'd get him in by 11. It's 11:24, so you can tell how good I am at time management. So let's go with King Jaffe Joe next. Then we're going to go to Zach, then Chrysco, Captain Phoenix, and Bladeworks after that. And if we get more calls, we'll stay up. But only if you rotten bastards are donating money. I'm just kidding. I'll get to all these calls anyways, but I have to pretend, Send in money. The mods, they keep me on this little 2x2 chair, and they put a shock collar on me if I'm not asking for money. So we don't want to see that. So please, please, please consider sending in some super chats, etc. All right. What's up, King Jaffe Joe? How you doing this fine evening?
I'm doing good, my friend. How about yourself? How are you?
Doing good. Real quick, let me say, Dean Jacobs, thank you so much for the 5 memberships. Really a pleasure, Dean. I'm doing very good. My dog's a little sick, but I'm hoping to get that resolved tomorrow and go in a positive direction. So pretty good. Can't complain at all.
Yeah, I do. I just want to say that does suck. I do have a pet myself, and I haven't took her to the vet in a while because I've been traveling in New York on work. So I'm back, so I need to take her now. So I do sympathize with you there. I was watching your stream the other day, and what happened to Joe Rogan, man? Like, he's always seems to be on the fence. One minute he's for Trump, next minute he's like, have a heart. I'm like, Joe, come on, buddy. Like, would you rather the left be in power, let all these people in? It's very interesting.
Yeah, I think that Joe. I think part of what's going on with Joe is that he has a lot of friends from various political alignments, and that's not a bad thing. But I think that what he feels is that there's a lot of people that are like, he feels that he needs to continue to be somewhat of a centrist. He doesn't want his brand to be like, yeah, at this point, I'm just right wing. I'm a Trump supporter. So he wants to be someone that could push back against Trump. And he feels that one of the ways is, hey, I have a big heart. And why are we kicking out these people, like this? And why are we handcuffing people this hard, et cetera, et cetera? And I think it's a sign of sort of intellectual weakness and cowardice that he's doing this. But I think he thinks he's doing it for the right reason, that he doesn't want to come across as too extreme. And I think it's a mistake. And it will, not only would it be the wrong move to be made for our system here, but I think it's also a mistake that you give an inch to these lefties and they're going to take a mile. And so it'll never be enough. Joe's not going to get in people's good graces. It's enough if he has legitimate friends that are on the left wing to just say, like, look, I disagree. And that's that. If you still want to be my friend and still want to hang out, fine. Otherwise, I don't know what to say. So that's what I think's going on with him, though.
Yeah, I think it's very strange because, just to clarify, do you say that he wants to be a centrist?
Yeah, I think that he wants to come across as someone that's not partisan, that he could criticize both sides, and he's not fully. And to be fair, I think that he is a left winger who's just the left has left him, and so he doesn't want to be lumped in as totally a right winger. Is what I think.
Yeah, I just find that strange because it's like, Joe, I mean, you had him on your podcast, and if we're to be honest, I think the podcast was pretty much pushed Trump over the edge to win the election, right? Because he sat down, he looks like a normal person, and Kamala couldn't do that. She did, 25 minutes with that guy on Fox News, and she just crumbled after 15, 20 minutes. So I understand he wants to have a heart, but it's like, Joe, does this make sense for you to say that, oh, well, they're just arresting people? No, they're arresting illegal immigrants, right? Mm-hmm. And how many of these people can we take care of, right?
Well, and here's the thing, like any time that you have a mass amounts of arrest or police action, there will be mistakes. There will be shitty police officers that'll do shitty things. That's all true. The problem is when you create a massive problem where you're talking about tens of millions of people needing to be deported, like what are you supposed to do? Every time we see any incident that could remotely be put, now it so happens that almost every single one that they're highlighting is bullshit, and provably so. And Rogan should understand this because he sees how he was smeared by biased media. But eventually there'll be one that isn't. There will be someone that gets slammed to the ground that didn't do anything and gets arrested, and it'll take 3 or 4 days, and they'll be like, "Oops, our bad." Or there will be a shitty police officer that does something intentionally shitty. It'll happen, and then what? We're supposed to just say, "Well, never mind. Forget what we voted for. Forget the deportations." No, I'm sorry. The problem, yes, the individual police officer that acts inappropriately, certainly we could criticize, right? But the real problem lies with the people that encourage this problem to get so bad, knowing that eventually we would have one of two options, which is just to throw up our arms and say, well, there's nothing we could do. It would be too hard to do it, or do the hard thing. And they're betting on the hard thing would be unpopular with the American people. They think that they will be able to show sympathetic images of a man being taken away in handcuffs as his children cry and say, see, look what we're becoming, America. And people like Joe Rogan will go, my goodness, this is terrible. That's what lets them use these open border type policies, because they're betting, listen, the other side will not have the cultural will to actually go through with this. And when the politicians try to do it, the people will say, ooh, I feel icky. Now I'm going to vote against this. And so therefore we'll get back into power and we'll be able to keep pushing it. It's the same thing. They do this all the time. And they're so good at controlling a narrative. They do it with abortion politics. They've successfully framed abortion as, but what if a young girl, is molested by her parents? Would you force that child to come to term, right? the right's so bad at pushing back with the the defensive answer to that is no matter what the tragic circumstances of a life being created, we should not be allowed to snuff out a life because of that. Similarly, if it was that sort of situation and the child was already born and was 2 days old, and the mother made the claim that, listen, because of the tragic circumstances of the creation of that child, just knowing that it still exists will be a constant memory of that terrible day when this happened to me, so the child needs to die. Would we kill the child? No, mostly people would say, of course not. That's wrong. Right. So the argument is, when does it become a life? We shouldn't be allowed to extinguish it just because the circumstances of the creation of that life were tragic. And that's now the offense argument is, you people think that we could exterminate these children literally the day before abortion. I'm willing to bet if that was how it was phrased, the majority of American people would agree more with the right side of the issue on abortion than with the left. But the right's very bad at shaping narratives, and part of it's because of the institutional control of the legacy media, etc. That's why they're so scared of someone like Elon Musk. As bad as Trump is for them, Elon Musk is worse. Elon buying Twitter was worse than Trump winning the presidency for them, because they had a near stranglehold on legacy media and social media. And so now that they don't have that, how many of these stories of people attacking ICE officers would we even be aware of if we didn't have X? So
yeah, it's so crazy to think how close we were to being in an alternate reality of just being, I don't want to say hunted down, but being silenced, right? Because there was a funny thing on Reddit I saw a couple of years ago, was when Trump went against Hillary. There was like, can you just imagine an alternate reality where Trump lost and we were all being ruled by Hillary Clinton? I'm like, man, that sounds terrible, right? And I think, though, that the media now, I think they're losing their power because, again, Rob, I got to give you your credit, man. You say that you're not doing much of anything, but what you're doing now is actually fantastic, because not a lot of people have the gall or just the brass to get on here, put their face out there, put themselves at risk, right? You know, because of what happened a couple weeks ago. So I want to give you your kudos, man. You're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you. I do appreciate that, but I do. But I just want to say, like, you know, you think that my father-in-law drives truck, his job's more risky than mine, even with this. I understand that political violence is uniquely bad, but a lot of people do a lot of great things in this country. So I do appreciate it, though.
Yeah.
You know, I'm trying my best, you know, to give a message that I think is important to get the country in a better direction, and to hopefully give a positive message too on, even if we get short-term losses, hell, even if we never win in the end, that there's things that are important in life, like family, friends, and things like that, that sometimes what you could do on that level of things is more important than the political. But yeah, I do appreciate it, and I hope that I'm leaving things in a better position than when I found them. I hope so.
I do believe that you are. And I have two questions for you.
Sure.
The first one was, I was thinking about this just last night. What are your thoughts on how do we live in a country where half of the people want you barren in a wasteland, possibly dead or in jail, strip you of everything? Because it seems like it's getting increasingly more difficult. But I do think after that tragedy that happened, I think now, again, that's inspired a lot of people to pick up a mic and speak, because that's how we can, I believe, defeat the degeneracy, the left, so on and so forth. So just want to get some of your thoughts on that.
So I don't think it's half. I think that it's over 50% of Democrats, which themselves are slightly less than half of the country. So I think, now the reason I point this out, it's still like, well, who cares? Tomato, tomato, it's a lot of people. Right. But I'm hoping that the coalition of people that aren't on that side and the centrist will be like, what the fuck is happening? Right. And a lot of these people are of weak character, and they're people that are just going along to get along. They're caught up in this frenzy. And if enough of us sort of disassociate from those people in our lives and we say, we don't need you, this is disgusting, it's abhorrent, that eventually they'll start to realize, like, oh, it's no longer the politically cool thing and trendy thing to do this. There's not, most of the people that have this aren't true believers. They're just people that are believing the story of the day and what's culturally important of the day, and they're running with it. To those that sincerely believe this, and there are still a lot of them, there are millions, you can't live with them. You can't. There's only one thing you could do, and that's defeat them. And defeating them, I don't mean using violence. I'm not going to say that whatsoever. But you defeat them culturally, You make them irrelevant. You shame them. You vote them out of power. You get them out of all cultural relevancy. And that means that things we could do is start balkanizing, getting these people out of our lives at an individual level. Stop supporting any project that they're working on. If you see someone from a particular video game company that's celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk, never buy that game, no matter how good it is. Never go see that movie. Don't buy that book. Don't buy that comic book. Don't shop at that coffee shop. And we have to start doing things like that. But to the crux of what you're saying, it's a shame that's came that way. It really is. It's a shame that it's gone that far. But that's what's going to be necessary. And it's going to be difficult because most of us on the right, we just sort of want to be left alone. I don't really have it in my character to want to run around and like shove my political beliefs in people's mouth, particularly in situations where I'm not talking politics, like in real world at a restaurant or at a wedding or something like that. But what choice do I have at this point if people are going to celebrate the murder of Charlie Kirk and then talk shit on me or talk shit on my political beliefs or religious beliefs or whatever? At this point, unfortunately, I have to do something that doesn't come natural to me, and that's push back and say, no, I refuse to accept this. You aren't the good person here. You fucking suck. You're disgusting. You're celebrating the murder of a good man in Charlie Kirk, and you're wishing death on other people that share his political beliefs, of which I happen to be one. So go fuck yourself, And obviously you can push back. It depends on the situation. But it's not a good answer. And the truth is, as we were concerned with winning elections, they were concerned with winning the entertainment industry and winning the control of the narrative and winning academia. And there is no easy button press. It's going to take generations to get back in this fight. So
yeah, I absolutely agree. And a part of me, the very not so good side of me, wants Trump to be this dictator that they claim that he is. And I hope that he realized that they tried to assassinate him twice, and I don't think that they're going to stop there. So whatever he needs to do, he needs to push it forward and jam it through there, do what needs to get done, because these people are never going to stop.
I think he should do it in a legal way, but I totally agree. He needs to understand. He needs to understand that I think that Trump's the type of dude that's like, look, business is a cutthroat world. One day you're threatening to sue someone into oblivion and saying that they're the worst person in the world. The next day you're working with them for a business deal and taking them out to dinner. That's not what's happening here. Even if Trump would, God forbid, die of natural causes tonight, they're not going to stop. They're going to go after your family, Trump. They're going to go after your friends, your associates, everyone that worked with you. They have to make an example out of everyone with power that was even connected to you. It's now they're playing for keeps. There's no negotiating for the Trump family at this point. And so you need to understand where you're at and how corrupt the system is that you're up against. And you absolutely need to take action. And as far as I'm concerned, although there has been some action, it's not near enough. That's where I'm at.
Yes, I totally agree. Do it by the book. Do it lawfully and legally, but you have to do this because these people, they are incensed. They smell blood in the water, and the right is they're very meek, they're very reserved. But I want to get to my second question really quickly. Sure. I know you got to go. So I think we spoke maybe about a week ago now, and I told you that unfortunately, what happened a couple weeks ago definitely inspired me to just defeat the left in the arena of ideas and to just expose hypocrisy. Like you went over that debate, that interview with that lady for I forgot where it was, but she got mad at the interview because she's like, I shouldn't have to answer these questions. I don't want to have a happy experience with you.
Yeah, Katie Port or whatever her name is.
Yes, that lady there. So my question to you is, just starting out as somebody who's new on this, I'm not as well versed as you. I definitely have to read more and just jump in. But what would be your advice?
For like people dealing with people like that, like Katie Porter, or just jumping into politics in the first place?
The latter.
Okay. I think that if it comes to getting involved in politics, it's always best to get involved at the local level. I talked about this with my friend Adam that called in. Like, not everyone's going to be the governor, the senator, the congressman. There are people that have skills that are
I
very.
Apologize. I meant as in with YouTube. Like, I'm trying to make videos.
Okay.
I apologize.
So my advice to anyone that's going to be a streamer, whether it be political or not, is the very first question you need to ask yourself is, what am I trying to get out of this? And if you're honest with yourself, that's going to show you what your first steps need to be and how you should proceed going forward. So for example, if you're getting into it because you just want to do it as a hobby, then the answer of what you're going to do is different than if you're doing this as a career and you're trying to make money off of it. Or maybe it's that you're trying to make a particular political change. all of these answers will give you sort of a different sort of questions will give you different sort of answers as to how you should proceed going forward. For example, if your plans to make money from it, I don't really have good advice. I've been lucky largely. I got connected to a bigger streamer. I did this for years and years and years and put my nose to the pavement and kept working hard and eventually got a break. And I have a great audience that I've built over years that's very dedicated to me. But there's other people that have done it in other ways. If you're trying to make money and have a career, my best advice to you, specific advice on this would be make as many connections as possible. Do as many good things and favors for people in this community as you can. So if some streamer slightly bigger than you says, hey, can you do me a favor? Can you come on my panel, do this? Absolutely. Always follow those commitments and try to build up a big collective of people that understand you're a good person. And so then when there's opportunities and they need someone to talk to someone who's even bigger, you're there. And so that's sort of making your own luck. If you're doing it just for a political goal, then hyper-focus on that goal and be able to always tailor your message towards that. If it's just a hobby, then what you're doing is make sure that it's always enjoyable. The hobby should never feel like work. If you don't feel like streaming in a particular day, don't do it. It doesn't matter if you have 5,000 people watching. Even if you only have 1 or 2 people watching, if you're doing what you really like, then this is a free hobby that may someday earn you money. But no matter what you're doing, the number one piece of advice I have is it will always pay off in the long haul to just be authentic. No matter what you're trying to do, whether it be enter the political debate sphere, just political commentary, or hell, even if you're being a video game streamer or whatever, there's always going to be someone that's better at many of the technical aspects than you. That's certainly true of me. The one thing that I have that other people don't have is, as cliche as it sounds, I'm me. And people like individual personalities that they get to meet and get to learn about. If you're trying to be something fake and you're trying to emulate someone else, eventually it'll come crashing down. And the way it works is something like this. You'll get some growth. People will be like, oh, I like this streamer and King Jaffe Joe's similar to that streamer, so I'll tune into him. But eventually the cracks will start to appear and you'll find that you've built an audience that as soon as you go against their expectation, they're going to kick you to the curb. So the best advice I could give to anyone, pretty much in any field, but certainly in the streaming field, is just be authentic. Because I quote this all the time, but from the first Men in Black movie, right, where Tommy Lee Jones is talking to Will Smith, and Will Smith's like, is it worth it to give up my entire personality, my entire world, so that no one in my family even remembers me to work here? And he's like, yeah, it's worth it, I think, or whatever. But one of the things when he's asking how haven't people caught on, he said, individuals are smart, but people are dumb, fearful, stupid animals, and you know it. And that's true. Eventually, though, individuals will catch on if you're fake. It's the same being involved in politics. If you're fake, eventually it'll come out. And so just be authentic. That's my best advice. Try to keep, and just a practical thing is audio is always more important than video. Make sure you have a good microphone and people can hear you, and try to be consistent with your streaming, right? So if you want to build an audience, understand that a lot of times when you're new, the algorithm isn't going to favor you. So you can't count on all of a sudden people that don't know you saying, oh, look, YouTube's recommending this guy to me. Instead, you build an audience by every day being like, hey, it's 5 p.m. King Jaffe Joe's on. I'm going to tune in and see what he's doing. So try to meet that schedule as often as possible so that people get into a rhythm of understanding. And this was one of my big failures because of the nature of my previous job. I was so sporadic in how I streamed that it was almost impossible for me to build up an audience. So those are some small advices that I have with them.
Absolutely. Yeah, I definitely watch you, Rattlesnake, and Andrew Wilson, man. It's a great community that you guys got there. I think it's, what is it? Not One Step Back. There we go. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey,
fantastic. I appreciate it. And good luck to you. And once you start your channel or whatever, like if you want to bring me on for an interview, I'm more than happy to do it.
Oh, that'd be fantastic. Man.
Yeah,
I do appreciate
absolutely.
It. One last question. You said you get your news from where on Twitter? Because I forgot to write it down the other day.
So I go to a lot of places on Twitter. So it depends. Like Shipwreck Crew is someone that I looked at for a lot of legal stuff. Then there are people like
Libs of TikTok.
Libs of TikTok, not so much. I do follow them, but most of the time I find it to be hyperbolic. So like I try to follow like the right wingers. Mike Benz, I think, is great. Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen, I think he's a great guy to follow. There's other people like I like to follow Matt Tiabi. I like to follow Chris Rufo. So those are some places that I would start.
Got you. Perfect. Well, Rob, thank you so much for your time. I do appreciate you, sir.
Thank you, King. I appreciate it, man. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. Now listen, I'm going to bring Zach up next. and it's going to be a long conversation. So I know we have a lot of people that are trying to call in. I'm going to try to get to you all tonight. But listen, after Zach, here's the deal. I'm going to yell at people for donos. I'm telling you, it's coming. We're gonna get through Zach. It's probably going to be a lengthy conversation, but I'm going to yell at people for donos afterwards. 4 hours, and we're only at 51% of the goal. So I got to do something. Let me consult my handbook here. Yeah, I'm not doing good. I'm not doing good here. So, all right, let's bring up Zach. What is up, my friend? We're not putting it off any further. We're doing it. How's it going today?
Complete the whole look, you know.
There we go with the hat now. Nice.
Yeah. So I don't know exactly where to start. I obviously very happy today. Today was a good day, no doubt about it. But I also think that this deal isn't going to work. We also saw later in the day they just didn't bring the bodies back. And granted, they're saying, oh, they couldn't find many of them or whatever. Regardless, you know, that was part of the deal. And they reneged on that. They're also reneging on disarmament. And they just, we made a deal where Israel has to give thousands of terrorists back for 20 some odd live hostages. Now, I don't blame them. Any means necessary to get the hostages back.
Mm-hmm.
But the last time they did that for one soldier, one of those hostages or one of those terrorists that were traded back was the one who orchestrated October 7th.
Mm-hmm.
So mark my words, there's going to be another October 7th attack. And it's probably going to be in the next 10 years.
Yeah, I think that's a safe bet. The problem is, first off, before we get serious here, everyone would like to see your chair.
Oh, my chair?
Yeah, that's what my audiences became. Oh, look, it's a similar color. It's a fancier version. Look at that. Wow. Amazing.
Yeah, I got it. I got it in a yard sale. So.
It's really, we're not helping the we're not brothers conversation.
I know.
But
I can tell you, you probably get this a lot too, where you go places and people are like, oh, you look like somebody I know. And it's like, yeah, I look like a fat guy with a beard.
Fat guy with a beard.
Yeah.
There's a lot of us.
There's a lot of us out there.
I used to get it in college all the time. People be like, oh, you're like Chris Farley, or you're like Jim Belushi. And my answer was always like, really? Most people say Brad Pitt. And no one ever got the joke. But so, yeah, I would say it's a good bet that eventually there will be an attack because it is what it is. It's it's sad to say this, but unless there would be some sort of radical change, particularly from inside Palestine, and maybe people that want to be critical could say inside Israel as well. But I think Palestine's going to be the key here. As long as people that have the mentality of Hamas are allowed to have positions of leadership within Palestine, even if this current crop, like even if Arafat, for example, could have been reasoned with, someone will come along of that mentality that won't be reasoned with, right? And so they're always going to see that, look, we basically could get away with this, right? And now the question is the human toll, or the, I guess not just human toll, but the toll that Palestine has suffered is so grotesque that they would decide that they're going to push to make sure that people don't do this in the future. I don't think so, because the nature of terrorism in an attack like October 7th is this. It only would take a handful of people. I mean, to be fair, like, even if the rest of Hamas would be like, what the fuck are you doing? By that point, it would be too late. And they wouldn't do that anyways. They're not going to come out and criticize their own side like that for going too far. It's sort of like, you know, I mean, I would just say that it's a safe bet. I think we'd be lucky if it was 10 years. I think we would. I think that would still be a positive situation. As far as giving away more than they've received back, yeah, it's weird, right, how this works. The same could be said, let's just say hypothetically, with Brittany Griner. We gave back, what was his name? Victor Bout, who the movie Lord of War was about. He was called, I forget what they called him. He had some clever name, right? Now, one for one, which of those two people would be more beneficial when it comes to vis-a-vis, interactions with the other country? Brittany Griner's a nobody WNBA player. Victor Bout, someone that theoretically could get back to work supplying weapons to violent groups all across the world, and thereby lead to hundreds, if not thousands, of deaths by his supplying of these weapons. And yet, we, as the West, as the countries that are trying to be the more civilized, would say it's worth getting our people back. It's a hard pill to swallow. I think from the perspective of Israel, what would be difficult about this is that they sort of lost a lot of the PR battle, rather rightfully or wrongfully, and they have to know that they are negotiating from a position of more weakness than they elsewise would need to be if they hadn't lost that PR battle, because certainly militaristically, they're stronger than Hamas, right? So then why are they negotiating and giving more favorable terms to a place like Palestine? Well, it's because the PR issue. And I also think that Trump probably pushed this. Now, this is going to come across as strange because the very people, this is me basically saying Trump told Israel, in particular Netanyahu, you're going to have to take a worse deal than you probably could get, right? That's probably what's going to happen. And yet, right now, there are tons of people on the right and on the left saying, Trump said Miriam Adelson. Trump's in bed with Israel. Oh my God, right? Like
I just had a discussion with some people on that exact point. Yes, does Israel have some influence on the United States? Absolutely. I have no doubt about it. They do. 100%, mainly because they're the ones that are actually fighting the actual war that the West isn't fighting. They're fighting the jihadis that we're not fighting. And because of that, they do have some leverage. But with that said, America has way more leverage over Israel than Israel has over the United States. It's not even close. I can name in 2006 when Hezbollah was shooting rockets into Israel, into northern Israel, into Haifa, and Israel invaded into Lebanon, southern Lebanon, to take care of Hezbollah. And the United States said, "Turn your tanks around." What did Israel do? Turn their tanks around. Was it in their best interest to do that? I don't think so. Hezbollah ever since was shooting rockets into Israel, and the same thing you could say. The thing with Israel is they for years have been shot with rockets, not only from Hezbollah but Hamas. I've been to Sderot, southern Israel. I've been there. You walk around, every 50 yards, there's a bomb shelter. You go, their school is underground. You go to the playground and there's swings, monkey bars. And then you see this concrete thing that's painted like a snake. That's a bomb shelter. The money, they spend a numerous amounts of their gross national product to protect their citizens from rockets and bombs and terrorists sneaking over to knife and bomb buses. And the other side spends their money on tunnels to get into Israel to kill Jews.
No,
I mean,
that's just I understand. Let me play devil's advocate, right? Do you think Israel went too far?
Well, let me ask you this. Do you mean too far in the sense of it was a I know I can't say the word, so I'm not going to say it, but what everyone says it was.
Yeah, it starts with a G. Yeah,
it starts with a G. I don't know how to.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Okay. If that's the case, okay, we all agree, like Ramallah, which we've seen a lot of pictures of, not so much Gaza. If you see Gaza, you see still a lot of buildings up. But Ramallah, where we've seen all those videos where everything's flattened, right? And we're all like gasping, oh my gosh. And 70% of the buildings, or 80% of the buildings, have been demolished, right? That's what we've been hearing. And we're both sitting in buildings, right, Rob?
Mm-hmm.
So it stands to reason that if those buildings were bombed, then there would be people in there as well, right? That's what we've also been hearing, that there's people in those buildings.
That's the claim, sure.
Okay. So there's 2 million Palestinians in Gaza.
Okay.
In the entire region, right? And it's not a very big place. It's one of the most densely populated areas in the world. So it stands to reason that if 70% of all the buildings were demolished, we would see 70% casualties, correct?
Well, not necessarily, right? Like, for example, it could have been telegraphed when the attacks were coming. Maybe Israel...
I'm getting to that point. Yes, they were very much telegraphed. But you would think that there'd be more than 60,000 casualties. And that's the Hamas's numbers, 60,000 casualties. And the majority, and they're not taking into effect, they're counting them all as civilians. We all know that that's not true. There's a lot of combatants in that, and it's not just Hamas. There's also the Islamic Jihad that were involved in October 7th. They're a big terrorist group. And there's numerous others in that count. But you would think that, let's say, of 2 million people, there would probably be, with the amount of demolishment there would be, let's say, on a conservative estimate, at least, let's say, 500, 600,000 casualties. With the amount of demolishment there was, but there isn't. And the reason there isn't is Israel is painstaking. They're the only country that does this. The only country that sends text messages, makes phone calls, does TV advertisements, leaflets on exactly the area they're going to bomb. They're the only country that does it. No other country at war does it, because it's stupid to let your enemy know where you're going to attack. They're doing it against their own self-interest.
I mean, let's start with this. Do you acknowledge that the claims of like 70% of the buildings destroyed? Or is that overestimated?
I think that I don't know. I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know. I would say that it's probably true.
Okay.
But the fact of the matter of, even if it is true, and I'll for sake of argument, let's say it's 90% of the buildings. Mm-hmm. It only strengthens my argument, because then you would see even more casualties.
Maybe. So let's
don't see as many casualties because of the painstaking requirements that Israel does to limit casualties.
So the first thing I'll say is, even if they wouldn't, I don't think it would be directly correlative that 90% of buildings destroyed mean 90% of population. I don't think that that's the way it's worked in most conflicts. However, let's go from there and say, other than that, right? Like, let's assume that everything you're saying is true, right? And that they went out of their way to demolish these buildings, knowing they would be as little occupied as possible. And let's even say they did it because they thought that there was use from the terrorists for these particular buildings. For example, here is a news station, but inside that news station in the basement is a Hamas headquarters where they're storing munitions or etc. And so that's why that specific building was targeted. And then once they target them, what they do is Hamas then says, well, we're going to move over to this place now, another civilian building. And so at some point, right, it's like over a long enough period of time, it's like, well, we're going to keep hitting the buildings that Hamas has moved into. And if that means that at one point they moved into 90% of the buildings, we're going to try to limit civilian casualties while continuing to root them out and attack them. Is there a claim to be made that that level of destruction, even if it was designed to specifically not get civilians, will inevitably lead to starvation, destruction of such an immense scale that these people are basically screwed anyways?
Well, let me ask you this. In any war, when one side is attacking another side, whatever, just in a war, is it the obligation of one side to the other side to give humanitarian aid? What other war did you give the other side? Let's say the Allies versus the Axis.
Mm-hmm.
Did the Allies give Germans water while they're fighting them? Did they give them food while they're fighting them?
There's no is the easy answer. Now there might be specific, like you hear these stories on Christmas they played soccer or some shit like that.
Yeah, no, I'm saying it not. Yeah, you know, in World War I that was great. You know, that story. What's that book? Anyway, it doesn't matter.
I know what you're talking about, but yes, in general, no.
In
right?
general,
like,
no. Okay,
yeah.
So in every other war, every single other war, no one has ever claimed we need to do this. I mean, the Americans in Iraq and in Afghanistan, did we give thank you, all quiet in the Western Front. Thank you very much. Tonight, I've been dealing with a database issue, and so my mind is fried. So, you know, but yet Israel is actually doing these.
Well, listen, I don't disagree, right? I think that there are people that put, and I've said this from the get-go. The problem is this, right? Like, the nature of sort of this warfare is as such. One side is the insurgency, and the other side is the powerful sort of military. And if the insurgency decides, well, we're going to do these little attacks, and then public relations are, but you can't use, the insurgents can use what's beneficial to them. They could use these hit-and-run tactics. They could grab hostages and shit like that. Well, what does Israel have that's an advantage? Overwhelming military might. But if they use that, then it's, you can't do that. You can't do that. You must limit yourself to sort of the scale of which the insurgents have done. I understand from the perspective of Israel, it's like, no, fuck all that, right? Like, we're going to make it so painful that you'll never do this shit again. And I understand why Israel would want to do that. The problem is, from the perspective of people outside of Israel, it becomes very difficult to look and say, holy shit, there are innocent children that live there. And look at, like, sort of this campaign. Couldn't this have been done more strategically? Now, to play devil's advocate the opposite way, right? Okay, but Israel tried that a lot. You remember the story with like the beepers that they specifically gave out and were blowing up? And what did the pro-Palestinian people say about that? Oh, you can't do that. Well, why? That's more of a narrow targeting of people that would be in positions of Hamas leadership. So if you can't do that and you can't do indiscriminate bombing, what's being suggested that Israel do? And the truth is, a lot of the people that are claiming to want like a peaceful resolution and end the genocide, they want Israel basically wiped off the map. That's what they want. That's the only solution. That's the only solution. And that's, let me finish real quick. So that's non-tenable. Like, Israel's going to be like, no, fuck you, right? So if that's the case, then fuck it. We're just going to bomb the shit out of you. However, from the perspective of someone like me or just an average person in the United States, you could say like, well, it's unreasonable for Israel to just keel over and say, never mind, we're going to leave with our tail between the legs. That's ridiculous. But we still think Israel went too far. And I think that's where a lot of people are. And I understand from the perspective of if it was, and I've said this over and over again, if it was me and my family, I'd say not far enough. Never again. This shit will never happen again. And so I would be upset by this piece.
Where's that line? I understand seeing dead kids is terrible. You know, seeing you know, what has happened in real time is terrible. You know, a Jewish life and a Muslim life and a Christian life, to me, they're all the same. It's a terrible thing. Now, with that said, the analogy I'm starting to use is this. Let's say you have your kids in front of you, all right? And I have my kids in front of me. And I start shooting you and shooting at your kids. What are you going to do?
I'm going to take you out in the most brutal way possible, as quickly as possible.
And if it hits my kids,
you don't go out of your way to hit the kids. And again, this is the point I've made. Like, it is easy when it's not you being affected, right? It's easy to set outside in judgment. Like, it'd be the same as let me put it in a way that maybe people would understand more here in the United States, right? Don't you get sick and tired of hearing the left say, well, it's just property. If someone breaks into your house to rob your property, just let them have it. And you're like, fuck you. You're terrorizing my family? No, right? I have a right to self-defense, and I will use lethal self-defense. And so don't you get tired of hearing like, oh, but it's just property, let it go. Now, of course, the counter argument to that would be, yeah, but you don't get to follow them home and then take them out. It's a complicated situation, and I think that, like, I'm woefully inequipped to give a solution to this. There are no right answers. Every answer is terrible. From the perspective of a Palestinian that, you know, is living a meager life and maybe didn't have a voice in Hamas, or even you supported Hamas because you just don't understand, and that's the propaganda that you've been told. Like, it fucking sucks that all of a sudden you and your family are being bombed, and it's like, what the fuck did I do? From the perspective of Israel, where it's like, so what, in perpetuity now, we're just going to have to, any time that there wants to be more of a political advantage from Palestine or Hamas, they get to attack us and take hostages indiscriminately, and if we fight back, all of a sudden the rest of the world will go like, oh, you're a bunch of genocidal maniacs. Oh, there, I said the word. Maniacs? No, that fucking sucks too. I think the problem is...
What's been happening.
I know. I think the problem is that I could say that Israel did go too far in a sense, and I wish that it was more targeted, but I understand why they did it. And from one perspective, it's easy for me as someone that's not directly involved to say, this is an excellent day. And I still think it objectively is an excellent day to get what hostages we got back, and hopefully it does result in a long-lasting peace. But I'm skeptical, as you are. But if it was me and if I live in Israel and I lost my mother or daughter or uncle or father or son or whatever, and then I've been told, well, to get their body back, you know, we got to give 1,000 people that have been what we're calling soldiers from the other side. Fuck all that. Like, what's to say this doesn't happen again in 5 years? Where's our assurances? You know, and, you know, I think there are people on both sides of the aisle that have an incentive in keeping the conflict going. And all it takes is a handful of bad actors from either side, and it lights back up again. And I don't know what you do to stop that. I don't know what the solution is. Neither side's going to give up their claims to land willfully. And so it's difficult. I think bringing in other countries and sort of having the idea of like a mass, you know
how to solve it? I'll tell you exactly what it is. What you just said is where you're mistaken. It's not a land issue.
Okay.
It's a religion issue.
Yeah, but how do you solve that?
The thing is, the way you solve it is you take out the factor of the radical ideology. So first thing that needs to go is Hamas. They need to go. So does Islamic Jihad. They need to go. The second thing you need to do is take out UNRWA, which is the UN. So back in 2005, what made the deal, okay, where Israel had Gaza, right? And in 2005, they made a peace deal with the Palestinians that Gaza would be under Palestinian control. And what happened was all the Jews that were living in Gaza were taken to Israel, and all the bodies, Jewish bodies that were in Gaza, were taken up and sent to Israel. So there's literally no Jew in Gaza. Okay, so that was the first step. The second part of the deal was the UN was going to have a peacekeeping force to make sure that there wasn't going to be armaments for in Gaza, and they were going to, make schools and things of that nature for the Gazan children and such. Well, what UNRWA did is they started schools that were radicalizing more children. They literally were having anti-Semitic, like kill, the Yahud rhetoric within their learning structure in their schools, and also in like their Sesame Street. That was all backed by UNRWA. So what we should do is take out UNRWA. They shouldn't be there. They've only exacerbated the problem. They didn't help anything. They should take out Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and with this new system, or with this new peace, whatever they're calling it, organization, they should basically do what UNRWA was supposed to do but didn't do, and that is have just education, just educate the children and make it so, hey, you know what? Don't kill the Yahud. How about you live your life here? That here's the alphabet. Here's math. Here's whatever civics, whatever it is, but not to indoctrinate them to want to kill.
I know, and I understand, but the truth is, I am going to have to move on. I'll say this: I sympathize with people that have, whether you be from literally in Israel or Palestine, or you have family connections or cultural connections. My take on this is milquetoast as it is I just don't want the fucking United States involved anymore. I just don't want it involved. If that means let Israel take care of business, then let them take care of business. If that means, Palestine could overwhelm Israel, so be it, I guess. Right. But I think that trying to negotiate a peaceful deal is the best that we could do right now from the perspective of an actor in the United States. And I'm glad that at least it seems like there was some at least temporary ground made today. I can understand how both sides would be upset with this. They're going to think that they didn't get what they wanted. And from your perspective of talking from the pro-Israeli side, I absolutely get how it'd be like, so what's the punishment here? What's the lesson learned here? The next time that Hamas wants sympathy, they just do another October 7th. And then we'll be told, stand down, don't do anything. And let's not kid ourselves. Even if you're a Trump supporter and you're like, hey, but Trump's the man, people won't do it. Trump ain't going to be there forever. Eventually, we're going to have another Democratic president. And then what? Then what happens?
I said within 10 to 15 years.
Yeah. So I get it. It's a bittersweet day, I would think, from the perspective, particularly those that lost loved ones in the October 7th attack. And I assume it would be bittersweet if you lost a family member in Palestine. But from an outside perspective, I think that it's at least reason enough to be optimistic, or I don't know if optimistic is the right word, at least be hopeful that maybe, peace breaks out more. But I think someday it would be worth me and you talking about sort of what we're looking at with political Islam. Is there an ability to reason with it? Or is it inevitable that a religion that makes a claim on taking over the world will inevitably, when it gets a certain amount of power, act on that claim? They feel they have a religious duty to do so.
That's a very long conversation.
Right.
I would love to have that with you in November, actually.
Yeah.
The one thing I just want to finish up saying.
Yeah, I'll give you a last thought. Go ahead.
This is how small Israel is as a country. Someone has at least knows someone that lost someone on October 7th. Now, to give you an idea, the scale of that attack is it would be worth, if it happened in the United States, it would be around like 50,000 Americans dying. And to say, and another point I want to make is, does the United States have any, should have anything to do with this? Well, it wasn't just Israelis that died that day. There are Americans that died that day too. There was about 30 of them that died that day.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. So, hey, Zach, it's always a pleasure, man. Thank you so much. I know, look, when you come on, a lot of my audience, not Israel likers. I think I'm somewhere in the middle. So I do appreciate you coming on, giving your perspective. And to anyone who's pissy in the audience, look, I think it's fair. If the next caller wants to bitch about Israel, that's fair too.
Hate me? Pick a day, pick a time, whenever. I'll take all comers.
All
I
right.
don't care. But
All right,
anyway,
well, I got to go yell at the
have a good
audience
one.
for money. So thanks so much, Zach. I appreciate it. I don't give a fuck. I like Zach. I don't care if you guys like him or not. And, I've given my opinions on Israel-Palestine, as lame as they are, but it is what it is. Now, I got a bunch of callers on here, and I would love to get to them all. But first, I have to go to the restroom. Then I'm going to come back and yell at you sons of bitches for not being at our goal yet. I have no choice. Are We Not Men is literally hopping in a car right now to drive to my house to put the shock collar on my neck. That's how bad it's getting because I'm not grifting enough. So get those super chats in, those donos in. Let's at least get to our goal of 357 tonight. I'm going to go to the restroom briefly. I'll give you the Hassan cam. Go ahead, Hassan chair. When we get back, I gotta yell a little. I gotta pretend to be angry, Ah, now I gotta yell at everyone. There's so many callers patiently waiting. See, I'm not faking it. Nice. Well, here's one thing I could do. Did I miss any super chats? Yes, Ron Quay, $2. No wonder people aren't donating. I'm not reading the chats. Thank you so much for the $2. Thank you for the $2. Appreciate it. Q-Tard, $2 says, I dub Rob Grifter in Chief. That's the best I could do. Thank you, Q-Tard. Much appreciated. Let's check Rumble real quick. It's a slow night. It's a Monday. We're getting into the winter months. We're in the fall. Look at this. Just Graffiti, 277 says, round that dono out. Who's donating pocket change? Some of the ways you donate, it comes in change. Look at this. Kokomo, 357. Thank you so much. Now, we're going to get to that dono goal. We're going to do it quite quick so I can bring the callers on because they're very much interested to call in and give me all kinds of shit on a litany of topics. But here's something I could do. I know one thing I could do to piss off my audience. Here's some talk that no one ever likes. Sports talk, baby. Oh, look at this. The end of the Bears Commanders game here tonight. Check this shit out.
Comes down to one last play.
Get him.
It's going to be getting longer by the second.
What?
We're all the way back at the 30-yard line. Now you can step into it.
Get him.
Here comes the Hail Mary with the game on the line. And the ball is caught! Caught! It's a miracle! It's Noah Brown! Oh my goodness!
The Bears choking it again. Was that last year? Oh shit. Oh, well then, it shows you how little I pay attention to football. Anyways, nice play. Well, see what you get? I'm a year late on it. That's what happens. Now I'm recycling sports ball content from last year because we aren't getting enough donations. Zachary Gelpy, $10 says, thanks, Rob, for always hearing me out. My pleasure, man. I appreciate the call. Come on. Who's going to shit on me because I didn't realize? Fake news. You know, showing clips from earlier. Oh, look at that. Myrmidon, $5. Thank you so much. And then Salty Caveman, $20 says, not one step back, homie. I got your back, sir. Thank you. Of course, $20 donation. You know what that means. Every $20 donation in this channel brings.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
Ah, thank you so much. Well, I'll be... Anagad gives $5.68 Team OCD to get us right back to a nice $233.00. I'm going to be generous, and I'm going to continue with the show, much to the chagrin of my moderators, who are very, very angry people. They'd be like, don't say a word until you get $1,000. I'm not that. I'm pushing back against them for you all, audience. So let's bring on the next caller. We'll get to our goal tonight. It'd be nice to get to like 20 times the goal, but we're not greedy. We're a little greedy. Chrysco, what's happening tonight, my friend? He's not going to be there. I brought him up. Oh, he's off fishing somewhere. We'll skip on to the next person here shortly. Chrysco, going once. Going twice. Maybe it's a sign. Maybe you're right, Are We Not Men? Maybe I should stop bringing people up. Captain Phoenix, you're up next. What's up, Captain Phoenix?
Not too much. Let me know if you can hear me clearly, though.
You sound good.
StreamYards yet.
Cool. Yep.
All right, so first things first, I just want to get this out of the way. I did get your friend request on Discord, so thanks for sending me out. That's pretty cool.
Sure, no problem.
And I kind of want to use this opportunity as like an opportunity for me to I want to be your guy on certain things. So
gotcha.
I think you've seen me talk in the chat a few times over the course of the last month or so.
Okay.
So I've been doing landscaping for 27 years now, and now I own the business, and I've been doing it in a ton of different states. And there's a lot that we could branch off from that in terms of expertise, especially if you're going into a debate soon here about illegal immigration, because let me tell you, I've worked with them, and there's probably nobody in your chat that has as much direct hands-on experience with illegal immigrants on the job than the guy you're talking to right now. So there's some things that the left gets wrong, of course, on that. There's some things that the right actually gets wrong on that. So if we could go in that direction. I did want to start off with just a quick few things because you're going into debate, and there's some arguments that I've heard from the left that the right doesn't have great answers to, from my opinion. So I figured I'd throw out some thoughts on this.
Okay.
So when it comes to the kids that are getting deported, or when it comes to whoever we should have sympathy toward, right? It's not empathy, it's sympathy that they're asking for. They just use that word incorrectly.
Sure.
So the folks that we have sympathy toward, it's sympathy toward their entry, not toward where they are right now, right? So it's the risk you take when you enter the country illegally. And we know you have my sympathy. They come from shithole countries. And in a lot of these cases, they do just want to come here for work. But that's the risk you take when you do this thing illegally, right? So you had my sympathy, and then, when you gamble your money at the roulette wheel, and you lose all of it if you take this huge business risk out and you take on a loan or something. That's the risk you take is that it blows up in your face, and you have sympathy for them, but that's the risk you take.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Of course, they'll say, yes, but we're the ones that could choose to enforce the consequences of them on or not. So it's like, we're the casino owner, right? And it's like, well, you know what? Okay, we're not going to take all your money and send you packing like without a plane ticket. We're going to be, say, it's okay. You could stay in the casino or whatever. I don't disagree, though. Like, the way to look at it is certainly that I'm sympathetic to the plight of just about anyone that's legitimately trying to make a better station for them and their family in the world. There's a question as to how many people are legitimately doing that are illegal, but let's assume there's definitely some, and let's even assume it's a substantial portion, if not more than 50%, certainly a proportion worth talking about. The problem is, why am I more sympathetic for them than like the person who I'm sympathetic for that's stealing $20 a day out of the register at Walmart? Right? Yeah, maybe they're doing it to benefit. That money is really going in to buy shoes for their children or something like that. And
yeah, but it's still
should we not? Right? Should we say, well, therefore we don't make that illegal? We just allow it. We can't do that. You could be sympathetic to, well, you broke the law for a cause that I'm sympathetic for. Nonetheless, it's breaking the law. And it's like, there's all sorts of people I've felt that way for. I'll give you an example. DUIs. I know people that have had a bad choice one night and got a DUI and ruined their entire fucking career over it. I'm sympathetic. But what's the alternative? That we just say, you know what? Never mind. That law shouldn't be enforced on you because you have a loving family. I don't think so. I think that there's a reason. Now, if you want to have a talk about changing the laws, so be it. But the same's true of this immigration system. If you think that the immigration system's too stringent and therefore, this is one of my least favorite arguments. Well, the system's so stringent, they had no other choice. Sure, they had a choice. Don't come. They chose to come illegally. That's a choice, right? The idea that someone twisted their arm and said, you must go to the United States or we'll take you out, and their only choices were to do it through the legal way, which wasn't possible, or begrudgingly illegal. No, that's not what occurred. They came here because they saw a way to benefit themselves. I'm sympathetic towards that. And yet I still want my country's laws enforced because you could handle one person. I could be sympathetic for this one person and they could come, and that's not going to do a lot to the country, particularly if they're a good, hardworking person doing it for the right reasons. Now do 30 million. And that's what we have. And why should we be sympathetic to one person and not the other, 299 million?
Well, even beyond that, even if it's one person, it's you being sympathetic to them. That's your choice and your, and how you individually respond to it. This is not how 30 million people agree to a thing. And for the libertarians in the crowd, yeah, there is a libertarian argument for borders, and that's just simply freedom of association plus property rights, and there you go.
Correct.
There are borders.
Same reason there's the same argument that would apply to me having a door on my house.
Well, the better analog is homeowners associations, because libertarians don't disagree with the fact that they should be allowed to.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
And it's the same thing. The homeowners association, you appoint a board of directors because it's too difficult to run through a direct democracy, and there's your de facto government.
Yep.
It's the same thing. So the other one is everyone should get a case. They're due process. Well, due process, as I'm sure you're aware, is a question of there's a quantitative question to this, right? How much are they due? And I'll give you another analog that you can use in these debates. How about the British soldiers that were crossing our borders in the War of 1812? How much due process did we get when we saw a red coat fire musket? None. That was their due process. They wore the red coat.
I know, but of course they'll say that's different. That's a war. That's foreign soldiers in enemy
exactly.
uniform.
The context determines the amount of due process.
Then an even better example is because they could say, well, it's different with war. That due process is different than every other non-war-like due process. But even that's not true. Even as an American citizen, your level of due process is different depending on the legal situation. For example, you're entitled to different due process situations with a civil case than you are a criminal case. Right. And the same certainly true when it comes to different levels of legality of being someone in the United States. So the level of a U.S. citizen's due process is going to be different than a legal guest of the United States. For example, someone that's here on a visa. They're not a full-fledged citizen. So the level of due process they're entitled to is different, which is also going to be different than the level of due process entitled to an illegal. For example, due process, you would say, usually occurs when it comes to what we're talking about when people talk about the hypersensitivity to into it and like how important it is, they're talking about it as a criminal matter. You have due process to hear charges against you and have all these things, an attorney, et cetera, all these things, a fair trial by jury, peers, et cetera, when it comes to criminal charges. And yet the Supreme Court's ruled that deportation is not considered a criminal penalty. Right? So it's like, okay, well, if it's not a criminal penalty, it's just like, yeah, you can't be here, you're out. Then the level of due process would be different for an illegal if, one, they're accused of murdering someone and there's going to be a criminal trial. That level of due process is different than deportation. Well, because it's not a criminal proceeding.
Right. So I think the way to look at this would be better to say the amount of process which is due, not the level of due process, because it drives home the point that this is a quantitative question and that it necessarily varies. It's not like, again, it's not like in every single situation where somebody crosses a border, either illegally or illegally, we're going to go through the exact same amount of process given the circumstance. It's the circumstance that determines how much process is due.
Yeah. So for me, one of the things that I thought was a legitimate possible criticism of the Trump administration was deporting people to El Salvador under the Alien Enemy Act. Right now, for me, the level of due process or the process that you are due, however you'd want to phrase it,
it's a quantitative
is
question.
different. Is different depending on these two situations. One is a question of, can you prove that you're a citizen of the United States? Do you have a legitimate visa? No? Okay, you're out. The other is, we are accusing you of basically being a terrorist or a member of a hostile foreign gang or militant group. And so therefore, your punishment exceeds the level of the average illegal that we're deporting. We are deporting you to a specific situation as an enemy combatant so that you will be detained in a country that you've never been to. So the level of due process there should be different than the person that's being deported. And I do quite, now what the court has said about this was that the mechanism, the process that's due is habeas, that you get to file a habeas petition, right? That's what the courts have said. The question is, how much time do you give them? The Trump administration was giving 24 hours. The court seemed to suggest that's not enough, but it didn't quantify exactly what the time frame would be. But that's where we stand, as far as I know, unless there's been an update to the case. So on that level, I do think that there's an argument to be had. Listen, Trump just can't be like, yeah, you're Trent Aragagua. Well, what's your proof? Fuck you, I said you are. See you later. You can't do that. You have to give that person a chance to prove like, no, I'm not, right? You have to prove that case that I am. But with illegal, like whether you're here legally or not, that the amount of time that would be necessary and sort of what would entail due process is significantly less. You're not a citizen. You don't have a visa. Prove that you do. You don't? Okay, goodbye. That's it.
Affirmative defense, yeah. So, yeah, but that's the point I'm making, though, is that the left is the argument that you're probably going to face in this debate is,
well, now, what debate are you talking about? Because I'm debating DEI.
You said you have an immigration debate coming up or something like that?
I have, so I have DEI debate Tuesday, and then Thursday I have one on should the Insurrection Act be invoked. But I'm assuming I'll be having an immigration debate at some point.
Well, the point is that the due process thing is scalar, and the left, generally speaking, has made the argument that it's not scalar, that everybody should get exactly the same criminal trial with the same criminal standards, guilt proven beyond... not beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a very high threshold, and that the proceedings, the amount of process that's involved with the proceeding like that is enormous.
Correct.
And that we should individually be treating every single one of these in exactly the same manner.
Yeah, it's, and the level that they want to give people, like they want to act like it would be the same as if I get accused of burglary and, all of the rights that I would have that entail due process, that's exactly how it should be for these deportations. And of course, the goal is they don't give a shit if these people are here illegal or not, because they think they should all be allowed to stay. They think they should all be given amnesty. So the goal is that they want to lengthen the process out to where it's not practically possible. So if, for example, if everyone's process would take about a year for them to have the significant level or the necessary level of due process, well, you do the math. 20 million people taking at least a year.
Yeah, and even if we could go through all that somehow, it's still, they'd move the goalpost.
That's
because
right.
The point you're making is that these demands are in bad faith.
Correct. And so we have to expedite the process for practicality sense. If we're talking about expediting a process of 20 million people, you can't just throw up your hands and say, well, what can we do? Everyone needs a year. Everyone needs no, bullshit. We expedite the process. And luckily, the courts have ruled, the Supreme Court has ruled that it is not a criminal matter. Deportation is not a criminal matter. And so they have no leg to stand on that says that the due process afforded to people in a criminal case should be the same that would be afforded to someone regarding a deportation.
Yeah, so they're still getting their due process. It's just
Correct.
a lesser amount than you and I would get for, if we did the same violation, we're here legally. Right?
Correct.
Like so the amount of process that would be due for us is different because we're here legally in the first place.
Right. And you can see, like, all you need to see is with the situation, like, if you're questioning whether or not they're good faith or not, is Kilmara Brega Garcia, right? So, okay, I'm willing to admit that it was a mistake, that he was not supposed, he had a withholding order from being deported to El Salvador, which was his country of origin. Now, I think that holding order was bullshit. Nonetheless, there it was. They deported him in El Salvador. You can't do that. They bring him back. Well, now the problem is when we find other countries, because there's still a deportation order. It was just there was an order of withholding from one country. So it's like, fine, here's other options. They're like, no, you can't do that either. Why not? Well, it'd be cruel. He's not from those countries, and he would be at risk there because now it's a political situation, and he'd be at risk no matter where you sent him. And that's the truth. You could be like, oh, okay, the United Kingdom's offered to take him. They'd say, no, he would be at risk. He would be, because now it's a political situation. There is literally no nation on earth that they would accept deporting that man. And they would do that with each and every case if they could. Every single one, they will be like, and that's what the lawyers will be doing. They'll be coaching them to say, you can't go to this country. Tell them you're fearful to go back to your own country. Okay, a judge will say, fine. Okay, you're fearful. You can't go back there. How about one of these other? No, that would be cruel and unusual. You can't send him to a country he's not from. Therefore, must stay in the United States. And that's always been the game. They try to use your rule book against you. And so that's inevitably going to be what happens. And then if you're wondering where it goes, take a gander at the UK. That's what our future is,
But I don't know that they're even necessarily on principle using the rule your own rule books against you, because I don't think that they're acting on principle in the first place.
Well, they're not. You're right, but that is the principle. The principle is power. Right?
Oh,
we're good, you're bad. That's the principle. And we could we will claim to force you to the standards that you claim to have, but in reality, they don't share those standards. And by the way, it's the same argument they make with Christianity. A bunch of people that don't believe in Christ or that, in the divinity of Christ will tell you, this is what I think Christ meant. And you have to be held by that standard because that's your standard. And you're like, oh, do you hold yourself to that standard? Of course not. I don't believe in this shit.
Yeah. So that actually harkens back to a deeper philosophical conversation I'd love to have with you sometime, but it's getting late.
Yes.
And I think that the real thing that defines the left is that the conclusion is the axiom. So, in the logical order, Rob, I'm sure you've done enough debate that you understand rhetoric, you understand logic at a point where you can understand that the differences between an axiom, a principle, an argument, a conclusion, right? You start with these axia. Let's say like the number line in math. Mm-hmm. The order of numbers is just, there's no debate to be had there. It's just a given of math. Thermodynamics, it's just a given of physics. And you can't have a conversation without just accepting those as givens. Mm-hmm. And there's no way to rationally come to those conclusions or anything. From there, you derive principles that would be like addition, subtraction, all of that. The fact that addition is just moving in a direction along that number line. And then from those, you can make arguments. Well, 2 more than any number is, 2 positions along the number line. So 2 plus 2 is always 4. And that's how you get to your conclusion, right? So you don't have to always go through every single one of those steps. But in this case, the left treats the conclusion, whatever the result they're looking for, as the axiom, which means that you don't. It's not that the means are going to justify the ends. It's the means don't even matter. So the means don't even have to logically result in the conclusion. So,
well, I don't think you're wrong.
Which is why hypocrisy doesn't matter.
I think that there's, right, like, I also think there's like a tradition of postmodernism to this, where the idea of axioms existing in the first place aren't true because there is no truth. Therefore, there are no axioms. Right?
Yeah.
So if there's no truth.
So the counter to that for anyone listening is, how do you know that statement is true then?
Well, that's just it. Yeah. Right? Like these are all positive statements, right? And they're basically saying there are no positive truth statements, and yet they'll make positive truth statements. Well, so they would say their axiom, if you had to get to it, is there is no objective truth, so everything is just a power dynamic. And so given that, given that, it doesn't matter. Nothing, if there's no objective truth and everything's just two people jockeying, like it's like all's fair in love and war, right? That's how they would feel about everything. So it's like, I could lie to you, I could punch you in the face, I could steal your shit, and all the while saying, why are you punching me? Why are you stealing my shit? And someone says you're lying. What's a lie? There is no such thing as lie because there's no such thing as truth. Right. And it doesn't matter if this is contradictory because all that really matters at the end of the day is me winning because I want to win because that's all life is. It's just one power dynamic.
The conclusion is the axiom. Yeah. So, the party seeks power entirely for its own sake.
Yeah. So, no, I don't disagree. I think that that's a way to look at it. Now, I will have to admit to you, you'll very rarely hear me use words like axiom, conclusion, stuff. I know what they are, and I agree with you largely in what you're saying here. But oftentimes I think that it's difficult for people to process that in sort of the audience that I'm trying to curate because it feels like $10 words. But I don't think you're wrong in sort of discussing in general. I'd have to think it more specifically, but my gut feeling tells me that, yeah, you're right, basically in how you're describing this.
Well,
it's
you just start with this idea. With everything the left does, the axiom is the conclusion. And you can, from there, everything starts to fall into place because there are arguments that they'll make that just don't even logically follow. Like we don't even have to go to an evidentiary claim.
Yeah.
They just.
Yep. No, I don't disagree. Captain Phoenix, thanks, man. I'm so sorry. We have limited time here tonight. I've been going for 5 hours, but it's always a pleasure. And hopefully we'll talk again soon, man. I appreciate the help.
Let's go, Mets.
Mets! Oh, out. I don't mind Mets. 65%. I mean, I was generous. See, my mods were telling me, don't bring up another caller until you get to the goal. Don't do it. Don't bring up another caller until you get to the goal. I said, nah, people will donate. And then they didn't. And now I look like a fool. And now Chrysco's telling me to bring him in, which I will here in a minute. But I see what's going on. You got to think about this for a minute. I don't know. All right. Chrysco, what's happening, my man?
Hello, is my mic working now?
It works. What's happening?
Just chilling. Work's done. Now I got 3 days off. So
nice.
Yeah. Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving for all my American friends. It's Thanksgiving up here.
Oh, I was going to say, see, this is what I'm talking about. You damn Canadians. Thanksgiving in October. What?
Yeah, it's Thanksgiving. So I got a couple things. One thing is night shift sucks. Day shift is better. And Level 4 Lobster is right on this. Day shift is better than Texas, worse than Canada. Because you know what? Level 4 Lobster is right. Pisco's probably from Texas, so Texas is instantly beneath the cockroach now.
Oh, there we go. So, yeah, I mean, the day shift crew is going to have a field day with this. They're really going to have a field day and be like, what? Like, night shift crew did so poor last night with donos. I'll say, yeah, I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
5-hour stream. Even did it early for the audience, but it's all right. Nights like this happen. I'm still having fun, and that's the important thing. I'll just have to tell my family they don't get to eat this week. They'll be all right with it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not that bad. But, yeah, day shift definitely starting off on the right foot this week. So,
yeah, definitely. And then... So just, there's like this crazy thing that happened a while back ago. I don't remember the guy's name. His name started with like a K. I think it was like the same name as like James T. Kirk, from Star Trek. Whatever happened to, I think it's like he got shot. Whatever happened to him? You ever?
Yeah, I remember that. Charlie Kirk. It seems like people want to forget it, but yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I like totally who I see Steven Crowder, he's back to his roots, going to school campuses, but really what's anyone else doing?
Yeah. I mean, I talked about this a lot yesterday. The idea is that basically, Sam Hyde was right. That there was a limited amount of time for Trump to act, and he didn't. And culturally, we've allowed the left to control the narrative. And now what are we talking about? I mean, it's good. This peace deal is a good thing. But we're talking about, ICE isn't that bad. when they're going after people. We continue to see the political violence. It's happening on a nightly basis, and Republicans refuse to capitalize on it, and the rest of us get sort of, I don't want to say demoralized, but you can't help but talk about the stuff that the news cycle is talking about. It's sort of like a, dog chasing its tail, I guess, sort of thing. So some of us are trying to keep the memory alive and to continue to talk about how violent the left is. But I'm talking to right now on YouTube 200 people.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm not one of the big guys, and you would expect this to come from Republicans and the Trump administration, and I don't think they're doing a good job at all with it.
Yeah, and I think chat's absolutely right with Candace Owens not letting us forget. I think that's doing great. I don't have anything like negative to say about what's going on. I don't necessarily believe Israel did it. I could say Israel had sites monetarily, like to get rid of, like be like, no more money. I don't know about getting rid of them. But,
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't engaged in that level of it, I guess, is what I would say. It seems pretty outlandish. Granted, she was able to provide receipts that Charlie Kirk was talking about being dubious about like things that were being asked of him by Israel and them cutting off money that he was getting. I think it's a far cry to like insinuate this means Israel did it. I don't know.
Yeah, like I don't think they would have done it yet if they were going to ever do it. And I don't believe they would do it just to Charlie, like their strongest warrior.
But I just don't know. I haven't even commented on it. I don't think it reaches the level of like serious discussion that it's worth commenting on, if I'm honest. So maybe she's right and I'll be proven a fool. I haven't seen any evidence to suggest it whatsoever other than, look, Israel was unhappy with some of the things Kirk was saying. And so, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's more to it. I'll be fair. I haven't given Candace Owens a fair shot in looking into what she's saying, but nor did I ever watch her content, and I don't plan to start now. So.
Yeah, I see a clickbait title. I watch it for a couple minutes. I'm like, whatever. But
if Lodge Dog says, do people watch shorts? Just watch short? No, I don't even watch that. What does Candace say? What's the point of talking about the Israel thing then, Lodge Dog? Like, it's just like, Israel said something. I mean, I don't know. What's the point? So she believes that a radical leftist did this, but it's just an interesting tidbit that Israel wasn't happy with him. Okay. I guess that brings me back to the point that, yes, this is about sort of the radical left and their reaction to the murder of Charlie Kirk. That's what I have to say about it, I guess.
Yeah. Like, I just disappointed that, I think this was like one of the few things that was like pulling me away from, our favorite topic that you have a video prepped. If I mention it, it's like such a crazy event that it's like nothing happened. And I was like, okay, like I
yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it's Republicans are so good at allowing the other side to control a narrative. I mean, if a Democrat candidate for president had not one but two assassination attempts in an election cycle, it would be the biggest story in the world for 10 years. It happened to Trump, and it's out of the news cycle in 2 weeks. The Charlie Kirk situation, if there was an equivalent on the left, someone being killed, and then tens of thousands of right-wingers celebrating like the left did, it would be the biggest news story in 10 years. And it's out of the news cycle in under a month.
Yeah.
That's where we're at. And that the Republicans allow it to occur. I talked about this a lot last night in the show. Republicans should have these sort of video every single time they do any interview. They should be playing clips of what the Democrats were saying, how the Democrats refused to condemn or disavow, or when it came to people like Jay Jones there that was running for Attorney General in Virginia that's saying all this violent shit, how they refused to withdraw their endorsements, etc. They won't do it. They won't do it. Instead, they'll go talk to George Stephanopoulos, which they should have stopped doing years ago, and they'll allow them to control the narrative and to spin it in different directions.
Yeah, like I don't understand it. Like, I know a lot of them are just pansy, backbenchers and stuff like that, but like there's got to be at least a few of them that are like, I could make a name for myself, opportunists. Like, this is like a great opportunity. Like, as shitty as it's like, never let a tragedy go to waste, right? But
yeah,
at the end of the day, it's like, what's going on? Because like you had those the Minnesota Democrats who got killed, and they blamed it on the right wingers. Wasn't it just Democrats who were pissed because those Democrats who got killed were going with the Republicans?
It's difficult to say. So there is evidence that at least one of them was becoming more like pro-life, or voted something that was less pro-choice. If I remember, what the actual manifesto said was that this person felt they were told by Walls to kill people to advance his chances, to increase his political fortunes. Sounds like a total psychopath. And I mean, he claims that he was told by the Democrats to do this. Do I believe that Walls told him to do it? No. I believe that he probably had some sort of mental issues. But to claim that that makes him a right-winger is pretty nonsensical.
Yeah, like, I don't get it. And, like, the main thing I'll be honest, the main thing I wanted to talk about, completely brain fired. Just zombified myself playing video games.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I haven't played in a week. Gotta play. But, yeah, like, the Charlie Kirk thing, like, I know you brought it up. I don't think I watched the show yesterday, but, like, last week, it's just crazy. It's already gone.
Yep. No, I totally agree. It's insane. Same with COVID. No accountability, gone. Same with the Trump assassination. No accountability, gone. All of this shit. It's always the same. Republicans, amazing at snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. It's their number one characteristic. The question is it because they're stupid, or is it because they didn't want to win in the first place? And I think it's a little of both.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate bit.
Well, hey, Chrysco, thanks so much for the call, man. I always appreciate it.
Yeah.
Enjoy your 3 days off.
Yeah, 3 days off.
Oh,
it's gonna be
shit.
nice. Well, I'm salary. I get one extra day off for the stat instead of getting paid more.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, enjoy, man. And hopefully we'll
All right.
see you soon.
See you.
All right, take it easy. Kokomo, thanks so much for the $10. Says you can have the $1 instead of Sarah. Thank you. I appreciate the $1. All right. Still a lot of callers to get to. I guess I'll stop pretending that I'm going to stop taking callers if people don't donate, and I'll just get to the callers. But for shame, letting Austin Hall win tonight. We're not going to make it to 357. I've been streaming 5 hours. This is maybe, since I've streamed full time, this is probably the record for the worst dono night I've had. When you factor in that I actually started early. I started at like 7:45, and we're going to go to probably 2, and we're probably not going to make our goal. We're 5 hours and 10 minutes in, and only 67%. Woo-wee! I got to revamp my show. I'm doing shit. So, all right. Bladeworks, you're up, man. What's up, Bladeworks? How you doing today?
Hey, what's up, boss?
Not much.
Appreciate you still having me on. I know it's getting late.
That's all right. I'd be up anyways till probably around 2, so.
Yeah, fair enough. I think yesterday or earlier even letting us know what was going on with Dorothy might have disincentivized some people to return some of your...
That may be. And it's like sometimes people, they want to hear fire and brimstone, but they don't want to hear sadness. But, I think that, I hope I didn't give the wrong impression that like she's on a deathbed or anything. I don't think it's that serious. Of course, anything could happen if you're talking about minor surgery, but I'm optimistic. I think she's going to be just fine. So.
Oh, that's good to hear. I was curious. I'm just curious here. Do you think, what's your personal opinion here on just the state of discourse in the public sphere right now in America, and like how seemingly prevalent consistent dishonesty is on both sides of the aisle? But I mean,
I think it's far worse on the left side of the aisle.
I was
than
going
the
to say,
right side.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a problem with just absolute blatant consistent dishonesty, particularly with things that are incredibly blatant. There's always been dishonesty. The thing now is how brazen it is.
Right.
Like, for example, there's nothing wrong with Joe Biden. What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you could see it. You could see the evidence with your own eyes on a daily basis. What are you talking about? There's nothing wrong. Or the border's secure. I don't know what you're talking about. Or it's greatest economy ever. And then, you could go back with the hoaxes of Donald Trump. How many times have I gone through piece by piece these? Trump said that Nazis are good people. Trump told people to drink bleach. Didn't happen. Or, pretending to not understand when Trump's saying, like, look, the FBI is not going to do anything about Hillary's team deleting subpoenaed evidence. I guess if we ever want to find those emails they deleted, we'll have to ask Russia or China. Oh, that's him telling Russia to hack them. And not understanding the joke at the expense of Hillary's team and the FBI for their corruption. So yeah, I mean, it's terrible that the blatant dishonesty is on display for even more and more blatant things, I think.
Do you think that we should be elevating and looking for more characters similar to Charlie Kirk who are kind of emblematic of the virtues of conducting yourself with honesty?
Yeah, I do. I think that's something that we should try to do. But how do we elevate? That's a question. Charlie Kirk wasn't elevated by us. Charlie Kirk, through his own skill, built something from the ground up. He was a man of many talents. Not only was he a talented debater, but he was an excellent sort of organizer on getting people together. And he also worked his ass off from the time he was a teenager and spent over a decade doing this stuff. So yeah, it would be nice to be like, oh, here's this person out there that's cool. Let's elevate him. But the incentive structure is rarely going to be there. Like, who does the elevating? Well, it's probably going to be someone with money. Well, that person with money is going to be less interested probably in someone just telling the truth as they are. We want someone on our side. And if the truth is bad for our side, maybe we downplay that a little. And so, and you can see that even when it comes to streaming, like the big money's in picking a side and riding or dying. That's the big money, right?
Yeah.
I would have a bigger, how many times I lose reasonable portions of my audience because I'll be like, I think Trump fucked this up with the Epstein thing. Makes a bunch of my audience furious, and there's a bunch of other issues where I've criticized Trump. So look, the incentive structure,
you can't be consistent and like intellectually honest without admitting that Trump has kind of presented himself here in this second term as a bit of a member of the political class.
Of course. I mean, that's certainly true.
Right.
Now, what does that mean? It means different things. But
no list,
yeah, I mean, the problem is
power, no arrests. We haven't pulled out of or ended the Ukraine war. We're been into Israeli influence with bombings, TikTok purchase, Kushner and the Trump Gaza deal. The swamp kind of remains in control.
So you're wrong already about stuff, even though in the press, like no arrests. What was the first thing you said? No arrests?
Yeah. Well, high profile arrests, sorry.
Comey?
Has he just been indicted?
Well, that would, yes. I guess by arrest, you mean the literal handcuff process?
Yeah. I mean,
I would be more concerned.
I imagine these people are just going to get
so if I had to choose between they put handcuffs on him, arrested him, and then chose not to indict, or they indicted him, the indictment comes as a more serious stage after the arrest. So I guess I would be happier with an indictment than handcuffs, but you're free to go. We're not going to indict you. I think that would be worse, I guess. So I guess when people say arrest, they colloquially mean like, are you going to try to hold someone accountable through the legal process, through an indictment to face trial? And I guess you could say that Trump's done that, at least more than I expected so far with Comey, Letitia James. It looks like that'll be the case with John Bolton. Now, is it enough? No. The bombing Iran was something that I disagreed with heavily. Is it going to come out maybe positive? Maybe, but I still didn't like it. The Epstein stuff's an absolute fucking disaster with the way he talked about it, with the way practically it's played out. Like, I don't know. I don't know what exactly they could do, but the way he talked about it's unforgivable. Israeli influence, less probably than previous presidents, but still not a level that I'm very happy with. Deportations could certainly be better, but it's certainly something that he's trying to do. He sent the National Guard in ways that you would have never seen any president before him do, trying to at least pay, make it seem fearful to the people that are illegal. So I put it at about 5% that Trump would do anything meaningful in any of these things. I think he's surpassed those expectations, maybe at like 7% now. So I'm not willing to sit here and be like, oh, this is it. Trump's just a fucking stooge. It's all bullshit. I'm not saying that, particularly on the eve of him having what could possibly be a landmark sort of peace deal. Now, we'll see what happens with it. But yes, there's certainly a lot of things that you could criticize Trump about. And the problem is, right, like it's not popular to be someone that's like, he does some things I like, some things I dislike. That's not popular. on either the left or the right. And so telling the truth. Now, look, you could be truthful and say, I think almost everything Trump's done's been good. I suppose you could be that. Or you could be truthful and say, I think almost everything Trump's done and been bad. But what I'm saying is the incentive structure is there not based on truth, but based on how good of an advocate are you for your team. That seems to be more of the incentive structure. So elevating people based on truth, I suppose, but that's a decision that all of us, unless we're wealthy, are going to have to make as individuals with who we choose to watch. And I don't know. I guess that's it's a weird thing to say, but it's like I didn't watch a lot of Charlie Kirk material. I thought it was geared towards sort of college age people. I saw little clips, but I would be a liar if I told you and said I watched an entire one of his presentations that he gave or events that he had. So, but I don't disagree. It would seem beneficial as a society if we push people. But then again, like, what's the truth, anyways?
Well,
right?
It was honesty was the
honesty, right?
Right.
So,
right. Yeah.
So
I mean, like we can make mistakes, but
well, yes, but like, look at it this way. Honestly, is there a lot of things to criticize? Is it true that honestly there are people on the right that would wish death on the left?
Yes.
Okay, so does that mean when some lefty that wants to cover up from the overwhelming disproportion of the left being worse than the right in this, and they say, I want you to be honest and tell me, doesn't the right do this as well? Am I obligated, if we're elevating honesty, to say, yeah, you're right?
I don't think you're obligated, but that was originally going to be my conversation with you, was about, the degree to which we should be emphasizing honesty within the discourse, just because it feels like what was that quote from the Gulag Archipelago? They're lying, we know they're lying, they know we know they're lying, and they're continuing to lie.
Yeah.
I mean, this just feels like the sinkhole that's going to swallow society at some point down the line.
Well,
but
maybe, I don't know. When it comes to the grand scheme of things, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like what if it becomes this instead? Hey, we're the left and we want you fucking dead. See, we're being honest. Now we're gonna kill you. Cool. I guess that's honesty. I don't know that though. I think that's probably a higher priority, that there are large swaths of people in this country that feel that they could use political violence against the right, and they basically get away with it with impunity. I think that that's probably slightly more of a problem than, like, in general, dishonesty, in my opinion. Like, because again, like I'm not trying to nitpick here, but it's a serious question, right? Me and you both agree that in almost everything that you could isolate that's a problem with any politician, you would be able to say, but isn't it true that the other side has done something that's bad too? You would agree with that, right?
Yeah, I'd say that's fair.
Okay, so then let's say that one party controls 80% of the narrative, and you're pushing back and you're like, look at this overwhelming bad shit that I see right now the Democratic Party doing. And if I get 10 calls in a row and says, but Rob, isn't it true that the right also does bad shit like this? And I'd say, yeah, I guess. So let's talk about this. Yeah, I guess. Right? And then the next person does the same, and the next, and the next. And it's not just my channel, but it's how CBS runs, and the New York Times runs, and NBC runs, and all of these places. And now it's honest. We're honestly talking about the bad shit the right does. We're not talking about the bad shit the left does, but we're being honest. Everything we're saying is honest. Is that real honesty? And when I say am I obligated to talk about it, I don't mean obligated like in a moral sense myself. I mean in the sense that you're talking about elevating honesty. You see what I mean?
I do. I just kind of also tie this into what Phoenix was saying with the, left approaching their strategy as like the axiom is the goal, right?
Sure.
Or where they're just like obviously being misrepresentative of what the circumstances or the mechanics of the situation are, and we're just supposed to sit there and kind of accept it. And
imagine this, right? Okay, I see where you're coming, but imagine this. Imagine that the only two people that know anything in the world about politics are me and you. And in front of us sits an audience. We're broadcast to the entire United States, every single person. And I'm going to argue that the Democrats are worse when it comes to political violence. And you're going to argue that Republicans are, or you're going to defend the Democrats. We'll just say it that way, right? Now, let's say that secretly both me and you agree that the Democrats are worse. And yet you're paid by them, or for whatever reason you want them to win. So I start off and I go, ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you about this guy, Charlie Kirk, and you go, before we get there, can we talk about Charlottesville? Wasn't that an example of right-wingers engaging in acts of violence? And I'm like, well, okay, yeah, I guess. And you're like, let me explain the story here. So then I give you 15 minutes, and I'm like, okay, yeah, there were right-wingers that engaged in violence there. Now, on to Charlie Kirk, and you go, but wait a minute, January 6th. And after 3 hours of allowing you to honestly talk about situations of violence of the right, the debate ends. And now, even though both me and you agree, even though we both agree that the left has committed more violence, you win. Now, all of these people that otherwise wouldn't have known are like, well, looks like the right is far more violent based on the way this went. Because you're not interested in telling the truth. You don't give a shit. You'll misrepresent it to fit your agenda. Me, on the other hand, I'm interested in having a truthful conversation. And so in order to be truthful, I have to discuss each and every one of these things you want to say. The end result of this is an untruthful impression that's given to the audience. That's in effect what happens. So is it true that if you have mass amounts of police actions, inevitably some police officer somewhere is going to do something fucking stupid? Sure. But now we just allow the narrative to be dominated by those facts as opposed to like, look at the overwhelming amount of violence that's being issued at ICE officers as we speak.
Right, but some of what you were just offering there as examples was also just, yes, it was honest, but it was obfuscation, which is kind of in itself dishonest, isn't it?
Maybe, but then what am I supposed? What's my response to that?
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I never claimed
because if I say I refuse to answer, so you're unwilling to have an honest conversation about that. I can say it's obfuscation. You wouldn't. If you're on the left, you're like, I don't give a fuck. Call it whatever you want. I'm interested in winning. You've already conceded that your axiom is the end result. You don't give a fuck. So what do you care? Obfuscation. What the fuck do you care? Right? I can say it's an obfuscation, and so what? And what are you going to do with it? You're still being a dishonest broker bite. Won't you admit it, Rob? Admit it. Yes or no? Have you ever heard the people in the left? Yes or no? Yes or no? Was that a violent act by the right? Yes or no? Yes or no? And it's like, that's the situation you find yourself.
Right.
And so when you have this massive sort of propaganda network that's able to control the narrative, this is what happens. So I'm not trying to be difficult. I agree with you, honestly. I mean, if I was reading about this, a couple months ago, it kind of shocked me. Thomas Aquinas talking about honesty. You could never be dishonest, he says, as a Christian, ever. And so, well, what about some examples? Like, what if you're on the run? The Germans are coming and you're Jewish, and I have you hidden in my home, and they knock on the door and they say, "Do you know where Blade Works at?" I do, right? So it'd be dishonest of me to say no. So what I should respond is, I do, but I refuse to tell you. And it's like, well, then they're going to kill and torture me. But that would be what I should say. I cannot be dishonest, or rather, I morally should never be dishonest. There's no such truth, or there's no such thing as the noble lie. Nope. It's still a lie. It's still a sin. So you could play with this. You could take the concept of honesty out to the and I do think it's something that we should strive for. We should strive to be as honest as possible. But it implies that we know what the truth is in order to be honest, or at least we're arguing to the best of our ability what the truth is and not being duplicitous on purpose. And it basically means that we argue with our hand tied behind our back unless we can get creative, because that standard will be employed by people that are disinterested in it to constantly make, bury us in 1,000 irrelevant things to obfuscate the actual truth of what's going on. So I try my best to get through that. There's a video up of me of short the other day. I'm tired of fucking arguing January 6th. How many times do I have to relitigate it?
Yeah, I saw it. It was great.
But some would say that's dishonest of me. I'm unwilling to do it. That's because I'm afraid. That's because I know the truth doesn't go the way I like, so I'm being dishonest. But that's not the case. But I'll give you the last word here. I'm not trying to...
No, I'm
not trying to be difficult. I think it's an interesting... I think you make an interesting point. I'm talking through it with you. I'm like, it's an interesting thought. But...
I didn't really... I didn't have an end goal in mind coming in here. I do want to say thank you to you for entertaining the conversation, and to chat for being so patient with me.
Yeah, my pleasure, man.
Yeah, if I could leave you with my thought coming in here, it was, I'm curious what Rob would think if I asked him, what would you do if you could, barring any restrictions whatsoever, basically you wave a magic wand, what would you do to shift the point of conversation in politics to a point where people are in agreement that lying, just outright flat out lying, maybe not necessarily pure dishonesty, but just outright lies, are so repulsive that they're called out, they're pointed out?
I mean, I would do that if I was capable. I don't what would I do?
You think that, right? But you think that would be conducive to more of this conservative mindset, these logical arguments winning?
I do.
In the battleground of ideas.
I do, though. Unlike Thomas Aquinas, I think I could see a case for wherein our leaders should be able to lie to us. Now that's dicey, but think of it this way:
not radical honesty.
Right. Well, I mean, think of it this way, right? Like if you're a soldier, right, and your general tells you, like, look, man, there's a 95% chance you're gonna die here. Like, you're fucked. Like, only 5% of us are walking out alive. It's probably better for that person to lie to you and say, we're going to make it through this. This is it. Victory's at our hands, right? Like, that lie would probably be worth it at that point. But yes, in general, I think that flat out lying in politics is bad. And if I had the ability to have a magic wand and make everyone revolt in disgust, it's people that are telling blatant lies, I would certainly do it. So...
Thank you once again.
Oh, thank you, Bladeworks. Appreciate it. All right. Look at this. I think we reached our goal. Unbelievable. From Bumbly. $2 says, no way, Jose. Not tonight, Austin Hall. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Only a Mr. Bill, our friend. $2 says, Bill Tifa said, if you don't give to Rob, give to Antifa. Boo. Look at this absolute chat. Bloody Clarence. $100. Unbelievable. Says, sounds like the poors aren't pulling their weight. Sorry to hear that, Rom. Take my imaginary money as supplication. Wow, supplication. What a great word. Making fun of the poors. It checks all the right boxes. Thank you so much, Bloody Clarence. For really. It means a lot. Thank you. Chrysco gives $50. Counts it towards day shift. So that still mean that night shift failing, but says day shift forever. Thank you so much, Chrysco. And then the great Jess Gerald, $20. Says, opens wallet disappointedly. Pours. Oh, my goodness. Thank you guys coming through at the end. Go! Cut it off there. Keep getting those super chats in. Thank you so much. Me and the mods have hectored you efficiently. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. I really do. Pixels! What's up, my friend? How you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good.
It's great to
Thanks for bringing me
hear.
up.
Yeah. Anytime, man. So
Well,
what's on your mind?
I'm a little late, but I figured I'd give my anecdote on the whole immigration thing and a little
Sure.
bit more on the legal immigration thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because I am up this late only because I had to wait over an hour for my future L1B colleagues to join the meeting that we have at the same time every week that we've had for months on end. That for some reason, me here in the U.S., I have to spend my evenings until 9 or 11 o'clock at night, and that's acceptable. But for some reason, those in the India time zone, oh, no, we got to work around theirs. So that's why I'm up so late, right? But they can't even show up on time. One thing that I learned recently that a lot of people, they talk about the H-1B, the H-1B, the H-1B. H-1B does have its problems, but I learned one about one recently called the L-1B. And I've realized that my company is doing it right now. I work in the cybersecurity industry, which is why I look like this. I have a very public profile. If you had a clear image of me, you could find me very easily. And if you know anything about IT people, they tend to be extremely woke, and they are very, very persistent when it comes to getting people fired. And for any of you that think you can reverse this, you need AI trained on me, so good luck. The L-1B is even more problematic than the H-1B, right? At least with the H-1B, they have to compete with U.S. Employees that are here. They have to at least interview them, or at least attempt to interview them, to attempt to find them. Now, there's ways they can pigeonhole and hide those little things away, advertise on college campuses, all those kind of things. There's the L-1B, which is a little different. What you do is you purchase a company, or you buy, say, a third-party company that's maybe an MSP that overall is really low overhead to operate, but can bring in quite a bit of revenue because you can pay these people say $8 an hour equivalent US dollars, which is quite a bit of money for people that are sitting over there.
Sure.
You train them up on your internal systems, especially if they're management, which my company did one of these, and put the director of one person right below an IT C-suite individual in that country. And what you do is you bring these people over on an L1B, and you don't have to do any kind of searching for, proof that there's no U.S. employee that could do it. There is no salary requirement or anything. You can just laterally transfer them right over into the country and then eventually sponsor them for green cards, keep the value down. And then in addition to the DEI thing, I got into this industry right around COVID time. I decided to go to college in 2018, got out of customer service because I saw the writing on the wall with the AI thing when they were calling it machine learning. I was
Sure.
like, oh, crap. They're going to get rid of the people on the phone, and then it's just before long the sales reps are going.
Right.
So I did sales front to front with people for 10 years before that and decided to get into IT, ended up in cybersecurity. When I was in college, I applied for dozens of internships. Didn't get a thing with my natural, very white last name. 3 weeks after I changed my last name to a more ethnic last name, I landed multiple job interviews and had multiple internships and actually landed both of those internships as full-time jobs just because my last name changed and they suddenly had an assumption that I was a Latina.
Yep.
Or a Latino. Latina. Yes, I'm also trans, of course.
Why not? Yeah, right.
Right. Yeah, just get all the bike boxes. So like I have a lot of anecdotal experiences that this stuff is true that people are saying, and there's even more problematic things with the legal immigration system that we don't talk about enough. But I think it's more important right now to quell the bleeding on the illegal piece at least get them all out of here, as you were talking about earlier, and all that due process and stuff. Super interesting. But
yeah, no,
that's kind of what I had, and curious what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I totally agree. So let's go back to Vivek Ramaswamy, who, by the way, was my first choice for the Republican candidate.
Yeah, I got Ramaswami'd.
Yeah. So Vivek, like his mentality and what he's not going to be able to recover from is he showed us what he honestly believes. And what he honestly believes is that culture doesn't matter, that the historical claims to being connected to the foundation of the country, none of that matters. Ethnicity doesn't matter. Hell, even the geography doesn't matter. All that matters is the bottom line. Right? Much like a business owner, I don't give a shit about the type of people I have working for me. I only want the most productivity. And that means if we can have the highest GDP by completely replacing everyone in the United States right now with people from India or any other country, he'd do it. That's fine. That's what it's about. It's about who's the most productive cog in the machine. That's it. And it's a mistake to view the United States, or for that matter, any other country that way. Now, it's difficult, right? It's a hard conversation. I've talked about this before, but it used to be I think it was Question Time or something like that. Used to have these shows in the UK. I was fascinated watching these online. And this was circa 2016 through 19, maybe I'd watch. And it was these sort of weird talk shows they'd have where they would bring people on and they would ask them these questions and it would have different voices. So you might have someone like a Milo or, some of the Douglas Murray or someone like that would be on there. And one of the questions they would ask all the time is, what does it mean to be British? Right? And it's difficult to put your thumb on that. What does that mean? Right? Now, the left's interpretation of this was fucking nonsensical, which was you're in Britain. That's it. You're British. You're here. No, it has to be more than that. But what? What exactly is it? Is it an ethnic thing? Is it just ethnicity? I don't know. I don't think that that's the case. And certainly in the United States, I would say, what are we going to say? It's just the Irish, it's just the Italians, or it's just these collective of European people? It seems like it'd be too messy, particularly at this point, right? So then what is it? What makes someone British? What makes us American? What are the values that matter? It's not interchangeable. We're not just cogs that you could put out and say, well, if you brought 300 million Chinese people here to do the fucking jobs that Americans won't, and you summarily said, see you later, Americans, you're all on your ass, we're shipping you off to Mexico. That seems like a fucking mistake that America, even if you forget about the individuals, forget about me and you and all of our families and shit, just the concept of what is America, wouldn't that radically change what America is? And if it would, doesn't that imply that to be an American is something more than that? It can't just be the people that are geographically here. And so the idea that like people like Vivek, and that's on the right, so you can imagine the people that actually want to displace American workers and white people and men and all that shit. If the people that you're cheering for view you as a displaceable commodity, you're only valuable as so far as that you're making the most widgets. Imagine what the people that actively hate you think about you. And so that's the situation we find ourselves with. On our side, we have half the people that are like, well, you know what? If we could get someone to do your job for $5 an hour cheaper, then go fuck yourself. Good luck to you. We're not wishing you ill. Continue to vote for us. And on the other side, they're like, oh, you're a white man? Fuck you. You're evil, right? And that's what we're left with. And so now you're left holding the bag like, well, what does this mean? Where is the advocacy for people like me? And unfortunately, what you see is once the left decided that they were going to start playing this sort of identity politics games, it made it inevitable that the right was going to join force. Because what are you supposed to do? At what point will white people or men or Christians or straight people or any of these other groups that are deemed oppressors, at what point will they realize, look, regardless if you consider yourself white or not, regardless if you care about the fact that you're straight or not, regardless if you fact that you're Christian or not when it comes to like collectivizing, your opponents care, and they're going to target you for those things. And so now we find ourselves in a position, again, it's not just alone to race, but race is the easiest one to look at. We literally celebrate as a country the fact that the country is becoming less white. That's what we do. You wouldn't do that in any non-first world country. You wouldn't say, thank goodness Zimbabwe is getting less black. Thank goodness that the Philippines are getting less Filipino. You would never say this. It would be like, oh, you know, what's going on there? But in the West, that's what we say. It's getting less white. Of course, these are the only countries that, quote, white people have. And so, woe be unto us, or more likely our children's children, when they wake up in their own country and find themselves minorities that are still treated as the oppressors. And then you'll see how much empathy that these people on the left have. And the people on the right that elsewise you would think would stick up for them, they're going to be too busy counting their money and saying, yeah, we don't give a fuck anyways. You think that the people that are coming here from India that consider themselves conservative right now, you think they're going to give a fuck if white people are all of a sudden treated like second-class citizens? They don't care. Whatever. Out of the way, dude. Hey, you're treated like a second-class citizen? Great. That means you'll come to work for me for even less money. Amazing.
They love second-class
Sounds like a good deal.
citizens. It's part of the culture back there.
Yep.
Right? You know, they have a caste system.
So for me, it's like, I've said this for a long time, and it's something that maybe was a blind spot. 100 years after my death, I hope there's people that think like me more than people that look like me. And I still believe that. Like, I've no problem if there's someone who's Hispanic, Black, Asian, whatever, that shares sort of a lot of the values that I think really make me who I am. But the problem is, it doesn't matter if I want to play the racial game, or if I want to collectivize over my religion, or if I want to collectivize over being a man or a straight person, or go through the list. It's irrelevant if I want to collectivize because my opponents do. And they are busy collectivizing me. It's like going into prison. You might tell yourself, you know what? I'm not racist. I ain't joining no white supremacist gang. But after you get the shit beat out of you by like the Latino gangs and the black gangs over and over again, at some point you're like, you know what? Maybe I'm that gang over there. Because at least they're fucking willing to take me in and say, hey, we'll protect you.
Depending on how big the guy looks on the other side, it might not even take an ass beating to get me to go,
that's
okay,
right.
maybe I might go over there.
Going in with some Roman salutes as you're walking through the, you know, like, yeah, I mean, it is like, and so that gets us back to the original point of the legal immigration system, right? The left wants to displace sort of the domestic population here because they think that white people are evil, and they think that not just white people, by the way, they think Americans are bad. We have the original sin.
That's the other thing that they paint us as from the right, is that from the left we're evil and bad, and from the right we're lazy.
We're unproductive. That's right. And so, you know, we have the original sin as Americans. We stole the land from the Native Americans and we had slavery, right? The skin color portion of it, sure, they attack you for your skin color, but that's what it's really about. So what better? We don't deserve this shit. After all, it's all stolen anyways. Let's bring in people that are oppressed. They deserve it. They're the ones that deserve it. Blacks and Hispanics and you know, even they may even decide for white people that aren't from the United States, though I doubt, because they're too superficial. But that would be sort of the crux of their argument. And then the wealthy people, the right wing, they've always been happy with the immigration system because they want cheap labor. They just want more money.
Because the GDP go up.
Yeah.
And it's so, like the programming is pretty effective from a company perspective, right? Like, it's never not been Columbus Day for the 30 plus years I've been on this planet. And so today, when, you know, the person who's not paying attention to the calendar is like, oh, why is nobody here today? And I'm like, oh, it's a holiday, it's Columbus Day. And then I go on mute and I go, shit. Because they send out an email every year, it's Happy Indigenous Peoples Day.
Indigenous People Day.
Somebody's probably going to call HR on me that I didn't call the holiday the right word.
They sent out that memo on Juneteenth. You missed it. It really is. I mean, and it's getting to that point. I'm not trying to be doom and gloom. Cooler heads could still prevail. Don't get me wrong. But a start is stopping the tidal wave going in one direction. Can we at least stop it? And a good place to stop would be with securing the border and then getting rid of illegals. Then we could start to push back on legal immigration.
And we could figure out the visa thing.
That's right.
I learned a stat recently. I don't know how true it is, but somebody told me 1 in 7 people that are presently in the United States are on some form of visa, be that a student visa, a work visa, or a tourist visa, which is really an insane number when you think about it. Like, how many other countries have between 1 in 6 and 1 in 7 people present there that are not from that country?
I don't know if that number is true, but yeah, I mean, how about according to the bullshit job numbers we had from the Biden administration, like all jobs that were created were going to foreign-born workers, all of them.
Yeah.
Now, let me be clear what that means. People are like, "That's bullshit. I got hired." No. I mean, when it comes to the net growth, right? So there were jobs that were lost and jobs that were gained that would have been domestic-born people, but the actual ones created all went to foreign. And if you look at a chart, I was looking at this the other day, like sort of goes like this. Here's jobs for domestic people and here's jobs for non-domestic, right? And then COVID hits and they both crater. And then what happened was the domestic born, it like plateaued. And it was an artificial rise of the non-domestic. In other words, they used all of those jobs lost during the pandemic when they came back. They overwhelmingly disproportionately went to non-domestic people. And you wonder, like, when you talk about, like, all of the shit that happened with the pandemic and the huge wealth transfer from the poor and working class to the highest class, right? One of the groups that got fucked the hardest was the middle class. And it's been one continual screwing over the middle class after another in this country, in the manufacturing sector forever. But Pixel, I really appreciate the conversation. Thank you so much. And
thank you for having me up.
I won't use your specific story, but I will use anecdotes like that tomorrow in this debate. I absolutely assure it. So take it easy, Pixels. Great to hear from you. All right. Keep getting those super chats in, folks. We're doing great. Bum leg, $2. Sorry, Rob. Wish I could afford to donate a lot more. Please. Thank you. In all seriousness, I know I'm hectoring people to send money in, but you guys are the best. You really are. And I do appreciate it. So never feel bad if you can't send more. I appreciate you all. I really do. All right. Next up with Casey. What's happening, Casey? How you doing today?
Oh, hello. You hear me all right?
I hear you just fine. What's happening?
Cool. I see you interacting with like a certain part of the left or whatever, like basically like Destiny and plus orbiters, including Chrysco or whatever. I just wanted to, like say that like these people don't. I don't know how much of the left these people like really represent, but but they broadly disgust me. I would say generally, both like Destiny's extremism and also the rank partisan hackness of.
Well, let me ask you, just as a precursor, would you consider yourself someone on the left and you're saying they don't represent your views?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Well, I think that there's another portion of the left that would say that Destiny, etc., don't represent. That would be the Hassan left, right? The sort of more socialist, progressive left. And then I would say there is a third portion. I mean, obviously there's many, but would you put yourself as more the like progressive socialist, or would you say you're more of like a less radical centrist lefty?
I mean, progressive, yes. Socialist, no. So
okay.
I don't know if you're familiar with Kyle Kalinske or whatever.
Sure. Okay.
Something like that.
Okay.
But,
so what is it exactly about Destiny that you would disagree with?
I mean, so many. I don't even know what he stands for besides like Democrats good, Trump bad, or Republicans bad. I don't even know what his values are really, except that he hates the right or whatever. I mean, I really have a bad opinion.
Yeah, that's fair. And to be fair, I don't know. I have a surface reading of Kyle Kalinske, which seems very much to be, I just hate Trump, but maybe there's more to it. And I'm not going to pigeonhole Kyle because I haven't dug deep into it.
He's got a little bit of that Trump derangement. He's got a little bit of that in him, but but he's not this bad. I don't like guys like Pisco particularly. Like he's not as extreme as Destiny, but like they're extremely partisan. They're not going to go after Democrats. They're not going to disagree with the DNC on that many issues at all. Or they're, it's that's sort of their team or whatever. And this sort of like I just see you interacting with a lot of these. I call them shit lips or whatever. So
well, there's certainly now. Let me say, certainly there are people on the left that I respect. Though, like I respect someone like a Jimmy Dore. There are people like Glenn Greenwald and et cetera that I would respect on the left. But the problem is most of the time people say, yeah, but they've spent all their time arguing sort of pro-Trump. But my reason for that is because I thought they were more of like the traditional left that I was friends with, which was a healthy distrust in like government institutions. And they don't particularly like Trump. They think that he could be corrupt, which, they're not wrong sometimes. But they see the threat that comes from sort of these institutional corruption that everyone jumped on the left because Orange Man bad. And so who gives a shit if James Comey and the FBI is corrupt? Who gives a shit if there's mass amounts of violence on the left that's not being dealt with? Who gives a shit if lockdowns are devastating people? Because it's all in the name of Orange Man and beating Orange Man. I guess I'll say this quickly. In a world where there's a solid argument that you could make here. I'm intuiting what you would say, which is something like this. And you tell me if you think this is accurate. That listen, the extremism that someone like Destiny or someone like Hassan is offering isn't indicative of like an average Democrat. Would you say that's sort of fair?
Especially Destiny, somewhat Hassan.
Okay.
But I don't think Hassan's that extreme.
Okay. So, but the problem is depending on what we look at, both just anecdotally, or if we try to actually look at data points to the best of our ability, polling suggests that 55% of Democrats feel that the murder of Trump could be at least somewhat justified. What do we do with that? This doesn't seem to be a fringe minority at this point. It seems, and there's other polling that's came out that's sort of buttressing not that exact point, but that it's like Democrats, people that consider themselves extremely left-wing, are something like 3 to 4 times more likely to justify the use of political violence. So it seems to be coming more and more, even if I accept it's a minority of Democrats, it's a larger and larger portion growing of Democrats that are willing to use violence or cheer for death of their political opponents. I think you even see this outside of politics necessarily with the celebration of Luigi Mangione, who killed that United Healthcare CEO.
Yeah, I think that's a bit different than Charlie. I think the argument, at least, is that this person was responsible for doing bad things or whatever. He himself is responsible for having done bad things. As most of these healthcare CEOs are, paid to deny claims, or whatever. That's their job. So I understand both of the arguments, but I'm just saying that the reaction to Charlie Kirk has been pretty brutal on the left. I think a lot of these creators are I don't know, are extremists, are extreme.
Well, let's I don't mind talking about Charlie. Let's go back to Luigi for a second, though. I understand you. Hypothetically, I could say the same. I could say, look, if I lost a grandparent because the healthcare system fucked them over, and I look at, I'm so sorry, I forget the victim's name, and I do apologize for that, but the person that was murdered by Luigi, and if I look at him and say, he's indicative of what this system is, he's getting incredibly wealthy as a CEO of United Healthcare, and my grandparents died because of bullshit insurance stuff, yeah, I could see looking at that guy and saying he represents something that's evil. But that doesn't justify his murder. You would agree with that, right?
Right. Well, I would say the argument is a little bit. It's not just that he represents something. It's that he was actively doing it.
Okay, so let's say he was. I don't know that that's the case, but let's concede that he was. Does that justify his murder?
Not to me, no.
But you understand that it might be 50%, if not more, of the left that thinks it does.
Yeah. I think the Charlie Kirk thing is a lot worse or whatever. I at least understand the Luigi case. I don't think
not me. For me, that was a bridge too far. But okay, the Charlie Kirk thing as well. I mean, what would you put it? I'll ask you as someone on the left. Obviously, I'm not going to hold you to a specific percentage, but if you had to guess, what percentage of people that are in the same political ideology as you, Democrats, what percentage of them do you think are happy that Charlie Kirk was killed?
35%.
That might be fair. I mean, but you understand why, from my perspective, as someone on the right, why that's a frightening number.
I mean, it is. Yeah, I don't like it. I blame like people like Destiny and Vosh for their rhetoric generally, and Vosh especially, like flat out stochastic terrorism, like calling.
Well, the funny thing about Vosh
Nazis,
is
like everyone Nazis.
He's quick to call other people stochastic terrorists. And then, I've covered videos where he's blatantly said things like, I want a world where people are taking shots out the window at groups like Patriot Prayer. He said this after a Patriot Prayer person was murdered by a lefty. And he still says it. And then, without batting an eye, he'll be like, oh, the right-wing stochastic terrorist. And he specifically calls for the shooting. Of course, it doesn't hamper his growth or his engagement on YouTube, which that's another conversation. But, I guess the question I would ask you then, at what point, listen, I assume you dislike Trump, and more power to you. There's reasons to dislike Trump, left, right, or center. Correct. That I understand. And there's certainly reasons to dislike Republicans as well. But at what point will you continue to support a party if roughly, in your own estimation, over a third of them would support the murder of some innocent person just because of political differences?
Well, party. I don't support Democrats generally, or many of them at all. But my ideology is what it is.
Well, that's fair. That's completely fair. And just in case my audience is wondering, you can't change. For example, if you're like, hey, I'm someone who believes in socialized medicine, you're not going to stop believing in that because other people that believe that also are like. But then I guess I would ask you that: I assume you're a U.S. citizen. Did you vote in the 2024 election?
24.
This most recently.
I had my sister fill out the ballot. I believe we went with the Green Party. We were.
No, wait. I just want to say, and I'm not trying to say this, and you are not using your real name or anything, anyways. But I just want to let you know that's a felony.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then I'm lying. I'm a liar.
Yeah,
I lie.
Isn't that it's? By the way, to all the people that say everything was on the up and up, mail-in ballots are rough, man. I think a lot of people don't even know it's illegal to have people fill out their mail-in ballots. But nonetheless, I'm not here to shit on that, right? It's a different conversation. So you think you voted Green Party? I mean, first off, I would just say make decisions for yourself to the best of your ability. If you're incapable of or you're indifferent or you're ignorant and you haven't
indifferent, and me and my sister were of like mind, and
okay,
it wasn't going to be a Biden vote, and it's not going to be a Trump vote, certainly.
Okay, well then I can't shit on you for that. I won't, and I won't insult people by trying to say that if you're I don't think you said you're a full-on socialist. You call yourself progressive. I don't think that the ideology itself should be dispensed with because people that share that ideology overwhelmingly think something different. A political party is different, right? So co-signing on to the Democrat Party when so many Democrats are calling for blood is one thing. But being like, look, I'm progressive, I believe in socialized medicine or whatever it may be that you believe, I don't think you should have to dispense with that just because people that vote for the political party that believe that also are, particularly if you specifically didn't vote for that party. So I have nothing negative to say on that aspect of things. However, from a practical purpose, let me ask you this. Do you think if you had to choose between the Republican Party or the Democrat Party as it's currently in existence, if you had to, if legally you had to vote for one or the other party, would you prefer the Democratic Party over the Republican Party?
Yeah, if I bought into the lesser of evils, I would vote Democrat.
So let me ask you this. What is the evil you think comes from the Republican that's worse than 35% of the other party wanting to murder their opposition?
Just the legislatively. I separate Republicans in office quite a bit from the voters, mostly or whatever.
Fair enough.
With maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene, someone who's actual grassroots kind of upcoming. But mostly I see both parties as being corrupt, and the Republicans are just corrupt in a slightly worse way.
Okay.
Basically.
Well, I would hope to convince you something. I don't have all the time in the world tonight because, unfortunately, you caught me in a weird night where I have to get up early and take my dog to the vet. But let me say this. Hopefully I would someday be able to convince you that if you had to vote for one of the two parties, the more evil is the party that's justifying the murder of their opposition. Because inevitably, even if they would tend to agree with policies you would favor more, understand the implications here is if that's allowed to go unpunished and they continue to get like sort of political success with that message, it's only going to get worse from here. And you're going to see more Charlie Kirks. And it might not just be Charlie. It might be someone that you know in real life that you have polite disagreements with who leans conservative, but they'll be the next person to run afoul of, well, we're justified because we're good and they're evil, and we could use this form of political violence. So, I don't know. I hope now, having said that, if you continue to vote third party, I mean, obviously that's a different calculation.
And I understand what you're saying, but I would prefer focusing that on the actual creators that are, or pundits or whoever who are actually pushing this rather than just collectivizing generally. Like,
well, yes, and I agree with that, except if this is a substantial portion, if it's 35% of Democrats, I think the number's higher. But if it's 35%, I mean, my goodness, at some point you have to say, I think 10% is a grotesquely high number of a party, let's say 80 million people roughly in the Democratic Party, 35%. I mean, you're talking about some quick math, 28 million people that would justify the murder of their oppositions, actively cheer it on. I mean, that's insane. That's like, from my perspective of someone, I mean, I'm no Charlie Kirk, but I mean, from the little bit you've seen of me, do you find me to be less radical than Charlie Kirk?
Similar,
right?
On the radical,
right. So the only thing that keeps me from being killed is, I guess, I don't have the reach of Charlie Kirk. That's it. So from my perspective, you can see how I could look at a population of 28 million people in this country that would say, you know, if Rob gets a big enough voice that it's helping Republicans win legislatively, we should kill him. You can see how that would be sort of my a priori issue of saying, like, yeah, I can't accept that.
Right.
Like,
let's make that an issue, though, but again, not collectivizing as a whole, but targeting.
Well, right. That's what I'm saying, though. So yes, of course, I focus on someone like Destiny that would believe that, or these other people. But the problem is, it's not as if there's one or two fringe creators saying this and it's almost non-existent amongst the voting base of that party. You yourself are admitting it's around 35%, an estimate, admittedly, but I think that intuits that you think it's a huge portion, a substantial minority of Democrats. And so at some point, it's not that I'm collectivizing saying that every Democrat believes this. In fact, I would say, at least using your numbers, the majority don't believe that. And yet, the minority that do believe it is such a substantial number that has to be, right? It's the difference between being like, you know, if one person in a city is a murderer, yeah, that's bad, and you want to bring that person to justice, but that's not your biggest priority. But if 30% of the population are murderers, holy shit, what you're going to worry about public transit? Of course not. You're going to be like, what the fuck is going on in this town? 30% of the people are murderers. It's the same here. If I'm looking at over 20 million people that want me dead if I become successful and I keep the same political beliefs, that has to be my hyper focus. It has to be. And there's millions of Republicans that are waking up to realize that. And so, you know, I hope that from the perspective of someone who's third party, maybe someone who tends to lean left wing and isn't really happy with the direction of the Democratic Party, I hope voices like yours win out. And that you're like, listen, Democrats, you're not going to win. Like, people are getting fed up with this shit. It's fucking crazy. Even if I tend to agree more with your political beliefs than the other sides, you can't have substantial portions of your voters that believe this shit. It needs to be condemned. And the problem is, I don't think you see a lot of condemnation from the people leading the party of it. It's very meek. You know, so again, I just don't think it's limited to, well, it's just this fucking crazy guy, Destiny, and his orbiters. I don't think it's that. I think that Destiny's saying something that's really hitting at the truth of what a lot of Democrats think. They do want us to fear for our lives. They do blame us for voting for Donald Trump, and they think that they're justified in saying, well, hey, you're fucking around and finding out if someone murders you. Better stay in your home. Better impeach Trump. Better get him out of office, or else we can't be responsible. What like-minded individuals will do. So, I'll give you the final word, and then I'll get you out of here. But I have appreciated the call immensely. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess just I just think it's important that at some point just the right and left just come together to actually defeat like corrupt politicians or whatever that our government is basically non-functioning at this point. And I see the Charlie Kirk incident as being a really something that has furthered the divisiveness. And I just wanted to maybe throw out an olive branch and be like we're not all this.
I totally accept that, and I you have not said anything that would elucidate a belief that I think that you're like bullshitting me or anything like that. But I do think the problem's like, given the numbers of even which you think the problem is staggering. So, but hey, thank you so much, Casey. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
I do call-in show every weekday, almost every weekday around noon Eastern time. So if you ever want to call in again, that's usually when I'm doing it. So,
cool. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, no problem. All right. I could go to the restroom. One last restroom break tonight. Then we got two more callers. We got Drew the Dogman and Reexamination. There was a third person that was on. If they call back in, I'll let them on. Hassan Chair. Be right back. Keep those super chats coming in. Keep them in. Home stretch now, baby. Oh, snap. What's going on here? I think we could get at least 150% of our goal tonight, right? Right? I don't know. Ephemeral Wealth. $2 says leftist cop out. I'm not like those guys, but I am. I don't know. I don't think he was. I think that it's worth pointing out that when so many people of your political persuasion, or at least of the Democrat, let me be fair, he said he's not a Democrat, but I think that it's a substantial problem. And then Bloody Clarence, $10 says, so, Chair, what color's your fridge? Black. I'm sure Chair already told you that. All right. Drew the Dogman. What's happening, Drew? How you doing today?
Hey, Bubba, can you hear me?
I hear you just fine.
Nice. How much time you want me to take up here? 5 minutes?
Well, I would like to be done by 2:15. So that gives us, there's you and one other caller right now. So 10 minutes?
That's fine. Okay. I won't have to go elevator pitch then. I heard you mention Dr. Karlin Borisenko the other day, and you kind of immediately brushed her off. I heard you say something like, every time someone mentions her name, 50 people tell me she's a crazy bitch, so I haven't paid attention to her.
Well, that's true, but even more concerning to that is someone I deeply trust basically told me that I'll probably get sexual allegations levied my way for dealing with her, which is a non-starter for me.
I don't know why that would be the case. I followed her for about 2 years. She's the premier commie watcher on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
She's assembled more information, more documentation, more primary source stuff than literally anyone out there.
Mm.
She infiltrates meetings. She goes to Zoom calls. She is a doctor. I think she's a psychologist. I don't remember what her degree is, but I watch a lot of people talk about Antifa, the far left, and after spending a year or two with her and her content, I find that most of them, from Glenn Beck to Andy No, are woefully ignorant when it comes to these people. I still hear people talking about how we can go after the funding and cut the heads off these organizations, which is completely retarded. These are communists. They hate hierarchies. This is basically a flat hierarchy among these people. They have like some central publishing. Like if you look up Crime Think, That's one of those Antifa publishing websites that they continually update and put out things. But I feel like I'm very scared that Trump is going to completely fuck this up.
Okay, so let's that's true, right? That I don't disagree with. But let's take this step by step. Is there any funding that goes to these groups?
I'm sure there is. It's typically going to be, from what I've seen and heard, it's typically going to be going towards the lawyers.
Okay, so do you think if that funding was driven out, do you think that would be something that would be a serious impediment to their success?
Not even slightly.
I disagree. I think that if they were if they were okay, so let me ask you this: what would your recommendation be in dealing with them?
I don't. You're going to have to get a little extreme with it, and I don't know that Trump's going to. But
okay, well, clearly, let's start here. If you're suggesting extrajudicial murders, that's not going to happen.
No.
Okay, so then presumably you would be suggesting going through a legal framework to aggressively prosecute these people, right?
Yeah.
Do you think them having the ability to have high-powered attorneys and hold this up in law would be beneficial to them in that world then?
Oh, absolutely. But they have enough attorneys that will represent them pro bono. I don't think it'll make a bit.
Okay, so then the question becomes, it might not be financial donations, but it's legal donations that have a financial implication. That would still be that their success is reliant on people outside the organization giving them things of benefit, right?
I'd say those lawyers are within the organization, but
okay. So nonetheless, then I guess you would aggressively go after those lawyers as well.
For sure. And you can spot the lawyers at every crowd. In every crowd, they've always got the green hat.
Who's going to represent those lawyers?
Yeah.
I mean, the idea, no matter what, any organization that you have, to some level, if they're going to have national, or in this case, sort of international success, they're going to have money. Mm-hmm. That's just the way it is.
You know what?
So,
you heard the term mutual aid?
Not in the context of Antifa. I think I understand what mutual aid is, though.
It's a common term among the left. It's basically crowdfunding.
Yeah. Okay.
And so that's really where I think Antifa and the really radical types do their.
I think that there's probably a decent amount of crowdfunding. I think that that's true, but I also think that there's probably funding that goes through NGOs that benefit them in various ways. I think that's certainly the case. I think that there are people in the institutional level at the Democratic Party that at least implicitly support what's going on here. And given that, I think they're sending money to groups that these groups at least implicitly support. And I think drying up that money is a good first step. I think, obviously, in addition to that, you need to aggressively be going after these groups as a terrorist organization and be locking people up to the fullest extent of the law. But the idea that there's not sort of support at a powerful level because they're all just there's no hierarchy. That may be true when it comes to a leadership scale, but I think that there's money coming in.
I'm certain there's a fair amount of money coming from rich people and NGOs, charities, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, but so I think that now as far as a hierarchy structure, yes and no. I now this chick probably knows more than me. I think she's probably right in the thrust of what you're suggesting, that it's not a hierarchy like my local, men's club. I go to an Eagles club and there's officers. I don't think that should exist. But it doesn't matter if they're there on paper. They're certainly there in influence, right? It doesn't matter. If you get 10 groups of friends together, there's a hierarchy. It might not be official, but there is a hierarchy.
You don't hang out with communists, do you?
I don't. It's human nature. I don't think that the communist portion of it matters. I really don't. I don't even know how it's possible. Anytime you have groups of people, there's a hierarchy. I don't think that it's legitimately I can't even fathom how human beings could engage in that way. For example, if you have 4 groups of friends, there's going to be the one that's like, hey, we should go here. That's listened to more often than not. That's a fucking hierarchy. No one declared that guy the leader, right?
Sure. There's always going to be charismatics that get followed more.
Sure. Right.
Have a stronger voice.
Correct. That's a hierarchy. For example, I've read stories of infiltrations that law enforcement had. There was a guy who talked about that he was infiltrated as, I think he was working with law enforcement, and he was supposed to go in there as a former military person and train them in how to use weapons and shit. And he was invited by people. There were contacts that invited him. There were people that he were talking to there. There were people that were seen in leadership roles and people that were in more, neophyte roles. Like, that's absolutely true. But I guess it's irrelevant to the grand scheme of things if it's like, well, if they're not officially declared leaders, okay, aren't you just going after all of them equally? Sure, fuck them. They're terrorists. Go after them all. Sure. And I agree with you that the Trump administration probably won't do what's necessary. But I don't think that these people are as, like, how powerful does Carolyn think they are?
I have been shocked at how broad this movement is. I feel like the guy who runs around shouting laissez-faire is everywhere. I feel like communists are everywhere after watching her.
Well, it may be, but I don't think the picture you're painting is like, there's no funding to go after. There's no hierarchy. That's it. They're out of control. They'll control everything.
Well,
there's nothing we can do. I don't buy that. I don't think that they're this like super-powered evil villain group that's unstoppable. I don't think that. I think that many of them, particularly at the lower level, if you start giving prison time, serious prison time, like 20, 30 years to people, then I think that you'll see, if that happens enough, a lot of this support will dry up for at least the people that are willing to do the on-the-ground violent actions. I think that that's likely to be the case. There's certainly the radicals. There are the people that are more entrenched that would say, well, we'll double down and we'll get even more violent. I don't disagree with that. I've been saying that for years about Antifa and other groups. As they lose access to institutional power, they'll become more violent. But if you
hold on right there. How are you going to take away their institutional power?
Well, do they control the presidency?
No.
They don't. So that's institutional power that they've lost access to, right?
But if the president's clueless.
Okay, no. Even if the president was clueless, right? The idea that you would have a president that's actively supporting them versus one that's indifferent would still mean that they're losing access, correct?
I don't know. I see their power coming from the fact that they've infiltrated everything. DEI has allowed them to hire.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that they're. I'm not putting them on the level of God. They're in everything.
Don't do that. I'm not worshiping them. I'm not elevating them.
I'm not saying you're worshiping. You're putting them at. I don't think it's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who we elect. They're in everything. I'm not saying you're worshiping them. I don't think they're that powerful. I think that it's an organization that could be dealt with. It may be difficult. The scale of it may be bigger than what even I imagine. But the idea that it's like, well, there's nothing we could do. They control everything. I don't believe that.
When that leftists control the institutions of academia,
yes, well,
government,
leftists. Well, then, but wait a minute. How's that possible? There's no hierarchy. So what would it matter? What's the difference if there's a Democratic senator that's Antifa versus someone on the street? No hierarchy, right?
The unions.
Right. But that doesn't answer my question. There's no hierarchy, so it'd be irrelevant.
You don't need a hierarchy. You just need some planning and some.
No. That by default is a hierarchy.
Some way to distribute.
I just think there's a flaw in how you're looking at this. Yes, I guess if there is literally the black mask that we see beating the shit out of a police officer, if you arrest that person and take off the mask and holy fuck, it's Chuck Schumer. Yeah, I guess that would be one thing. I don't think that's what you're talking about though when you say these people are everywhere. Right. In other words, there's a hierarchy. There is funding. There are people in positions of power that are supporting them. That's who you go after.
Okay. It's the HR people. It's the professors. It's
right. If there is a professor that is providing material support to violent terrorists, then you arrest them.
But what about the ones that are just teaching communist ideology to the teachers
arrest
that
them,
are
that's
teaching
fine.
the kids?
You go after the people that are violent. I agree. I understand that this is ubiquitous when it comes to academia. But the point I'm trying to make is when you're like, Trump, you just said, whether you know it or not, that it would be irrelevant if Trump's there or Joe Biden.
I don't. Okay.
Why are they more aggressive now than they were when Biden was there? If they didn't lose access to institutional power, if the Trump administration is doing everything right along that they wanted just as the Biden administration, why the violence?
Because they can't gather up crowds of millions of people to protest and provide cover when
Protest what?
when Biden's in office. Anything. ICE.
So just to be clear, they were just as happy with the ICE policies under Joe Biden as they are with Donald Trump. It's indifferent to them.
No, not at all. But
so in other words,
but these are also the type of people that don't vote, just like the quote unquote progressive you just had on. They don't vote for Democrats. A lot of them don't even vote.
Okay, so then you would say that the institutional power that is crafting this specific law is something that they don't have access to, that they don't like uniquely under Donald Trump.
What law?
Immigration enforcement.
Oh, okay.
Deportations.
No, I mean they hate immigration law because they think we should be borderless, and they see cops as upholding the.
So they would think that Donald Trump is doing things that is worse than Joe Biden.
Potentially, but they kind of see him the same. I mean, you know how communists are. Anything to the right of Stalin is a fascist, right?
All right, man. I don't know what to say. I think that you're way afield here. I just think that this is way afield. I mean, so your argument is in order for Antifa. So let me see if I got this correct. The reason that we see Antifa getting violent in a place like Portland now more than they were under Joe Biden is because hypothetically millions of people can protest which haven't yet.
Public support. They can get public support from the lefties.
Why is the public
mainstream
support necessary?
lefties.
Why is the public support necessary?
Because they need the cover of the crowd. They need to bring out 1 million people for their
so
no
they
change
need okay.
protest.
So how many people right now tonight in Portland? They're probably rioting. 1 million people there.
No, probably.
Then how are they doing it?
How are they doing?
How are they? You just said they can't riot unless there's millions of people. But almost every individual riot doesn't include millions of people.
Well, I haven't really seen riots at the ICE facilities. I see one person get picked out of the crowd and then maybe another person, and there's still hundreds there doing.
I mean, try harder. I guess I don't know what to say. There's constant interactions, violent interactions they're having with police.
But I just wanted to point out that I think the massive ignorance as to how these people operate is a big problem for the right.
That might be. I don't disagree with that.
I think the way
if you're explaining
one person that's a real grinder on this subject. She's got a actual nonprofit now called the Center for Left-Wing Studies. She puts out books. She studies them. She gives you
if you're accurately describing her beliefs, I think she sounds like a quack because what you're saying here makes no sense. So just saying. That's my opinion on it. I don't think that they felt equally about Joe Biden's immigration enforcement as Donald Trump's, but they just were relying on hypothetical millions of people that haven't manifested to provide them cover for when they decide to attack ICE agents.
Obviously, they felt differently about Biden's enforcement because they didn't riot or they didn't protest nonstop.
Correct. But when I asked you that, you seem to suggest...
They still don't like Joe Biden.
Well, of course, I would agree.
They
don't like government. They're anarchists. Great, that's true. But the point is, when I said losing access to institutional power and you wiped it off, you were like, bah, what are you talking about? They still have the institutional power. And I was like, well, not the executive. And you're like, yeah, it's still the same. The executive is the same.
That's not the same as holding so many positions in HR departments and universities. You know what I mean?
No, there are two separate things. Right. There are different institutions. And my comment was, as they lose institutional power in some of these institutions, they will get more desperate and more violent. You're right. I didn't speak to whether or not academic universities have become more right-wing since Trump had been elected. That is not the case. They haven't been. So in that particular institution, there probably hasn't been a lot of change with the way that faculty is made up. However, when it comes to the institutions that do things like craft policy, those institutions have changed. Not only that, not only has the institution of sort of the executive changed, which is changing laws and changing the enforcement mechanism of it, but we also see cultural institutions such as social media has changed, which is causing them to become more desperate and more violent. My argument was always they were violent when they had access, when almost all social media platforms were ran by people that were sympathetic to their views, almost all academia, almost all the executive branch, almost all of sort of Democratic legislator, almost all of our mainstream media. Now we're seeing cracks in that, and as a result, we're seeing them become more violent. That was my point. And so as you take away access to institutional authority and power from them, they will get more violent, which shows you, though, that what you need to do is, one, treat the symptom, which is sort of the actual violence that you see out there, but also treat the cause, which are the institutional powers, both through political and cultural, that we could go after. And that's what's necessary to do. Every time they strike out in violence is a cultural victory that they're losing, or a cultural loss of theirs, because more and more people get more disgusted by what they see. Inevitably, that'll give the go-ahead to, well, they may not right now. They need to do better, but they see it more than they did 2 years ago, didn't they?
A little, but I mean, obviously a little more, but, you know, so the entire left lives in a bubble. You understand that. They only see what they're allowed to see by the left controlled institutions. Have you dealt with Google AI? Have you noticed that talking to the AI is literally like talking to a leftist?
Yes. What's this have to do with there being no hierarchy with the
That illustrates their institutional power.
Correct. There are hierarchies. There are things, there are some of them that are more influential, more powerful than others. Yeah.
You have an ideology that controls Google.
Yeah. So, all right, man. Thanks for the call.
How does changing presidents help that?
You're right. It doesn't. We should have voted for Kamala, correct?
I asked you a serious question. You don't have to be a
I gave you a serious answer. I concede. You're right. Changing presidents can't affect anything.
I didn't say anything. Now you're strawmanning me.
I concede. You're right. You asked me a question. I say, I don't know. In my estimation, it didn't. Kamala Harris would be the same as Donald Trump. There's my serious answer.
No, the only difference would be their recruiting would go down if it was Kamala Harris.
Trump
helps
with
their
me.
recruiting.
You agree with me that Kamala Harris would be equally as bad as Donald Trump? Equally as good or equally as bad, correct?
Probably slightly worse.
Slightly worse, how?
There would be less of a spotlight on them. There would be.
Well, then it seems that you have an answer. I think that your position's nihilistic and nonsensical. That's what I think. And if you accurately represent what Carolyn thinks, then I think her position would be the same. Nihilistic.
Well, you don't have to rely on me. You could be a good faith actor and talk to her.
Why would I? Why does it good faith whether or not I talk to her?
Well, you've just, again, written her off based on someone's comment that you would get hit with a fucking sexual assault, that's some sort of charge or some sort of accusation. That's retarded.
Yes. What's it matter? There's thousands upon thousands of people I could talk to. The fact that I choose not to talk to one person. Did she reach out to me? And I said, no, thanks.
No. This was just me. I was slightly perturbed by you blowing her off.
How am I blowing her off? Someone said, do you know this woman? I said, no, that sounds interesting. And then my whole chat was like, this chick's a fucking psycho. Then I had people that I trust DMing me like, this chick's a fucking psycho. All it is drama, and you're going to have a bunch of fucking people. And I said, oh, doesn't sound worth it.
Okay. Well,
that's it.
If it doesn't sound worth it, it doesn't sound worth it. Stay ignorant.
All right. I don't think I'm ignorant, but thank you.
Well, appreciate the time. I still love you. I still love you, but fuck you very much.
All right. You got it, man. Take it easy. Bye. Oh, right. Last caller. This one. I don't know. I mean, I'd have to find the message that someone sent me. It must have been on X, but someone that I trusted, I remember reading, was like, oh, shit. Let's see if I could find it real quick. It's not going to be there. That's not gonna be it. What date are we at? Wednesday. I don't know. I'm looking real quick to see the exact. Yeah, the person that sent me that I eminently trust, so I will not be talking with her. There's a handful of people on this space that I think have earned my trust, and the person that told me that there is a good chance I will be harassed and stalked is someone that I eminently trust, and so I will choose not to interact with her. So, all right, last up, we got re-examination. What's happening, sir?
Hey, Rob. Good to see you. So I wanted to piggyback off a couple of calls ago where you were talking about the definition of a country and people and things like that. So I think it's time, you know how we have what is a woman and what is this? It's probably time to ask what is a country. And I don't think bloodline is a good way to demarcate that. I think it would be sort of taking from Michael Savage's borders, language, culture, but actually add values on top of that. Because you look at India and Pakistan, well, what's the main difference outside of ethnicity or some kind of lineage? Well, it's values. It's a Muslim versus Hindu. What is the difference between North Korea and South Korea? Is it their genetics? No, it's their value system. One's got more of a westernized value system. One's got a more, I'm the lapdog of China value system. So I think the better way to go about that is to say, what do people rally around as a set of values and say, this is our geography in which we are going to protect this culture of values. I think that makes a lot more sense than what we're used to, which is, you know, being in the proximity of people and therefore genetically interspersing to the average phenotype, the average look of a person. And then we say, well, this look is what defines us, when really, no, it's just, that's the happenstance of just proximity. That's the circumstance that you associate with your set of values and associate with some metaphysical sense of belonging. But that's, again, just something that you only experience with familiarity, and you're not actually basing it in something philosophical or something you can transcendently apply across the board. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't disagree. One of the things I used to say is, like, you know, foundationally what it would mean to be an American would be to look at the values set forth by our founding fathers. So, for example, the values set forth in the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. So, for example, being American could be something like this. It was sort of the implicit what was said with the American experiment, plus then with the explicit things said in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. So for me, America was about the idea of the individual, that you as an individual could succeed based on your own metrics and your own hard work and your own skill. That separated us from places that said that you had to be in a certain class of people to have certain rights, or that you had to be a certain religion, etc. And so the United States was speaking more about things on an individual level. Now, I do think that our founding fathers also had a cultural intention, and certainly religion was part of that. I think that they were sort of envisioning a world where everyone, or the bulk of people, were sort of a particular, of some sort, I should say, of Christian denomination. But I also think entailed with that would be things like the values of the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, these values of free speech, the right to defend yourself, you know, the right to check on tyranny. Those things would all be important. So would the founding fathers then import someone that was a Muslim that believes that we shouldn't have the right to own firearms? Probably not. Or that we shouldn't have the right to free speech or to blaspheme their God? Probably not. So for me, it was like, it's an interesting question, because there's different ways that you could have a country. You could say Japan is for the Japanese, that there is a ethnic portion to that. But the United States, for better or worse, that ship sailed. Like, it's just sailed. It's not that, right? Like, the idea, because of the way that it worked, where we had all of these people from all these different countries coming here, it seemed to be a country more based on an ideology and a value system than it was on an ethnicity. And I don't see how you could put that genie back in the bottle. I don't see how you could be like, you know what? It's just the Irish. Just people of Irish descent get to stay in America. Fuck all you else. You're out. Right? Like, I don't know how you could do that. Or even if you'd say something like just the European descendants, I don't know how you could do that. But there has to be something more than just like, well, whoever's on the land. It can't be that. There has to be something that brings us together. And the problem is, increasingly, it seems that the value system are so bifurcated that how can you have a cohesive country if we say, well, the country's about a collectivized source of values, and we don't have that. We don't have a collectivized source of value. Like, what are the values that the right and the left share right now that brings them together? I don't know. I legitimately don't.
Well, that's unfortunately the inevitable result when the Christian influence is overdone by the what do they call that? Not the Great Awakening. That's the opposite of the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment. It's like, who was going to win? Was it going to be the American Revolution? Was it going to be the French Revolution? Was it going to be Jonathan Edwards, or was it going to be who's that French guy? The French philosopher.
Descartes.
The one who died, and they said they made Bibles out of his house, one of his houses.
Shit, it escapes me. I couldn't even remember Van Morrison's name earlier tonight. He's one of my favorite musicians, so it's been one of those nights.
But the point I'm getting at is all humans should strive for what actually brings out the value in them. We get so used to the idea of like, yes, we should think about our nation, we should think about our the people that are here, but and I agree that we've seen so many partitions of oil and water based on many kinds of value systems that are here, and that is the fault of the open borders, and that is the fault of them coming in way too fast, so they get in their clusters, and everybody's got their own thing, and we got the gang problems in pockets, and we got the no-go zones. That's obviously a huge problem. I'm not saying that that's not a problem. I'm not saying that I have the answer, but when it comes to we're asking what a thing should be. I mean, the left on X today is all about, well, First Nations and all this kind of stuff, and the white people wrecked it. It's like, here's the problem. When I looked at the Surf's tweet, and they said, it's their land, when it comes to that now famous photo of 3 Native Americans flipping a bird off at Mount Rushmore. And it's like, well, how is it their land? I mean, is it always and forever their land? Like we're always committing some kind of moral wrong just by being there and not having the same blood as they are? Make that make sense. Show me the argument where it's like, because if that's true, then everybody who came second after them can deny the third people possibly, and the fourth people, and then they can be, and as long as we're second in line, why can't we be bigoted against the third in line, the fourth in line?
Correct.
It doesn't make any sense.
Even from that perspective, right? Like, it's like, we'll give the land back to the natives. Like, which one? Like, you know, the Iroquois, well, they wiped out the Algonquin, right? Like, and I was reading a story today about the Cherokee. I don't know if this is true. I'm totally talking out my ass. It was just something I read. But the argument was, like, the Cherokee actually could trace their lineage to up sort of in Canada. And they were very, like, militaristic and took over a lot of land. And then by the time sort of, you know, the white man's interacting with them, they start making claims, like, on these lands, like, that this is their religious lands. And it's like, yeah, but 100 years ago it was some other native tribes' religious lands. And you brutally took them off that land. You would have laughed at them if they were like, well, we lay claim to this land for religion. You'd have said, we don't give a fuck about that. You're out, right? And so it's like, okay, so let's say that let's say you live in Pennsylvania where I'm at, hypothetically, and I'm Iroquois, and I'm like, you owe me this land, it's my land, right? But then my neighbor's Algonquin, and it's like, yes, give Rob that land, then he could promptly give it to me, because his ancestors killed my ancestors and displaced them. How far back do you go with this? And it seems that, like, the entire idea of, like, blood libel or the sins of the father and punishing people, like, there has to be some sort of stop. I don't know if this is true, but I read this story one time about Milosevic, like, going to this hill and announcing, like, I forget the ethnicity that he was and the group he was going against, but he talked about this famous battle from, like, the 1400s and was like, we shall avenge this, you know? And it led to this sort of genocide, right? Because it's like, we're getting vengeance for this act that occurred, 600 years ago. And at some point, it's like, at what point do you say, like, this can't be right? Like, it can't be this. It's not workable, right? And then you get all sorts of other questions, like, okay, well, what do I do if I'm 10% Cherokee, right? You give the land back. Yeah. So the 90% of me came from people that displaced the 10% of me. So what's owed? It's just a joke. There has to be something. There has to be something more. It is difficult, though. It is difficult because I think that there is fair to say that it would be different for different countries. I think there is probably room for saying there is an ethnic component. Like, for example, what would you say? Like, what are the values of the Irish, right? Of Ireland, right? And if whatever they may be aren't exhibited by the majority of the Irish today, do we displace them with another ethnicity? And then where do the people of Ireland go?
Yeah, so here's the difference between, I would say, America and America's influence on Western nations as a whole is, again, to go back to the Great Awakening, I think the influence of Christianity had to do with the most of highlighting the humanity itself of people in general, and that's what made it different. It was an understanding that we all have equal value because we're all made in the image of God. We all have an eternal soul. We all have a conscience and accountability before God in our life and in our death. And so regardless of where anybody comes from, that was the ethic system that, made it so that the most important thing was not the lineage you shared, but the God that was over you and gave you his image on
That
creation.
may be true.
And I think the reason I say that's relevant is because I agree with you that just being Irish confers nothing to me. Me being Irish, my name is Patrick. I give no extra value to my life or diminish myself for being Irish. And if I was any other race or any other ethnicity or any other lineage, it doesn't make me better or worse or my standing. There might be something that's a natural like pride or affinity, but that doesn't make it good. That's a totally different thing. It doesn't make it bad. It might be natural, but it doesn't make it good. I'm sorry, you had a question.
I agree. I agree that there is a difference. Like, obviously, the way that the United States, it was a value system. I think Christianity is at the heart of that. I totally agree with that, right? Yeah. That's different. But the question is, like, does ethnicity play some part, particularly in other countries like Ireland? Like, that's fine. We could dispense with that for now and say, all we give a shit's about the United States, because USA, baby. Who gives a shit about the rest of the world? I'm just saying that, like, there could be various ways to, like, orient what a country is and who the people are of that country. But let's say that we run with this and let's say, okay, well, in order to be American, it has to do with the value systems of what the nation was founded on, and those derive from Christian principles. I could get down with that, but what do we do to an atheist then? What do we do to a Muslim? Do we say hit the bricks?
Oh, it's not. I don't think of it in terms of do to, because part of Christianity is loving your neighbor, and obviously you can't force beliefs on anybody because it's everybody's conscience being accountable to God. However, at the same time, though I would never, I don't want to say never, because I think the term Christian nationalist is completely amorphous. I don't associate with anything called Christian nationalist, but I do wholeheartedly believe that Christian principles should be in government and that atheist principles should be out of government, because I don't even know what an atheist principle is either, and I don't think they do either.
Now, let me. Do you mind if I ask you this? Were you at the Hammond event?
Yes. Yeah,
I thought so. I thought I recognized you. Yeah, we met there. So no, I'm glad you called in. I'm glad you did. I thought it was interesting to hear from you. Yeah, but the problem is with that, right? Like, so let's say, it's part of Christian value set to be like, listen, love your neighbor. Everyone has value in the eyes of the Lord, even if they choose to not embrace sort of the tenets of Christianity. By no means am I a theologian, but I understand that to be true. Nonetheless, there has to be a practical application from the point where we can say that there are people that are so antithetical to our values, even if they derive from Christianity, that we don't want them to be our neighbors. For example, just because everyone has value, if my neighbor decides to be a Satanist that will desecrate sort of my religious artifacts and, belittle it and make it so that it's almost impossible for me to worship, should I be obligated to allow that person to live next to me because I merely throw up my hands and say, well, the Lord says that everyone has equal value in life? I think right?
No, because obviously you have private property rights. Exodus 2015 says thou shalt not steal, which confers property rights. Some people don't believe in rights. I do. But I think that you can use Christian principles to lay out legal frameworks. Now, the difference is some people think of the Old Testament and say, well, the Old Testament civil law is what Christians are after. That is not true. That civil law was meant for a certain people at a certain barbaric time in history. And since Christ has come, he's given us more truth and more understanding and raised the standard overall, if you read the Sermon on the Mount. So, but in terms of if you have an atheist neighbor or Satanist neighbor who's got antithetical beliefs and is starting political parties and movements that are having a detriment on your country, I just think that that's baked in the cake of reality. And you can't, if you read the Bible throughout the generations, you can't escape the descent into corruption again and again. You have revivals, you have moments where people come closer to God, and you have moments where people, most of the time, just slip away. Most of the kings in Israel were evil kings. Everybody has had their fall. Moses had his fall, David had his fall. And you're going to, when Christ says, narrow is the gate, narrow is the way, and few are there that find it, if you're really a Christian, you're going to be in the minority all the time. If you're truly saved, if you're truly born again by God, then you're going to be in that all the time. And I think the hyper focus on government, while it's good and to be responsible with our civic duties, because that's right, because government, as Romans 13 is ministered, they're ministers of God, even though they can be highly corrupt, as we're all very familiar with, and so can clergy. It's our most important thing as Christians is seeing others come to the Lord and seeing them saved, seeing them repent of their sins and trust in God for everything and his wisdom to guide them in everything. It's not, again, Go ahead. Sorry.
Even if I accept that, right? Like, so then it leads to a second order of problem, which would be like, okay, well, what if I can make a practical claim that based on the overwhelming preponderance of evidence that I can see by mass importing people of a certain religion, that it's going to eventually lead to the place where they will use state power to stop me from practicing my religion. I don't think that I should be obligated to bring in a bunch of people if we could see over and over and over in countries, once you get to 30-40% of people that believe in sort of forms of Islam, that we're obligated to bring those people in. And I think that like it gets sort of, there's a little bit of, if you agree with that statement, right, I think there's a little bit of problem that we need to delineate, that the idea of like, well, Jesus says that everyone is equally valued. While that may be true, also in a practical sense, you aren't obligated to put people that have repented in the eyes of God, but maybe committed a crime here on earth, such as someone who's assaulted a child or murdered someone or burglarized. I shouldn't be obligated, even if God could forgive them, to say that they should then be allowed, you know, that the slate is wiped clean. And so
that forgiveness has nothing to do with civil law. You still have to deal out justice to people who have actually done crimes. You cannot, forgiveness is on a person-to-person basis. Obviously, governments can issue clemency and some sorts of things, but if somebody steals something, kills somebody, forces themselves on somebody, of course, they should face the full punishment of the law. And I'm one of these guys who's also like, we need to shut the border and figure out what the heck is going on. We need to have a census in this country. We need to protect our jobs. We need to have voter ID. We need to have, what's that ID for getting a job for like immigrants? What was that? Real ID? Not real ID.
Yeah, green card or whatever. Is that what you're talking about?
They're E-Verify. I think that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, we need it. I think we should have a lot more safeguards that makes it very, very hard to be an illegal immigrant in this country. Is it going to cause a lot of suffering and riots and all this kind of stuff? Sure it is. But in the end, I think it's worth at least trying it, at least systematically. I mean, if you do it all at once, you're just going to have absolute chaos. But that's just the pragmatic way of taking care of a country. And I totally agree with you that I'm not one of these people that says, you know, everyone's my neighbor, therefore let everyone in. That makes no sense whatsoever. It's a non sequitur. But what I am saying is, if somebody is here, let's say you have 10 kids and one of them turns out to be a Muslim, I don't think we're going to like deport them to Djibouti.
Correct.
Because
I agree with that. I think that we should be practical with our immigration system to not intentionally bring people in that we could see would lead to a probabilistic scenario that'll be at war with Christianity within the country.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with a lot of what you're saying here. I do think that I would, for example, I wouldn't say that you have to be Christian to immigrate to the country. I would say that you have to at least share the cultural values that we find important that stem from Christianity. So, for example, I don't think that we should bring someone into the country that would say like, you know what, I think that I despise the Constitution. I despise the Bill of Rights. I think that free speech is grotesque. I think that the right to self-defense is grotesque. I think that, you know, the idea of the laws that we have, like, for example, that say that, you know, women don't require a male escort to walk down the street. No, to heck with that. I think they would. And I'll hassle women that disagree. I don't think we should be obligated to bring those sorts of people. We should be bringing in people that are of benefit to the collective of the United States. And that means there has to be some sort of shared value system, even if it doesn't mean that they share my religion in totality. The themes that come from, or the themes is a bad word, but the sort of morality that comes and the value system that comes from that religion that this country was founded on, I think is actually something that we should strive to have. Now, does that mean that a Muslim person could meet that criteria? Of course. You know, I've known Muslims that for my system, and again, I want to be clear here. I'm not a student of Christianity. I've gone to church for the first time in 20 years, something like a month ago, and I've been attended regularly since. And I guess I'm a Catholic now because my wife's Catholic and my son is. But we'll see. I'll once I learn a little more, perhaps I'll have a more informed idea to make a decision. Anyways, the point I'm trying to make is no one take any biblical lessons from me. I'm not trying to make a claim to that extent. But I think to the extent where I can see that there are values that come through sort of emulating the life of Christ and looking him as the person that we should live up to, I think that we should be intentionally bringing people that at least represent those values, even if none of us could live up to. And so it does mean that we're restrictive we're not saying all immigration, everyone's entitled to be here. It has to be a system that could practically work for the people that are already here. But it doesn't mean that I feel that people have to share my 100% religious views or 100% values to come here. They just have to be something within this nebulous framework of acceptable value system that we would have.
Yeah, they have to submit to the country's founding documents, which ought to emanate into the culture as far as the overall values. But I think because of the secularization of the country, it's much more difficult, because we talked about individual liberties. Well, the problem with the lack of limiting principles of individual liberties is we get to be anti-family, we get to be anti-social, we start to be anti-God, because unfortunately, I am a Protestant, but I have to admit that the fallout of the Protestant Reformation was this hyper-individualism that also affected philosophy, and saying, well, if I can reason without the church as my ultimate way to truth, then I can also reason my way for myself without God, and things like that. And if you build your framework that way, you're going to have the kind of individualistic chaos that we have today, where nobody knows what their neighbor's name is, nobody makes friends anymore, everybody's online, your girlfriend is a program on your phone. That's what we have now, because we've been so individualistic in our retaliation against monarchy and against collectivism, with trying to bash communism, which is good. But we don't want to be so anti-collectivist that we become anti-communal, and where we don't like the family, we don't like neighbors, we don't like church, we don't like anything. We need a balance. And with the Hegelian dialectic, what they do is they take both extremes and try to synthesize them. Where I think the Christian thing to do is to deny both extremes and let your moderation be known to all men.
It's interesting, and I'm glad you called in, because I enjoyed listening to you at the debate event I was at. So I'm going to leave it there for tonight. I'll give you the last word. Do you have a channel or anything you wanted to shout out?
I'm kind of building it right now. It's called Reexamination, RE:examination. I'm on a couple of platforms. I've been tweeting replies a little bit right now, but I've got a vacation coming up, and I just want to take it easy, and I'm trying to sort some things out before I go. Not full time, but just dip my toes in the water. So other than that, that's what I got. Thank you so much for your time, and liking the show a lot.
Thanks. It was a pleasure. We'll talk soon. Take it easy. All right. Yeah, I met him at, he was one of the people that debated Andrew in the 5-on-1 event at the Modern Day Debate event, which I don't know that they ever put up. Maybe they're still editing that. That would find that hard to believe. Let me see if they ever put that up. I don't know. Yes, they did. I think they did put that up. No, that's not. It's not the event. Whatever. Anyways, we're coming to that point in the night. Yeah, they didn't put it up yet. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't get it. Anyways, weird. It was a fun event. I'd enjoyed myself. So a couple things. First, I do want to, one more time, I started off today doing an interview on a podcast, Brews and Cruise. So please, please, please check it out. That interview will be up, I believe he said next week, early next week. Or you could just catch it on my show live here. But he's going to edit it and do all those fancy things. So check out his channel. I hope you'll give it a like. Next, with any luck, I will be streaming at noon tomorrow, doing a call-in show again. It's contingent on how this vet process goes. I have to take my dog to the vet at 7:45 tomorrow. So I'm hoping that I get good news there. I really am. And if so, I should have more than enough time to get back. But there's always a chance that it'll be worse news, in which case I'll probably be spending some time with my dog, or maybe we'll still be at the doctor's office, etc. I don't know. Just throwing that out there. And then tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern, I'll be debating on Modern Day Debate on whether or not DEI hires exist. It'll be an interesting debate. Me and Alex Stein versus two folks on the left. Hopefully it's an enjoyable experience for all. I'm looking forward to it. I like to do debate. So yeah, appreciate the prayers for Dorothy, my dog. She's an amazing dog. And she's very good, and she deserves to live a very long, pain-free life. So I'm really, really hoping that we get this situation worked out. It sucks. She hasn't eaten in like 2 days. She didn't eat for a day. She was throwing up. Then she had to fast 24 hours so that they could check her stomach again tomorrow. Thank you to everyone that donated tonight. I really appreciate it. It was almost a 7-hour stream, and we barely broke the goal. So on one hand, it's kind of a weak performance for my night shift audience. On the other hand, we broke the goal. Doesn't matter how you win, as long as you win, baby, right? So thank you so much for that. I do really appreciate it. Everyone's generosity is always absolutely incredible to me. So we got some things planned coming up. I am going to get eventually around to talking to my man Spiro to get my tech set up so that we could do some things like some TikTok invasions. And that's a plan that we have coming up. We will do some more grifting later in the week. So I'll get you on the back end. Maybe the song could help. I know, right? We'll get around to that stuff. So thanks to all my mods here tonight. Really appreciate them all. Thanks to Black Elk. Thanks to Spiro. Really appreciate it. Thanks to everyone who called in. Not quite dead. Thanks to you. $10. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. You guys are amazing. I really appreciate it. And lastly, thanks to Chris Jacobson over there at Brews and Cruise for inviting me on to be in his podcast. Thoroughly enjoyed it. So I hope you'll check out his channel, which I've linked above. All right, I'm going to go get some sleep and hopefully wake up bright and early and get some good news and be on here at noon talking about how, hey, they think it's just getting my dog some antibiotics will clear things up. We're really hoping that that's the case. So prayers would be appreciated for my dog, Dorothy. But thank you guys for everything. You guys have a good one tonight. And as always, God bless Charlie Kirk and his family. Oh, before I go, we're rating Abe Dinkus, good friend of mine. So stick around, give Abe a thumbs up. Thanks, guys.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things, for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going. 1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.